Hello, welcome to Distant But Together, the 79th Annual Conference of the American Humanist Association and our first fully virtual annual conference. I'm Nicole Carr, Director of Development at the AHA, and I'll be your host for the day. We encourage attendees to use the chat function, which I can see you're already doing, to introduce themselves and have conversations throughout the day. Also, be sure to follow American Humanist on Twitter and on Facebook, where we'll be posting during the conference. To officially start our event, we welcome Sunil Panikath, President of the Board of Directors of the AHA, and Roy Speckhart, our Executive Director.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sunil Panikath. I'm president of the AHA, and my pronouns are he, him, and his. Welcome to the 2020 conference of the AHA. It's my great privilege to welcome all of you to this virtual conference. Let me take a few seconds and tell you a little bit about myself. This is my second year in office, and I'm proud to be leading the most broad-based grassroots organization of non-theists in the country. My humanism stems from the idea that a society that is best for individuals and for humanity operates within a strong ethical framework, but without that framework being based on supernatural beliefs. I've been a non-believer my entire adult life. I've identified as a humanist for at least 20 years, and been involved with the AHA for more than 10 years. Ethical non-theism is my core value system, and I'm very happy to be speaking to so many fellow humanists. It's a cliche, but still true, to say that we are all living through turbulent and historic times. We're in the middle of a global pandemic and the largest sustained mass demonstrations in the history of America, not to mention just being months away from an election that may very well set the course of our republic for a generation or more. You'll be hearing from many great speakers on many subjects that touch on these interesting times. But for now, I would like to challenge you to focus not on the times we live in, but the places we live in. The places from which we're all joining this distributed virtual conference. What would you say if I were to ask you where you are? Let me tell you my answer to that question. Where am I? I join you today from my home on the island once called Mannahatta, in the unceded land of the people called the Lenape. As a step towards honoring the truth of our history and achieving healing and reconciliation, we open our 79th annual conference with a statement acknowledging the native inhabitants of the land we occupy. To recognize the land is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory we reside on, and a way of honoring the indigenous people who have been living and working on the land throughout human history. It's also a simple but powerful way to correct stories that erase indigenous peoples' history and cultures. It's important to understand the long-standing history that has brought us to reside on the land and to seek to understand our place within that history. But land acknowledgements don't exist in the past tense or in a historical context. Colonialism is an ongoing process, and acknowledging the land builds awareness of our present participation. So this morning, I acknowledge the Lenape people and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And we take this moment to consider the many legacies of violence, displacement, migration, and settlement that brought us to where we are today. In a time where we gather digitally, our footprints is at once smaller and larger. And while we may think of the internet as an entity without a place, and the cloud as an ethereal being with no material existence, in reality, our connectivity is enabled through data centers, servers, cables, and much other equipment that all need a place to be in and a land to thrive on. As we come together today from our individual homes, we need to keep in the front of our minds the implications of how we are impacting our land that we may never see. That is why we acknowledge the native inhabitants of the land today. As you can see, there is a slide on the screen that shows a map. This map is from a website that the link for which you can see in the chat, a native lands map that lets you easily look up where you are. As the conference progresses, if you're comfortable doing so, please introduce yourself in the chat by sharing your first name, gender pronouns, and acknowledging the land you occupy. Once again, welcome to the 2020 AHA conference. And now here is the Executive Director of the AHA, Roy Speckhard.
I'm Roy Speckhard, Executive Director of the American Humanist Association. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm presenting here at our headquarters in Washington, D.C. from the territory of the Piscataway and Anacostan peoples' native lands. With the thousands registered for this event, I can see that many hundreds of you are new to the American Humanist Association. Even more of you are already with us in some capacity. It's really cool to see people representing places all around the world. I hope we'll all work together to make this world a bit more humanistic. Welcome to you all. Times like these, however, are a challenge to everyone. We see this every day, from the pandemic concerns only ignored by the foolhardy, to the police brutality and constant and blatant failure to recognize that Black lives matter, to the administration's efforts to reverse rights for LGBTQ folks, to the inhumane treatment of immigrants and their families, to the disregard of the changes we're seeing in climate, to the revisioning of the First Amendment to suggest it's not only okay somehow to allow government to support religion, but that if it fails to spend our taxpayer dollars on religious institutions, somehow that's bias. I know it's overwhelming, and that's just a very partial list at that. We have to rise up to make a difference. Sometimes that means taking the lead in areas few care to dread. Sometimes that means standing with others so we can have a greater impact together. Sometimes that means taking the lead of those whose experience and understandings make them better prepared to bring us all toward progress. And perhaps hardest of all, sometimes it means recognizing our own part in perpetuating systems that are incompatible with our highest humanist ideals. That means taking our responsibility seriously to do the work to be the change we wish to see. Somehow, in government zeal to support religious freedom, they've ignored the unconcealed bigotry some religious institutions display in teaching, in hiring, and in providing services. These special rights for religious are growing by the day and won't stop until we and our allies join together and put a stop to it. As humanists, we feel the obligation to transform our lives in this world into the kind of lives and the kind of world in which we envision. With no expectations of a higher power coming down and cleaning up our mess for us, we know the responsibility for doing this work is ours and ours alone. As those of you who already know us have come to expect, and those of you who are new to us will see us demonstrate, the American Humanist Association is not standing idly by as these struggles are before us. To give a smattering of examples, only from the months since the pandemic started, I'll give you a list. Our March-April issue of the Humanist magazine included a particularly compelling content about the impact of wildfires around the world, revealed new research on cannabis, and told the story of how humanist activist and author Rafida Bonya Ahmed provide congressional testimony about the need to repeal blasphemy laws. In recognition of Women's History Month, we sent a humanist action kit to our chapters and affiliates with a focus on women's rights. We held the first of many virtual talks in March with author Catherine Stewart discussing her new book, The Power Worshippers. Our congressional resolution critiquing blasphemy laws was passed out of committee with strong bipartisan support in the House of Representatives, clearing a path for potential passage later this year in the House. We supported our strategic partner, Foundation Beyond Belief, in their robust initial COVID relief efforts. Also in March, our legal team participated in 2 amicus briefs to the Supreme Court, vindicating our constitutional rights and seeking necessary limitations on the ministerial exception. In April, the educational webinar series on COVID-19 began and was quite popular and well received. Keeping the online content going, we hosted some great social media campaigns, including one featuring author Greg Epstein and another focusing on Earth Day. The AHA board met and approved a gender-based violence resolution that seeks to raise awareness and spur meaningful reform. We received a terrific legal win and settlement in our Greenville, North Carolina case regarding graduation prayer. However, the other side decided to appeal, so we're still waiting to see how that resolves. Among other legal actions, we sent a demand letter to a school regarding their religious school-sponsored event and co-signed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court regarding exempting religious businesses from including contraceptive coverage. We also raised the profile of ways to make a difference at this time with email and social media focus on hashtag COVID can't stop good. In May, the AHA engaged in rapid social media response to George Floyd's murder. We also supported efforts to urge the Department of Justice to open a hate crimes investigation into the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Our church-state separation activism around the National Day of Reason received especially good coverage, and we sent a legal letter to Judson Independent School District in Texas regarding their Just Pray message on a high school marquee, as if that's the way to make a difference. When humanist leader Mubarak Bala was arrested in Nigeria, we engaged in several actions. We utilized our connections to Ambassador-at-Large Brownback and the Congressional Free Thought Caucus so they would apply pressure. We generated thousands of letters through an online call of support, and we mobilized secular movement leaders to activate the U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom. Our sister lobbying organization, the Center for Free Thought Equality, co-sponsored a town hall on Facebook with Arizona's non-theist elected officials. Our education team worked with Camp Quest to explore videos for kids on the humanistic 10 commitments. In June, the AHA joined a number of coalition campaigns, notably letters to the government officials urging justice for Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. We supported George Floyd's Justice in Policing Act, and we joined the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights efforts to urge the Senate not to move forward with the problematic Justice Act, which would have fallen far short of making a positive difference. Our social media staff devised and executed Twitter takeover campaigns, providing a great way for us to engage and feature Black and brown humanists such as Mandisa Thomas, Sikivu Hutchinson, Juhem Navarro Rivera, Anthony Pinn, and Debbie Goddard. As a cost-saving measure for these uncertain times, we reduced the size of the magazine to incorporate the most necessary material normally published in Freemind. Our social justice team developed a grassroots advocacy project with our Latinx Humanist Alliance. The project is advocating for the next COVID-19 relief package to include treatment, testing, and vaccinations for all immigrants, regardless of their immigration status. Meanwhile, as it became clearer than ever that this pandemic is not going to be over anytime soon, we ramped up our online communications even more, which now includes our Speaking of Humanism monthly keynote speakers, our group webinar events for AHA chapter and affiliates on topics of concern to local groups, our Critical Minds webinar series hosting academic-minded folks addressing topics of interest to our membership. Last night, by the way, we just hosted Dr. Mark Reimers talking about the evolution of the human brain. Our special topic series include multi-part series on COVID with future topics such as climate, returning to normal, and healthcare. Our further reflections are instructor-led courses with ones on the way addressing morality, mental illness, racial equity, LGBTQ issues, and the biology of religion. Even with all that, we still hold one-off events like the Center for Free Thought Equality seminar titled Increasing the Political Clout of the Atheist and Humanist Community. Nearly all these can be seen after the fact via recordings as well. Okay, that was just March through June, and just a slice of what we did in those 4 months. Since you'll be hearing more about the latest happenings throughout the day, I'll pause there for now. By now, we're all familiar with online events like this, but in these months, I find myself missing getting to see you face to face all the more. With my travels, visits, and in-person talks all on hold, I'm not hearing your feedback on our progress as much as I usually enjoy. So we're going to show you a 2-minute membership video, and then I'm going to take your questions so we can have a virtual chat. Please type your questions into the Q&A section during the video, and I'll get to as many as possible. Thank you.
I think that Roy and I are both back on your screens. I'm going to be reading your questions from the Q&A to Roy for answers. I'm going to start with this one, Roy, because as the Director of Development, I think it's a particularly fun one. Daniel asks, if you got $1 million donation tomorrow, how would you allocate it? What percentage to what issues?
Wow. That's a good question. There's so much the AHA does, as you got a flavor for in that discussion just now. But I think that today, there's no doubt that the AHA wishes to double down on our work toward keeping church and state separate, keeping the secular government in place, keeping this world safe for humanistic ideas, as well as increasing our influence on social justice issues, being a voice there where we can provide support and help and assistance and make a real difference on that and the environment. So it's going to be all across the board if we got a donation of that kind of size. Thank you.
David would like to know, do you think we can expect a late pushback from evangelicals closer to the election in support of their orange savior?
I believe you're right. This is going to be a tough election. AHA, of course, is a nonpartisan organization, but we do know that there is great impact as to what happens depending on who is elected. And we know what we've experienced these recent years and how far things have been regressed in ways that are problematic for this country. We need to have leadership in place in government that can be understanding that this is a world of change, that this is a world that needs to open up to more diverse voices, not close them down.
I'm just going to make a quick announcement because somebody asked me to in the Q&A. Some people in the chat are clicking on just all panelists, and that only goes to the current speaker and AHA staff. So you want to make sure when you're chatting, you are clicking all panelists and attendees. Sorry to interrupt your questions, Roy.
That's
Sackett, who is one of our former board members, asks, are we being joined by the Humanists International?
Yeah, I believe there are quite a few folks on the call today from Humanists International. We're real sorry not to have been able to hold the World Humanist Congress with them, as was our plan to do, based in Miami. But of course, the COVID crisis has interceded in those plans, and instead we're having this event today. And I know that the Humanists International is planning a General Assembly for later this year, and I hope that folks get a chance to listen in on that.
And I'll just also say later on in the later on this morning, we'll be having a quick preview from a representative from the Danish Humanist Society, who is one of the hosts of the 2023 World Humanist Congress. So you'll get to hear about that.
Indeed.
There are so many questions, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to sort through them. I'm a visitor from the UK and a member of agnostic.com. What strong links do you have with the UK?
We work real closely with British humanists. And Andrew Copson, who is now the president of Humanists International, and I have had a relationship that's gone back over the years, and we coordinate ideas, things about how humanist celebrants have come to rise, and they're making great progress on the legal efforts in England to try to give more benefits to the humanist celebrant process, which do weddings and ceremonies and things like that, just as we do here in the United States. And also we're fighting for that as well. As you may know, we're trying to seek a humanist chaplain in the military so that our humanists in service don't have to always go to a religious person for that special treatment and advice.
Rick asks, what is the relationship between the AHA and Americans United?
Americans United for Separation of Church and State is one of our colleague organizations, for sure. We coordinate a lot on amicus briefs in the Supreme Court, on legislative activism, on different topics, especially, of course, related to keeping government secular. And Rob Boston, their longtime employee and spokesperson, is on the American Humanist Association's board of directors, so that we have a direct personal tie to make sure that we're keeping that coordination smooth as possible.
Roy, to be honest, I don't know if you have additional information on this, so feel free to say if you don't, but we're getting several questions about the situation with Mubarak Bala in Nigeria.
Oh, right. Yes.
Is there anything that you can tell us?
We're keeping the pressure on. Unfortunately, he's not been released. His legal counsel has not been able to provide the input and involvement that is supposed to be happening. Humanists International are really taking the lead on the direct connection with the folks on the ground there. And so we're supporting them, as well as pushing the US government to do the right thing, provide the right pressure so that we can see this person released. It's a very unfortunate situation, and we're monitoring it as close as we can. And there may be folks later during the day who can speak more directly to the issue.
Leonid is asking, hi, I'm new here and looking to become a bit more active in atheism within the US and or the Ukraine. Can you help me to find a way I can contribute to the humanist and atheist movements?
I didn't catch that. US or the Ukraine?
Ukraine, yes.
So internationally, again, I'd point you to Humanist International as the premier organization kind of coordinating those things. And I'm not sure if there's an on-the-ground organization in the Ukraine. Quite likely there is, since there's over 100 around the world. But I do have some Ukrainian heritage, by the way, and I appreciate that. And I want us to find ways to get people involved. You can definitely get involved, especially with the pandemic going on. We've learned how to do these video types events like you're seeing today, and connect in with that. There's chats, there's communication ways. This is going to be a more directly one. We're going to have Q&A during the day, of course, but some of our online events are really geared toward that individual personal interaction, so that wherever you are in the world, you can participate.
Martha asks, the phrase church and state is sometimes used, but we also often hear the phrase religion and government instead. Does the AHA have a preference? And if we do, why? Or do you think they're really interchangeable?
We use both, to be direct. I like religion and government because it's a broader term that, it's not just churches, it's mosques, it's synagogues, it's other types of houses of worships. And it's not just houses of worships, but religion in general that we need to keep separate from government. We've learned over and over again that a secularly neutral government is the way to be fairest to all. Unfortunately, the other side sees it rather differently. They want to have special rights for religion. They want to make sure that even taxpayer dollars from atheists and agnostics and humanists are going to support their religious concerns. And they see it as bias if that doesn't happen. And we've got to change the way that looks. I know that this goes differently in different parts of the world. I know Canada, for instance, had a great court decision where they decided that when it comes to civil rights like these, those civil rights on other issues take precedence over religious civil rights. Well, I'm afraid what we're seeing today is the courts and the government trying to make the claim that religious rights take precedence over all other civil rights. And that's something that we cannot allow to happen.
Thanks, Roy. That's all we have time for right now, but I think we covered a lot of ground, so thanks very much.
I hope we'll get to chat some more later. Thank you.
We did have a lot of questions on legal issues, and that's somewhat convenient since our next session will be about legal issues. So I will take us into that shortly. I'm just going to talk actually a little bit about the World Congress and Humanists United first, which is also convenient since a lot of you were asking questions about international issues. As we just mentioned, we're holding this virtual event because we had to cancel the World Humanist Congress. The World Congress is hosted every 3 years by a different humanist organization around the world for Humanists International. This year, the AHA was planning to hold the Congress in Miami this very weekend, but unfortunately, the pandemic made that impossible. A little later, you'll be getting a short preview of the 2023 World Humanist Congress in Copenhagen. But right now, I'd like to tell you a little bit about all that Humanist International does. They are the global representative body of the humanist movement. And if you aren't already familiar with them, I urge you to go to their website at humanists.international to learn more. And we'll put that website link in the chat. One of their most important goals is to protect humanists around the world through the Protect Humanists at Risk campaign. You heard Roy speak about the AHA's support of Mubarak Bala in Nigeria. He is a humanist leader who has now been in detention for over 100 days for criticizing religion. Humanists International has been the leader in advocating for his release and the protection of other humanists who are in danger around the world. During the pandemic, they've also created a host of programs and information about a humanist response to COVID-19. You can be an organizational member. The AHA is a member organization, as are several of our individual chapters. And you can also support Humanists International as an individual. So please visit their website to learn more. The website again is humanists.international, and the link is in the chat. Now, I'd like to introduce the first of our conference sessions. Monica Miller, the legal director and senior counsel for the AHA, will talk about issues of separation of church and state with Rachel Laser of Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Welcome, Monica and Rachel. I think you might need to unmute, both of you.
Do it myself.
Oh, Monica just did it.
Okay.
And there's
I
Rachel.
can do it myself. Yeah.
Right. I'm turning it over to you.
Fantastic. I'm just making sure I can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
Great.
Monica, we can hear you.
Great. Well, hi, I am Monica Miller. I am the legal director and senior counsel for the American Humanist Association. My pronouns are her, she, and I am on land occupied by the Miwok people. I am very pleased to introduce and have a discussion today with Rachel Laser, who is the president and CEO of Americans United for Separation of Church and State. And she's also a lawyer, an advocate, and a strategist who has dedicated her career to making the country more inclusive. So welcome, Rachel.
Hello, I'm unmuted. Thank you so much, Monica, and hello, everybody. It's an honor to be here with you today. I am Rachel Laser. I'm the president and CEO of Americans United for Separation of Church and State. I use the pronouns she and her, and I am on the occupied land of Piscataway, Kahnaway, and Nacotchtank people. So Monica, I'm looking forward to chatting with you about what was an unfortunate Supreme Court term.
Correct. It was unfortunate indeed. I was actually just going to ask you, we had a handful of rulings this summer, a number of them impacting church-state relations. I think we would probably both agree that the Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue case was probably the case that had the most impact on church-state relations. Would you agree that's the case? And then if so, kind of maybe tell us a little bit why that is.
So let me just start by saying it's a tough one. There were an unfortunate number of cases this term that took up religious freedom. As soon as the Title VII cases came down, which we celebrated, when we saw, it was sort of incredible. Justice Gorsuch wrote the opinion. All of a sudden, it was clarified that there couldn't be LGBTQ discrimination in the workplace and that was part of Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And then there was this one paragraph at the end of the opinion that said, and by the way, there's this super statute, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and that may open the door and open the floodgates to a huge gaping hole in the middle of this newly clarified right. And that sort of signaled, we've got 3 cases coming that are directly on religious freedom and we may be in trouble. The Espinoza case is particularly a bad one, and I would say it is for 3 reasons. The first reason is it overruled decades of precedent, and it declared that taxpayers can be forced to fund religious education where the state has a voucher program. That's a really big deal, right? Like the 2002, the Supreme Court went with this fiction that, vouchers weren't sort of direct government money. And so said that, they were possible and it wasn't necessarily a violation. What's new about this is the required part.
Right.
Now your and my taxpayer dollars are required to go to support religious schools if, the state has a voucher program. That's reason number 1. Reason number 2 is it advanced this other fiction and this argument that we're hearing a lot right now from religious extremists, that it's somehow discrimination against religious institutions if they get special treatment when it comes to getting out of government burdens, so they don't have to comply with anti-discrimination laws. But if they don't get equal treatment when it comes to government benefits, like funding in this case. So somehow, we're living in this new world where, religion is treated different in a lot of ways by our government and given special benefits, but now religious institutions get to have it both ways in order to be equal. That's reason number 2. Reason number 3 is that we've been fighting hard this redefinition of religious freedom that shifts it from what it was intended to be, which is a shield to protect us all, right? To be religious, not be religious, change our belief system along the course of our lifetime, as a shield for us, and it changes it into really a sword and weaponizes religious freedom and allows it to be used to license harm to others. And in this case, the reason I say that is because we're talking about forcing your and my tax dollars to fund religious schools that can get around all of these civil rights requirements that apply to, for example, public schools. So, religious schools can turn families away because they don't share their religion. There's a track record of them turning families away because they're LGBTQ, or students away because they have disabilities, or teachers away because they get in vitro fertilization. And I'm not saying all religious schools, but too many. And therefore, what we're talking about is this notion of religious freedom being used to allow harm to others. And that's very dangerous. And we're seeing so much of that today.
Absolutely. And I think when you combine the Espinoza ruling with the other rulings involving, the ministerial exception, where you have 2, Catholic school teachers who teach, the range of subjects that you would in, say, an elementary school, art and math and so forth, and you just wiped away those protections for those religious teachers. We're not talking about atheists. We're talking about, bona fide, maybe Christians or Catholics. And sometimes these schools employ people who aren't. And that actually is kind of one of the points of those rulings. But we saw in a few weeks' time, expansive, broadening of treating religion differently and giving them exemptions, and at the same time saying that they must be treated as equals when it comes to, getting government funds. So they, like, you said, they're getting their cake and eating it too. They're getting the exemptions, they're getting the special treatment when they want the special treatment, and then they're getting, off the hook when they want to get off the hook. And that creates definitely a problem. I think there was another, you mentioned 3 significant reasons why, the Espinoza case, what marks maybe the most significant church-state separation case of the summer. I would say maybe a 4th one is, and maybe it's related to your first point about calling into question and overruling decades of precedent, and frankly flipping church-state separation on its head. But we have the issue of those no aid clauses, sometimes pejoratively referred to as Blaine amendments. I believe 37 states have those. The Supreme Court went a little out of its way in the Espinoza case, the majority did, of course, to call into question no aid clauses that are in state constitutions. Do you kind of want to talk a little bit about that, like where you see the state constitutional provisions that protect church-state separation, but in a very specific way, where they say you can't provide aid, to public schools, to churches, very directly?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So, 37 states have these no aid clauses in their state constitutions, and they're really, seen as going further and protecting, the separation of church and state than the Establishment Clause has been interpreted as doing, so far. So they're really important. They apply to houses of worship. They apply to often to religious education, and they've been a really important way so far to fight school voucher programs, which primarily fund religious education. So they are very important. And you're right that what we saw in the Espinoza, concurrences is that we've got some Supreme Court justices that are out to, try to declare unconstitutional these no aid clauses. Right. That did not happen here. So that's the first point that I want to make, that fortunately the no aid clause, this is sort of technical and lawyerly sounding, but the no aid clause wasn't what was at issue in this case. It was the application of it. And so, we didn't have to worry that this this case actually established valid precedent specifically on that point of whether a no aid clause is unconstitutional. It did not. So on the one hand, there's no question that these no aid clauses are in the crosshairs, and that there's a very well-funded movement to go after them right now, and that we're going to see sort of stepped up legal action against them, you know. But on the other hand, there's good news, right? So starting with the fact that, you know, the case didn't make any declaration as such that the no aid clauses are unconstitutional. And secondly, that, you know, these no aid clauses really differ across the state. So for example, some of the no aid clauses say that you can't fund any private education whatsoever. And those are still valid for sure after Espinoza, there's no question, because the Espinoza case just said, if you're funding as a state private schools, then you also can't exclude the category of private religious schools. So that, you know, so like those would still be allowed to stand. There are other no aid clauses that go specifically to religious uses. Right. And this decision, right, Justice Roberts, who wrote it, went out of his way. And it's, you know, to me, there's something incredibly fictional about it, but nonetheless, we're going with it because it's a significant distinction that he went out of his way to say, like the Trinity Lutheran case, you know, which is the playground resurfacing case, that all that we're talking about here is that you can't exclude religious institutions based on their religious identities. And it didn't go, according to the Chief Justice who wrote the majority opinion, to religious uses. So that where you have no aid clauses that do specifically go there, this case didn't rule on that. So we're, you know, there's some hope left.
Correct. And I would totally agree with that, both with respect to the not actually overruling the no aid clauses. And I'm glad that that's your take as well. I mean, it's certainly like, it's almost like the lemon test. I mean, it's getting called into question by the court. I mean, they're really, the majority is bending over backwards to force that into play when it really wasn't at play at all. But definitely, you know, even the Montana one is still there on its face. It's just that, like you said, when it's interpreted to mean a certain thing. Now, I do think it's really interesting that the use wasn't part of the analysis, because on the one hand, we have the benefit of them not putting that into play and trying to make sense of the distinction between what type of aid we're talking about. Because as you mentioned, Trinity Lutheran, we're talking about providing a secular gift, if you will. It's tan bark or it was used tires to resurface kids' playgrounds. Now we're talking about teachers' salaries. We're talking about ministers and houses of worship. I mean, it's probably not going to be limited to vouchers here. The analysis in the ruling, when it came down to it, I mean, the takeaway feels like this automatic thing. Ultimately, the court still has a test involved, and I think it was a version of strict scrutiny. So it's not to say that automatically all these programs are going to be allowed. There's still an analysis. But it felt, as you sort of alluded to, very superficial and without substance. So it is a little bit hard to understand where that use distinction will come into play. I'm curious what you think of, you know, how we might see this ruling go beyond vouchers and what we should look out for. Is it going to expand to, you know, these federal loans that are being given to churches right now for the coronavirus relief that they might forgive, and now we're giving direct federal taxpayer dollars to churches? Do you think that the Espinoza ruling will kind of come into play with that stuff?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's a real concern. Look, the Espinoza decision was terrible, but it didn't go to all of the worst places. And let me just explain. So like, and then I'm going to answer your question, you know, about how far it goes. So for example, it didn't say, as we just discussed, that a state is prohibited from a restriction on funding religious activity, you know, or content, right? It just said you can't exclude a religious institution based on its religious identity, right? What it also didn't address was whether or not you can preclude state funding for discrimination that violates state, you know, and federal anti-discrimination laws. It didn't reach that. And just as an example, 10 of the 12 religious schools in Montana, which is, you know, where the Espinoza case took place, that applied for this tuition credit money from the state, had discriminatory policies on their books, right? And the court just didn't even address that, right? And that's significant. Furthermore, the court, this was a decision that was contained to the area of vouchers, right? So it wasn't a decision that was about direct aid, right? And direct government subsidies. And that's really significant too, right? And fourth, as we talked about, the decision didn't say, from here going forward, taxpayers all across all 50 states are definitely funding religious education in every state. It just said, if you have a voucher program, then that voucher program cannot exclude religious schools based on their religious identity, right? But let me go back to the third one, right? Because it's significant, the fact that the decision didn't reach direct government funding and subsidies. So let's talk about that payroll protection money that you just raised. That is as direct as it gets. That is money that is directly being transferred from the government, from all the money that you and I and all of you pay out of every one of our paychecks. And it's going directly to houses of worship to fund clergy salaries. And it's also going to religious schools, right, without any restrictions on how they can use the money. And actually, Americans United just did a report on that you can find on our website. We scrutinized, right? There were FOIA requests, there were records released of everyone who got over $150,000, every religious institution, and we scoured those records for religious schools that got the money, and we found that religious schools got up to 6.5 almost $1 billion just from the PPP program. So, there's no question, Monica, in response to your question, there's no question that if there is a lawsuit that's brought challenging this use of PPP money as an establishment clause violation, that, you can bet that the Becket Fund and others will be in there saying, but look at Trinity Lutheran, but look at Espinoza, but we have a really strong argument to make that distinguishes direct government funding, in particular, because when you think about the origins of the First Amendment and the religion clauses,
it's right there.
Came into being to fight taxation that was directly funding churches, right? That was its origin.
Yeah.
So it is the greatest corruption that you can sort of imagine, that's taking place. So I hope not. And I'll just say one more thing. And I know that we don't have that much time together, so I apologize for long answers.
Oh, please, thank you.
I will also say that I could see the same Espinoza, Trinity Lutheran type of argument about, religious discrimination that we talked about when you aren't, treating religious institutions equally, coming up in the context of like historic preservation. So in these cases, which we've won a lot of, where a religious institution, needs to support certain renovations, et cetera, that goes directly to, their religious uses, right? That's about, that's core to their structure, literally. And we've been successful, so far in churches and houses of worship not getting that money. But, you could see the same type of argument being used there, just as another example.
Totally. I mean, that's actually, that's been on my mind, even really since Trinity Lutheran. And frankly, in some ways, I'm a little bit surprised that, in the wake of that decision, we almost didn't see way more states kind of experimenting and going really far into pushing the bounds of Trinity Lutheran. It's not to say we're not seeing it. And I think these federal loans, to churches is unequivocally one of the biggest priorities all of our groups kind of have right now when it comes to this, because like you said, this is why, this is one of the main causes of, what our founding fathers were concerned with when they drafted the First Amendment. It's right there in the legislative history. This isn't one of those, how would they have interpreted a 10 Commandments monument on a park or, prayer in school? I mean, this is right there in sort of the founding documents about where they saw church-state relations. And when it came to a federal government, I mean, it's Congress shall make no law, and we're talking about the federal government. There's just no, I can't see how Justice Thomas is going to write his dissent should we prevail in this lawsuit, because he can't go on his whole spiel about the Establishment Clause not applying to the states. It's right there. It's the government, federal taxpayer dollars, direct, very direct funding to religious usage. And that is scary, knowing that it is going to still be an uphill battle for us to prove that. I mean, we have that get fined. We've got Federal Society against us. So it is definitely on our radar too over at AHA. And I imagine that if and when those loans get forgiven with respect to, religious entities, that all of our groups will coordinate and strategize and make sure we come up with the best kind of case for that, because we have, it's a little David and Goliath with respect to who we are up against and what we're up against, as you know.
Indeed, no, indeed, and I think in particular with the with the pandemic happening, that it's a particularly hard moment to be, sort of standing up for our constitutional rights when they're tough, and when a lot of houses of worship are suffering, and providing support to their communities. And I know we all really empathize, and that is really tough. But in moments of crisis, that is not a time to abandon our constitutional principles, which frankly, in a time of such division as well in our country, it's our Constitution that is the glue in America. I mean, we don't share, an ancestry or a national origin. What we share in common are these foundational principles of freedom and equality for all. So it's a tough time. And as you say, I mean, I like the David Goliath, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. And I think that this is an area, especially in the wake of the rulings that, constrict the rights of religious employees. We're talking, whether it's like a Hobby Lobby type of situation. Now we're talking elementary schools. You can get fired from an elementary Catholic school because you had breast cancer and you needed to take a leave of absence. And we're not just talking, they get some sort of presumption that that's allowed. We're saying you can't even sue them under this ministerial exception ruling. And so I wonder, from your perspective, what role you see kind of bringing in, or how we might be able to bring in religious allies. Maybe they're progressive, maybe they're not. We know we have a lot of relations with the Baptist group. How, as Americans United is not an atheist organization, is there an increased effort sort of to ally with other religious groups to kind of fight these things, to help them understand how these rulings take away protections from religion too?
Absolutely. So as a start, my organization, Americans United for Separation of Church and State, is turning 75 years young in 2022. So we've been around for a very long time. And we were actually founded by a sort of politically and theologically diverse crowd, but they were pretty much all people of faith. And what I've seen as sort of so far in my 2.5 years of leading the group is that it's people who have the strongest religious or non-religious identities, both, that are our strongest proponents and our strongest supporters, because they understand how important it is to freedom to be able to have the freedom of conscience and the freedom to believe and be who they are, in this way. And so, the other thing is that there is this sad reality, which will go away when we've achieved true religious freedom in this country, which is that people of faith, and let's be honest, especially Christians, which I'm not, by the way, are presumed to have the greatest moral authority in our nation, and it's sort of, it's one of those things that, as a Jewish girl growing up in the city in Chicago, it's kind of as hard to believe as, how much prejudice and bias there is against atheists and non-theists in this country, and I have members and supporters of Americans United telling me every day stories about my siblings tried to discredit me on the stand from being the executor of my father's estate because I'm a non-believer, or, and so anyway, the point here is that, bringing in faith voices is really important, both because there is still in this country, we are a predominantly religious country, right? We're almost 70% Christian still, not white Christian, by the way. That majority went away in 2014, but we are a majority Christian. We're a majority religious. A lot of people say that's true because we have the separation of church and state, right? Yeah. And so, and also because so many people of faith actually believe so wholeheartedly in this value of religious freedom and are pained by its misuse, try to harm our neighbors and fellow citizens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
But we do a lot of that work. Yes.
yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's fantastic work. And I found us working closer with the Baptist Joint Committee and Holly Hallman, who we did a little Humanist Legal Society event before the Espinoza ruling came down. And the way she put it is like, we're acutely aware of how, you can't take government money without expecting at some point to have strings attached. Now those strings are kind of loosening with these other rulings we're seeing, but nonetheless, I mean, it's getting that voice out there. I mean, they were there on the Supreme Court steps for our Bladensburg Cross case, almost speaking the loudest to say, we don't want the government to tell us what our cross means. This is our quintessential religious symbol. And now you've got the government distorting that meaning to the point where they're saying it's not religious. It represents World War I. There's no religious meaning to this cross. And that's deeply, deeply offensive to many devout Catholics and religious people, of the Christian faith. So I think it's important to kind of, some of these cases just, they flew out, and I've talked to a lot of friends who are politically savvy they're not attorneys, but they're, abreast of all these issues. And I think because of the COVID news, we've got serious issues with race going on in our country right now. These are, it's almost like watching our separation of church and state, our foundation of our country, just kind of like slip away under people's radar. And I think it's really vital we kind of bring that importance to, the masses, and in a way that we're not saying this was overruled, because as attorneys, we still have to be careful of, the sky is falling, but we can still pick it up, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm so glad actually that you brought up this moment of sort of reckoning around our inability to achieve our ideals on racial equality in this country, because here's something else that I think not enough of us that are part of this church-state separation or, religion government separation movement, as we all just talked about, have thought enough about, which is the deep roots of the misuse of religious freedom in advancing racism in this country. And I think that, there are incredible allies in the Black and brown communities of faith and Black and brown advocacy communities in general around different issues, because this history, just like so much of what white people are oblivious to when it comes to the suffering and oppression of Black and brown people, because we don't live that reality. Right. So many white people in our space of church-state separation are unaware of that history and unaware of the way. If you want to really read about it, you could read the NAACP's amicus brief in the Masterpiece Cake Shop case, because there they just lay it out, right? The government's repeated misuse of religion and Christianity often to advance racism. In the Dred Scott case, citing the Bible. In the lower court in Loving versus Virginia, fighting where the judge was sentencing the couple and said, by the way, like the Bible says that these races should stay separate. And really through to today, even when we saw Attorney General Jeff Sessions arguing that, Corinthians from the Bible justifies keeping primarily brown children in cages, right? And so we just, it's part of our past, it's part of our present, and we would do ourselves better to forge many more allies and make sure that this cause is opening itself up to the breadth of ways that we are fighting racism at the same time as we're fighting its misuse for various other forms of oppression.
100%. And just sort of to wrap it up, because I know we're about out of time, but the voucher program itself, any sort of voucher program, is a way to take money out of the public schools and funnel them into private schools. And those private schools are allowed in many respects, and will probably be even more allowed to with respect to these, broadening of the religious exemptions, but to discriminate. And yes, they're not technically allowed to right now with race and this and that, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It doesn't mean it doesn't go under the radar. It doesn't mean that, these exemptions, with respect to the ministerial exception won't end up allowing that. And ultimately it's still taking money away, the public fisc away from public schools to make programs better for lower income people. And absolutely, I mean, these church-state relations, and I think both of our organizations, because we're not exclusively, about atheism or fighting against religion as much as we are about protecting church-state separation, it kind of does give us a little bit more room to advocate for those ideas, to kind of educate people about why church-state relations completely impact, women's rights, minorities' rights, and so forth. It's not just about religion.
Exactly. And that's also a key to reaching younger people. And we're not going to protect the separation of religion and government unless we're really reaching those Zoomers, as they call them, Generation Z, like the boomers, and making sure that they value this issue. And the way to do that, like you said, is, do you see its connection to reproductive freedom? Do you see its connection to LGBTQ equality, racial equality, immigration rights, right? Fighting the Muslim ban. So many spaces of overlap where really the separation of religion and government is so foundational, which I know you all appreciate, but we just have got to be louder to communicate that to the next generation of leaders.
Yeah, you're right. And the youth especially, I mean, that's a population that they're so activist right now. They're so forceful that it would be, remiss to not try to bring them into our church-state separation or government religion relations fold to help use their voice and channel it in ways that we're not even maybe able to understand.
Exactly.
I do think we might be out of time, and I'm not sure if Nicole wants to take it away, but.
Yes, unfortunately you are out of time, but thank you for that very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but there were lots of questions in the Q&A. So I just want to let everybody know that Monica actually answers your legal questions every 2 weeks in her Facebook series, Legal Tuesdays. So watch the AHA Facebook page. She puts out a call for questions every time before she records one of those. So, and you can also watch past episodes of Legal Tuesdays on the American Humanist YouTube channel. Just one more point about our legal programs. The Humanist Legal Society, which is an affiliate of the AHA, promotes humanist legal values by providing networking and support opportunities for legal professionals and for law students. This Wednesday, they'll be hosting a panel discussion, a Supreme Court roundup on religious and equality cases, which will have a lot more discussion of some of these same issues. Everyone is welcome to attend that virtual event, and you can find out more about it or explore joining our Humanist Legal Society by going to the Society's website at humanistlegalsociety.org, and we'll put that link in the chat. Next up, Debbie Goddard of American Atheists is going to speak about diversity and inclusion, growing our secular community. Debbie will take a few questions at the end of her presentation. She's going to, I'll be online with her asking some of your questions. So type what you'd like to ask in the Q&A box, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. The time is short and the questions have been many, so we'll do our best. Anyway, welcome, Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, Nicole, and thanks to AHA for the invitation. I am gonna make sure my windows are all in the right place. I've never shared a PowerPoint on a Zoom call before, so there are new things coming up. But hi, as mentioned, I'm Debbie, currently based in the unceded territory of the Lenape people in northern New Jersey. And it's a real honor to be participating in this conference. I'm sad that the World Humanist Congress couldn't happen, but glad that there is something happening that I'll get to watch today and at least chat with some people I know. So today I'll be talking about how secular groups can better foster diversity and inclusion. It's a big topic. I don't have big time here. And unfortunately, there's not a clear way to know everyone who's in the audience watching this. I know that some good number of people are probably members of local groups, maybe leadership in local groups, have attended national conferences. I didn't realize that there would be so many international participants. I was told that this was probably going to be primarily a US-based audience, and so that's what my talk is focused on. I apologize if there are parts that are largely irrelevant to other people, but I'd actually be interested later if you want to message me to hear how things might be different in other countries than what I'm describing. So we'll talk about a few broader ideas first. I'll share some data that opens up probably newer information for some of you that were unfamiliar with it about non-religious communities. Then we can drill into concrete recommendations and practicable tips that you can take with you. I'm really hoarse right now, by the way. This is what I get for practicing late last night. I like to start by defining terms. And I'm going to test out this PowerPoint sharing screen function. So slideshow over here. This is exciting. Share screen. No, that's not my screen. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
This is Nicole. Debbie, are you clicking on the green share screen button and it's not?
I did, and I have the screen up and it appeared, and if you can't see it.
Oh, I think you just did it. There you go.
Is it the full PowerPoint or just is it in display mode?
It is not in display mode. There it is. Now you're good. It looks like you're in display mode now.
Interesting. I did test this out this morning and I apologize. So that worked, right?
Yes, looks good.
Wonderful. Thank you. You know, when you test things out 6 times, then you got to do it and it still ends up being weird. Apologize. So we were talking about defining terms. Diversity and inclusion. What do we mean when we talk about diversity? There's an example I like to give because it clarifies things for people and it eliminates some of the questions that people could ask later. And that involves these. That is a single solitary Lego. One Lego block, just one. We can't comment on the amount of diversity in this picture because there's one item in it. Oh man, that just made my screen go weird. Is it, darn it. I click one thing, y'all. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to do, nope, that's not advancing. Come on, Zoom. I wish I could see what you were seeing.
This is Nicole again. Now I am seeing your PowerPoint with the view with all the slides on the side. Would it be easier to just use that?
Possibly.
I'm being told to tell you to have you share your screen. Oh, I lost it. The chat is going so fast.
Did that work? Is it screen shared now?
I think so. I'm seeing a red logo on Lego on the right
I
side.
think what was the problem is if I overlay the actual PowerPoint with the Zoom window, then I click and it can't figure out which thing to click, and so things go wrong.
Okay.
Which I did not try doing earlier, so now I know. So there's
Virtual
one Lego.
conferences are new things.
I apologize, everyone. Now I'll go double fast. 2 Legos. Not diversity. Not a large enough group for us to say much about this group, right? You need to have a group before you can start drawing any conclusions about the amount of variety in that group. If you have 2 things, not so much. If you have 1, you can't say anything about the diversity or variety in that group. The word diversity is talking about difference among or between things, variety. So this group doesn't have a lot of that, right? This is what a group of diverse Legos, a variety of Legos looks like. That's pretty easy. We know Legos. That's a lot of different Legos. So when we talk about people, we can't say anything about the diversity of this fellow. This is a mistake that I think a lot of people make, which is why I wanted to clarify if there are questions. When we see the other 13 speakers at the conference that this fellow happened to be speaking at, though, we might start to have some questions. Like, really? Can that be my question? That seems odd. I'm not sure what kind of environment this is going to be. So this is the kind of thing where there's nothing wrong with each individual unit in this, but if you're bringing a group together and you don't see a lot of variety of kinds that you would expect to find in a group of 14 people who are presenting on things like science, that can bring up some questions. Right? Right. Thanks. That's what that group looks like to me. So when we talk about diversity, there are a lot of different kinds of characteristics that we can take into account. Oh, there's windows everywhere. Some things aren't as apparent from the visual test, but when we look at a group like this, or we walk into a room, a community group or anything like that, and we assess like, what kind of group is this? Will I find peers? Will I be comfortable here? Is this something that I want to return to? The first things that stand out to us, of course, are age, race, and apparent gender, right? If it looks like the speaker list for the other conference, we make some assumptions about the kind of place it's going to be, how comfortable we might be, how welcoming it might be. And we do this naturally. One that's relevant on here, one factor that we can take into consideration when considering diversity in a group that's not as apparent from the visual test, but is actually quite relevant for a lot of humanist communities, is class. Things like wealth, educational background, and the like. We don't talk about that as directly as much as I would think, but let's leave that to the side for now. There are a lot of slides and not as much time. So let's talk about inclusion real fast. What is inclusion in comparison to diversity? Well, when people talk about inclusion in this context, it means that different kinds of people can feel respected and appreciated as valuable members of their communities. It means that there's a culture or an environment that lets diverse members feel welcome, feel included, feel like they belong, feel like they can be part of the group. It's not as easy to show in pictures as diversity, which is one of the differences here, because it's a practice, it's a culture. Many of us who are non-religious have stories that we could tell, or we've heard stories from people we know about being in places where we feel like we don't belong because of our non-religious status. Or we've been told actually that we're not welcome there because we're not religious. Some members of the audience are familiar with the US Secular Survey, which I'll talk about for a bit. American Atheists partnered with lots of other secular organizations in the United States to conduct a nationwide survey of non-religious people. It was done last fall and attracted nearly 34,000 respondents. We were expecting maybe 10,000, so that was a pleasant surprise. Among other things, we were interested to learn more about the rates of discrimination and marginalization and stigmatization that non-religious people face across the country, as well as the effects of minority stress on non-religious people. You can check out the full report at secularsurvey.org, but I'll go through a little bit of the relevant data for this talk quickly. Now I'm showing a chart that shows the percentage of respondents who reported experiencing negative events related to their non-religious status in various areas within the last 3 years. So for example, about 55% of respondents to the survey reported a negative event with their family because of their non-religious status in the last 3 years. Almost half of the people who said they have military experience reported that a negative event happened to them. About 22% of respondents said something happened regarding their employment, and about 18% experienced a negative event related to their non-religious status in mental health services, which is one of the things in this report that's a crying shame. A significant minority of respondents reported being excluded from social gatherings and events because they are secular or non-religious. I'm assuming that probably a good chunk of those are family related, but who knows? These things, of course, have an impact. We heard from focus groups actually at the American Atheist Convention last spring when we started this data collection project, that people often felt like outsiders to society. They felt isolated especially when they lived in more religious areas. A quarter of respondents reported that they often experience one or more indicators of loneliness or isolation. About 1 in 6 of the people in the survey showed signs that are likely connected to depression. Those who had unsupportive families were much more likely to screen positive for depression in the test, 71% more likely if their family was not supportive. Non-religious people, as we might expect, who live in the areas with the highest rates of religiosity in the country, which for the US was the South, kind of the Southern Midwest, and Utah and Idaho. Non-religious people who live in those areas face greater rates of discrimination and stigma and had higher rates of concealing their identity from others than people in other states. We, of course, this is the stigma by state graph. The two charts for, the two maps I displayed that showed darker purple for high stigma faced by non-religious people and the areas with highest religiosity looked very similar. So those correlate pretty strongly. We also saw disparities in the survey related to various subpopulations. For example, Black participants were 3 times more likely than other participants to be physically assaulted because of their non-religious status. They were about half as likely to have supportive parents. Young people were 3 times more likely to be depressed and 5 times more likely to be physically assaulted because of their non-religious status. Interestingly, for this survey, we saw that participation with local or national secular groups or secular activities, or even membership in a secular organization, was a protective factor that reduced likely depression. So between like 25 to 35% compared to those who were not at all connected to groups. That's astounding to me. Changing depression rates for non-religious people who are not involved in community and non-religious people who are involved in community by a rate of 25 to 35%, it knocked my socks off. But you can find out more about the survey and see the full report at secularsurvey.org. Take a look. So if you've wished your community was more diverse, I hope you also are interested in doing the work of fostering an inclusive community, which is not just wishing, it's actually working. It's saying, what do we want to be and why? So what kind of work might that be? That's a great question. Thanks for asking, everyone. But I'd want to ask a question of people first. If I were contacted by a local group member or approached by someone at a conference after giving a talk or something and asked, like, how do we get more members of group X into our group? We're not representative for our community. The question I would ask them is, why? Why do you want more members of this group in your community? If we were doing a workshop right now, I'd want to take a moment to just spend some time getting answers from people about why. So I think the first answer, the gut instinct, is people walk into a room, they look around, they think the group looks embarrassing. They think they're missing something. They think if someone walks in who's belonging to a group that's not represented well there and maybe should be, that's shameful. And so they're just like, we need color. We need youth. We need other people in this room that we don't have. How do we get that, right? That's legit. I'm not saying it's not legit. It's a fine reason. You say something's missing. That doesn't explain why we need to do what we do, though. So I'd love it if groups would address this question more seriously. If leadership teams want to take this seriously, if you're involved in a local group or a national organization, and you say, why don't we have more people from Group X involved in our group? Ask yourself why you want that. I'll give you some of the reasons that I think we have. We don't have time to go into all of them, but I'm sure that some of these are answers that you're coming up with maybe in the chat that I'll take a look at later. Besides it kind of feeling embarrassing, you know, you don't want to necessarily post a group photo on Meetup if it's 45 white people of a certain age, for example, is 2, often our groups are in pretty diverse environments. They might be in cities, for example. We might have high minority populations, things like that. There's certainly people of different ages all around the place. And people have different experiences. If we are committed to trying to live as good humanists and live our values truthfully, this lack of representation of community members in our social spaces reinforces our ignorance. It can reflect our blind spots, which diminishes our ability to live our values well. If we want to serve our community, but we are blind to what's going on in huge chunks of our community, then we can't do as good a job of serving our community. And later on, I know there's a presentation on the 10 commitments, and it's interesting to think about how limited we'd be in those commitments if we really knew nothing about our community, or not nothing, but if we didn't have good information about how others live around us, or even in other parts of the world, right? A third reason is that besides these other considerations, if our communities lack diversity, if they're not reflective of the regions we're in, that likely means that there are people out there in our local communities that really could use what our groups can provide, including support, including connections. You know, think about the people who are responding to the survey, and also how difficult a time this might be for people because of the pandemic. If they don't know that your community is there and can help or be a place for them to just get respite from a potentially religious household or anything else, that's a real loss. And your group can do a better job of being a good humanist group if people know you're out there and you're able to connect with these different communities. We can all be better at living our values. So let's look quickly at some things that we can do in our groups, all of us. First, I'll leave this why up. Ask yourselves why. Go through the process as a group, as a leadership team, I guess first, of clarifying your vision and clarifying your values for your group. What do you want to be? And who is your group for? There are some groups that are probably very comfortable with what you're doing, and you just wish that other people would be involved. So you're just sad about the lack of participation from some communities. If so, I wonder if your group has seriously considered the needs of people in these other communities. Your group's activities may not be relevant to them. And it might be hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes to figure that out, but that's part of the exercise and the work that you should do. Another thing that should be a factor in this is that we recognize that this takes time and patience. You can't make the decision to have a diverse and inclusive group and then 3 months later, bam, it's done. You did it, good job. And we all make mistakes along the way, but we should learn from those and adjust our beliefs and actions. If you're serious about building a more inclusive local community, then your leadership team should be ready to commit to the work that needs to be done, and that includes educating yourselves and providing space to have the hard discussions about why you want to do this and where you might have your own blind spots and biases. There's lots of information online about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I didn't shove it all in this short talk, but if you're serious about it, there's work you can do. Another thing, advice for leadership teams, is you want to make sure that you bring your group members along in this process. You should create opportunities for your group members to provide feedback, and also for your event participants to provide feedback and to share their own visions for what they want the group to be. After all, culture is not just something that is decided at the top and then communicated to the members. It's something that you build together as a group. You also don't want to make decisions without their input because they have perspectives that you might not have. You can survey your members to learn more about their interests and needs, and you might even want to do focus groups as well. Maybe bring in women between 20 and 40 and students and people between 65 and 85 and, you know, all different kinds of groups, and have them meet in small groups or in Zoom meetings to talk about what they envision the group can be. If it was as successful as they wanted it to be a year from now, what would it look like? And last advice for leadership is to expand your leadership. Representation is important, including on your board and leadership team. And last, I'll go over a couple of suggestions for some tangible events and activities real fast. Let's see my time. Oops. I want to leave time for a couple questions. So just have a few suggestions quickly. First, recognize that you need to do things differently if you want to get different results. That seems obvious, but a lot of groups don't do it. I've been in groups that didn't do it because it's hard. There's a lot of inertia because you get used to doing things one kind of way. But things won't change unless you try to do things differently. Also recognize that if you succeed in bringing in different kinds of people, your group will change. You won't have the same group. That's what difference is like. If you succeed at bringing in 25 students, college students to every meeting, and you're not used to having people under 50, your group is going to operate a lot differently. The culture will shift, and you need to be comfortable with that. Also, make sure you diversify your programming. At American Atheists, we have a program that we call ACES that goes over the 4 major functions of community groups and provides resources along each one. That's A for activism, C for community, E for education, and S for service. Different kinds of activities appeal to different people. Another suggestion that's kind of connected to that is to consider the cell model, which comes out of ministry. Cell as in like biology cell. Little parts that make up a whole. Not all group meetings should be for all members. That's a funky kind of status quoism. There are successful mega churches that have brought in 10,000, 20,000 people on a Sunday, but that's not where people build their relationships. They build their relationships by joining the small group meetings over the course of a week for, single men in their 30s Bible study night, or hiking club, or knitting club, or, all kinds of things, widowers. And in these groups of, 4 to 8 people, they make their friendship. And then they go to big church on Sunday and they see a couple people they know maybe, but that's not where they have their best community relationships. You can make cells, small groups, as long as you have people to run them. And now we're in Zoom land, so it's easier in some ways around shared interests. If people are interested in Bible study or history study or politics argument or other things, that's an opportunity for that now, as well as groups around identity and experience, like women's groups, book clubs, movie night. You can use the results of the aforementioned survey to shift your programming and also find volunteers, hopefully. You can build partnerships with other organizations in your community to increase diversity within your own group. Your goal in building partnerships with other organizations is not, let me find as many of their members to join my group necessarily. It's actually to do good work and plug in with different groups around your community that might not be coming to your meetings. But it can be a happy result that you also attract new group members. You can do co-sponsored events, bring in speakers. A lot of groups are doing this kind of thing already. I tried to frame most of these recommendations so that they can apply even if we're all just having Zoom meetings for the next 6 to 8 months. There's one thing that I haven't seen humanist groups do yet. Please let me know. I'll check the chat in a minute to see if anyone's group is doing this. We talked about like mental health and support, and certainly there's a strong need for that in these bizarre times. I wonder if any humanist groups are having, like, to me, it would be great to have like a coffee kvetch instead of a coffee klatch, where every other week for an hour and a half, I get together with 6 other people and we just vent, rant, we complain, and we just wallow in our misery for a minute, and just be like, I find that a lot of progressive activists and humanists feel bad about feeling bad because we know other people have it worse and we know that we're privileged, right? And so when I lost my power for 4 days last week and I was like, oh, if I don't get it back by Saturday, I have this conference. Oh, my fridge is melting. Oh, there's nowhere to go because all the Starbucks and things are closed and what'll I do? I felt bad complaining about it, but I really could have used just a good, outlet of that. And people to be like, oh yeah, that sucks. That's really inconvenient. That's really hard. So that's what I imagine would help me sometimes. There might be other spaces for that, for higher level support and things, small meetings, maybe 5 to 8 people of support sessions that we could do on Zoom. But in all seriousness, no, the secular survey charts and the input from participants and just the state of the world right now and how people are feeling and doing in these weird times, the levels of anxiety and stress that are reported and everything else make me think like, if you don't have a religious community, if you're on the outs with your family, if you live in a difficult area and you're worried about politics and everything else, providing support is a really important thing that humanist groups can do. And so I'd be excited to know if any of your groups are doing it. And if not, I think it's something we should seriously consider to really live our values. So I'll end there. I know I was weird with the tech at first, and I should close my display. Did that work? Maybe there's time for a question.
There we go. So we are just about out of time. We did have lots of questions. We had some questions about disability rights. We had some questions about LGBTQ rights and why we don't seem to have anybody in the chat who's, Debbie, I think you're still screen sharing.
No.
Why there was nobody, there we go. Why nobody or so few people in the chat have identified themselves as they, them. I don't know if you want to respond generally in one answer to both. Sorry, if you can say something about disability rights generally and LGBTQ rights generally, whether humanist and atheist spaces are welcoming to them or not. Those were the gist of the question.
I honestly think that, broadly speaking, the LGB part of LGBTQ has generally been more accepted in humanist spaces than in the broad community. That doesn't mean it's perfect, but historically and currently, there's been more acceptance. Many of the leaders in humanism have been members of the LGBTQ community. There have been some interesting splits, particularly when you include the international scene. It seems particularly in the UK right now, from humanists who are concerned about, in particular, transgender women and transphobic and bigoted. So that can be a difficult area, not as much within humanist groups that identify primarily as humanist, but definitely in some of the overlapping spheres of groups like the skeptic community, and it's not as much in atheist groups, but it's here and there.
Right.
It's there. So as for they, them, I identify as non-binary, and I don't actually have strong feelings about pronouns myself, which is why I almost never tell people what pronouns to use for me, because it's not an important thing to me personally. I know it's important to other people, and I respect that. It's not to me.
Right. Well, I guess that's what's important, right? Respecting what, how people want to identify themselves.
Yeah,
I'm sorry that we couldn't take more questions from the chat. What we're going to do is we have a recording. We are recording all the questions that gets answered, and we will get those to Debbie, so maybe she can provide some answers to your questions on at a later time.
and I apologize for the tech issue. I practiced this 4 times. And
always that way, isn't it?
including at 11:30, I was like, double check, everything's set up, and then I go click it, and things were going in the wrong place.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining the conference, and we really appreciate everything that you contributed. Speaking of expanding audiences, we just want to mention our local chapters and affiliates of the AHA. You can look on our website, americanhumanist.org, for chapters that are near you. And there were some questions in the chat and the Q&A about organizing local organizations. You can find information about that there. You can also find out at our website how to donate or join the AHA. So I hope you will consider doing that. programs like this one are so important to creating community in the humanist community. And while we're presenting the conference for free, it isn't free to produce. So we hope that you will consider joining the AHA and donating to help support these programs. So earlier, I promised you a look at the 2023 World Humanist Congress in Copenhagen. So now we're going to introduce Lone Reid Milkauer of the Danish Humanist Society to give you an inside look. Hi, Lona, how are you?
Hi, it's working.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I just need to remove something from my screen. Hello all, and thank you very much for this opportunity to join you from Copenhagen, Denmark, even though I was supposed to be with you in Miami, and like a lot of other attendees today, I regret that very much, and I miss seeing all of the international humanist family, but that was not to be this year. But I'm gonna take this opportunity to welcome you all to Copenhagen for the World Humanist Congress in 2023. The theme of the Congress is gonna be building better democracies. And I hope that you will all join us in enhancing the democratic conversations that we as humanists, I think, is equipped and have thought about having. So I would like to extend this invitation to all of you. This Congress is a joint venture between all of the Nordic humanist organizations. So it's the humanist organizations from Finland, Norway, Sweden, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Denmark that are welcoming you to this conference. So I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity to seeing you all, and I hope to see you in Copenhagen, all of you, in the year 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Luna. I am certainly looking forward to joining you in Copenhagen, and we'll be looking forward to hearing lots more about what's coming up in the coming years. It seems so far away, 2023, but I know it will come quickly. Now to tell you a little bit more about one of our programs, we are going to bring you a short video about the Apignani Humanist Legal Center. After the video, we're going to go to a short break, and we will be back at 12:45 Eastern on the dot. We're going to try to keep this, the timing very close. So enjoy the video, and we'll see you in a few minutes. everybody. We'll be continuing our program in just a moment. I want to remind you again to follow American Humanist on Facebook and Twitter. We're posting about the conference today throughout the day, and every day you'll find news stories of interest and information about our programs. We'll also you should also make sure to go to americanhumanist.org/donate to become a member or make a contribution. I also want to remind everybody, and especially anyone who is joining us for the first time now, we hope that you will introduce yourself and have conversations with other attendees in the chat. Just make sure that your chat is set to all panelists and attendees. If you just send your message to all panelists, then the other attendees won't see it, only the speaker and staff. Right now, I would like to tell you a little bit about the Humanist Foundation. The foundation functions as an endowment fund for the AHA, donating money each year and helping to ensure the continued health and strength of the AHA. Now, I'd like to introduce Michael Werner, the president of the Humanist Foundation, to tell you more about this important organization. Mike? Do we have Mike on the call? Okay. Oh, there we go. Hi, Mike.
Hi there. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Great to see everybody here. This is Mike Werner from the land of the Lumbee. I'm going to ask you a question. Does humanism matter to you? It's meant everything in my life to me. I'll bet the evolving life stance of humanism motivates you, enriches you, and grounds you. I'll bet, like me, humanism embodies your most important values and offers a path to a better world. You can strengthen humanism now and for future generations through the Humanist Foundations. The advances we've made, that you've heard about today, don't come easily, and the Humanist Foundation has been at the core of our success. For 40 years, the Humanist Foundation has supplied yearly funds to support the AHA's mission. It's also been a backstop for the AHA in trying financial times. The Humanist Foundation serves as an endowment to support the long-term range interests of humanism and the AHA. If humanist values matter dearly to you, there is no better way to enshrine those values than to specify a bequest in your will to the Humanist Foundation. You can do this with a designated amount, a percentage of your estate, an immediate gift, or even a charitable annuity. And by the way, on the annuities, we give some of the best rates available, and we'll even accept stocks and property as a contribution. No matter how you make your gift, it will qualify as a charitable deduction. Your bequest to the Humanist Foundation is a deed that lives on beyond yourself. Your gift lives on in perpetuity so that humanism can thrive well into the future. And we can fund the Humanist Foundation that supports a young person way into the future who questions, what can I believe if I don't believe in God? Now I'm going to urge all of you to request an information packet, or we'll even give you a personal phone call to find out how you can make a gift for future generations. You're on your computer right now, so you can send an email and request that information packet or a personal call. And I thank you for your consideration. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike, for telling us about the Humanist Foundation. And I do just also want to reiterate that the Humanist Foundation supports the AHA every year in a very significant way. And that is a very important part of our budget. So thank you, Mike, on behalf of the AHA to the Humanist Foundation. Just to show you a little bit about what some of that support makes possible, we'd like to show you a video about the work that the AHA Center for Education has been doing over the past year. Just to highlight some of the programs that the Center for Education is doing that you can take advantage of. Coming up is in our Speaking of Humanism series, we're going to feature Ovias Khalil speaking about humanists in healthcare, and that's on Friday, August 28th. Mark Reimers, who's already done some webinars for us, will be doing a 3-part course starting on August 25th called Further Reflection, a more in-depth look at human brain evolution. And now that one requires a paid registration. Jay Hooper, who you will hear from later today, will do a 3-part series in September, starting in September, called Elaine Locke's Imagination, Developing an Eye for Being Black, Queer, and Free Beyond Sight. That also has a paid registration. Earlier this year, we did a survey series on how humanists can support their communities and stay connected throughout the pandemic. And that, along with our other seminars, free seminars, are all recorded and are on our YouTube channel. You should also check out the AHA Center for Education website, where all their classes are listed. And you can find details about each of the programs I mentioned and other classes that the Center for Education does on our website and on social media. So I hope you will follow us on at American Humanist on both Twitter and Facebook, and also Instagram if you're not doing that already. And you can also follow the Center for Education specifically on Twitter and Facebook. I believe it's at AHA Education, but we'll put the correct handles in the chat. Also, look for an upcoming series on the climate crisis as part of our Here for Climate program. And again, all of these details about the program dates, times, how to register are all on our website. Every year at our annual conference, the AHA is proud to feature the work of an organization that we collaborate with, Foundation Beyond Belief. FBB is a humanist charity that promotes secular volunteering and responsible charitable giving here in the United States and around the world. Their program director, Wendy Weber, is here to present their annual Heart of Humanism Awards. Wendy, are you on? Here we go.
Here we go.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for putting everything together and putting on such a great conference this year. And I'm excited to be here to present the awards. As Nicole mentioned, I'm Wendy Weber. I use she, her pronouns, and I am speaking to you from the land of the Tonkawa and Suna people, also known as Bryan, Texas. I would, and I express my respect for the people and the past and present here. The Heart of Humanism Awards, excuse me, that I am presenting today is part of our Beyond Belief Network program. This is where we support the work of local humanists and other secular people and groups doing service and fundraising in their communities. And the Heart of Humanism Awards both recognize teams and individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to compassionate humanism. And these are the awards for 2019. Even though it's 2020 now. So before I get to the awards, I just want to say that as humanists, we do not do service in our communities for the recognition. We do it because of our commitment, our humanist commitment to leaving the world a better place than we find it. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't recognize and celebrate the work that we have done and will do in the future. There are humanists all around the world making a difference every day, and we should recognize that. So let's get started. My very first award is the Give Me Food and Shelter Award, which this year is going to the Central Ohio United Non-Theists. That is also known as COUNT. They are actually receiving 2 awards today. This first one, Give Me Food and Shelter, recognizes the team that has made outstanding contributions to causes related to homelessness and food insecurity. COUNT organized 23 events in this category in 2019, most of them with the Community Shelter Board, which provides housing for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. And at these events, the volunteers serve dinner and help clean the facilities and clean up from dinner. The second award that COUNT is winning is the Backbone Volunteers Award. This goes to a team that's played a reliable and consistent role in a local organization. In fact, COUNT has not just one org, which I've already mentioned, but three organizations that they regularly volunteer with. They have the Community Shelter Board, but also Ronald McDonald House, where team members volunteer as housewarmers to help guests feel at home. And they also regularly volunteer with the Adaptive Sports Connection, where they co-participate in sports like skiing and biking with adaptive athletes. Each of these awards comes with an eligibility for a grant of $100 that they can put toward a future service event and boost its impact. We have in the room with us today members of representatives from each of these teams receiving awards to virtually receive the award. From COUNT, Andrew Whitaker should be in the room. So I want to virtually give him the award and thank him for being here to receive it. We will be mailing all of these awards to the teams directly after this presentation. So thank you, COUNT, for all of your good work, and keep it up. Okay, the next award that I have to give is the Best Photo of the Year award. This goes to the Tri-State Free Thinkers in Newport, Kentucky. The picture that was chosen was taken during one of several events that they hold each year at a local food bank to assemble boxes of food to support seniors experiencing food insecurity. This photo encapsulates some of the things we love about secular volunteering, bringing the whole family together for hard work and serving groups most in need of support. From the Tri-State Free Thinkers, we have Chrissy Helton here to virtually accept the award. I want to thank you for everything you do and congratulate you on a great photo. And there we have the photo. Okay, now we have at the Atheist Community of Colorado Springs, who's winning our Eat, Sleep, Volunteer, Repeat Award. This is an award that goes to the team in our Beyond Belief network that has the most events during the year. Atheist Community of Colorado Springs had a whopping 62 events. That's incredible. Their activities include Craftivist events, where they knit and crochet hats and scarves, and also events where they crochet sleeping mats out of grocery bags. And all of these items are added to donated items like food and hygiene items, and then put into packages that are distributed to people experiencing homelessness to support them. This award comes with eligibility for a grant of $100. Suzanne McReynolds is here to accept the award from Atheist Community of Colorado Springs. And I'm very, great job. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work that you do. Okay, now we have the Rookie of the Year award. This year, the Rookie of the Year actually is going to 2 teams because we had a tie. These are teams that joined the network in 2019, so they didn't have a full year to do their events and to get their data, their stats up. Both of these teams, though, still managed to have 9 events, even though they only joined in the middle of the year. The first team is the Atheist Community of Polk County in Florida. Their events, some of their 9 volunteer events were cleanups for an adopted section of road in Polk County. And they also did collections of funds and in-kind donations for Hearth that supports public school students and their families who are experiencing homelessness. From Atheist community of Polk County. We have Representative Sarah Ray and Rachel and Keith McCullough in the room to receive the award. So keep up the great work. Our other Rookie of the Year team is Northwestern Chicagoland Humanist Crew. In 2019, they held fundraisers and collections. They participated in charity 5Ks, and they volunteered at Bernie's Book Bank, where they sorted donated books to be donated, that Bernie Books Bank donates. The representative from Northwestern Chicagoland Humanist Crew is Rachel Sieben, and we look forward to seeing everything both of these two teams have to do in the future. Great job. Okay, now it's time for our biggest team award. This is the Humanism at Work Award. This goes to the team in our network that logged the most volunteer hours. In 2019, that team was the Humanist Alliance Philippines International, and they raked up an incredible 6,225 total hours, volunteer hours. Some of their activities that led to these a number of hours are supporting kids who are struggling from malnutrition with food and nutrition supplements, helping to build homes for senior farmers, doing cleanups and other sustainable eco-events for youth in their community. With this award, the team is eligible for a $250 grant. I believe there are several people from Happy here, but I know that Clarice Kazan, excuse me, is present to receive the award on behalf of Happy, and we are so very impressed by the scope of all the work you all are accomplishing. Great job. Speaking of Clarice, it's now time to give our individual awards. These are, the first award that I have to give is the Outstanding Leader Award. This goes to a outstanding Beyond Belief Network team leader. This year, we are proud to award this honor to Clarice Kazan. She is the Executive Secretary of the Humanist Alliance Philippines International. As I said before, Happy is a powerhouse organization that performs a wide variety of service aimed at local people suffering from poverty. Often these are in remote rural areas that are neglected by social services. And like I said, they are doing a wide range of interventions such as donation drives, nutrition and medicine giveaways, meal packing, tutoring, environmental education. The list goes on. Clarice is the main coordinator for Happy's nutrition program serving rural indigenous communities in the Philippines. Clarice has recorded a video for her acceptance of that award that we'd like to play now.
Okay, I would like to thank Foundation Beyond Belief for recognizing my effort for an advocacy that I've been doing for years. And thank you for giving me the Heart of Humanism Outstanding Leader Award. This would inspire me more to do more volunteer work and to serve humanity the way I know how. There's a mentor once said, it's not how you do it, but how willing are you to do it far and beyond what you can do. You can always ask for others to help you. There's nothing wrong with that. There would always be efforts in everything that you do. So for this work, specifically for this year, I really would want to give credits to the people I have been working with because it is a collective effort. I would like to thank the founder, Ms. Langseth, and the chairman, Mr. Sherman, for always having the trust and confidence that I could do better. That they don't put me in a box. Instead, they encourage us to do more for this type of work. I made friends, and I would also like to thank the EXICOM, the ED, Elaine, the CFO for always, he's always ready to assist when it comes to the releasing of funds. So thank you, Dwayne, for Kleng, for always assisting when it needs to have, like for auditing already. Laura, the HAD Avengers, for the inspiration. Laura, Pink Patis, even if we're not always together. Of course, my ever helpful co-lead, Mutya. These are the set of people that makes the work a lot easier. And I would love to thank everyone who have assisted us, who have given in this time of pandemic when people are having hard time even on their personal lives, but they are always willing to share more. My work basically is, or should I say, the advocacy I have been propagating or pushing for has always been the women and children's rights, especially the rights of the indigenous people. These are the things that are the others may think not as important or should not be prioritized. But when you think about it, these are the type of people and these are the type of advocacy that people does not seem to care anymore because of the technology, how lives are faster than most. So then, I would really love to thank Foundation Beyond Belief for giving me the Heart of Humanism Outstanding Leader Award. For giving me such recognition, you are actually empowering me more to do more for the advocacy that I really love to do. Again, thank you, and for all the people who believes in us and who trust us, we can do more. We just need, we need to help each other. Humanism is about reaching out. So, thank you. The official videographer for the Humanist Project, what she did was she compiled all those works that I am active in. So we're going to be showing you guys some pictures and videos that we work together so you could understand more of what we do. I always believe that the action is a lot better than the words. So let the pictures and the video show of what we are doing as a group. Again, thank you. I can do this, diba? Act 6949 declares March advocating for awareness of rape.
Thank you, Clarice, for all that you do and for everything that you will do in the future. We know the future holds great things. I have one more award to give today. This is our highest award, recognizing outstanding contributions to compassionate humanism. This year, the award's going to Tina Marshall. She is the founder and chief organizer of Black Nonbelievers Charlotte, North Carolina chapter. I'm sure a lot of people here are aware of Black Nonbelievers and all the great things that they do. But this is a Black-centered organization where African-American atheists and agnostics, free thinkers and skeptics are free to discuss their non-belief among like-minded people without judgment. BN Charlotte also organizes things like canvassing events and tables at events like Black Pride Expo, publicly building support and community for Black nonbelievers. Tina additionally works very closely with Atheists Helping the Homeless Charlotte, which sets up monthly giveaways with hot meals, food, clothes, toiletries, things like that to people experiencing homelessness. Tina is also very active in racial justice work and campaigns. She's engaged in activities like providing bail and supplies to arrested protesters, spending time sitting outside of jails and courts to give snacks and rides and other supports. Her participation in bail campaigns is not reserved for protesters. She's also been involved in campaigns like going to jails to pay bail for Black women who are in jail only because they cannot afford to pay bail and have not been convicted of a crime. Tina volunteers with her local Democratic Party and was also MC for the first ever Women of Color Beyond Belief Conference in 2019. She embodies the heart of humanism, working tirelessly to address inequality where she sees it through direct intervention, education, and advocacy. We are in awe by the work that Tina is doing and know there will only be more incredible activities and impacts to come. I would like to invite Tina to take a few minutes to accept her award.
Thank you, Wendy. I am speaking to you from the land of the Catawba, which is otherwise known as Charlotte, North Carolina. I'd like to thank the American Humanist Association for hosting this conference and the Foundation Beyond Belief for selecting me to receive this very prestigious award. And I'm honored to be recognized today in that way. 5 years ago, when I became an active atheist, active meaning I became part of the local atheist community in this town, which is something that I didn't know even existed before, an atheist community. I had also gotten involved with the movement for Black Lives at the same time. And as I navigated through the very, very white world of organized atheism, those worlds collided. I realized that the secular humanist world wasn't ready for a radical Black atheist. But at that time, thankfully, I met Mandisa Thomas of Black Nonbelievers, who encouraged me to continue to be out, stay true to myself, and find ways to be involved. And she gave me the support and the mentorship I needed to nurture my desire to begin to start my own chapter here at Black Nonbelievers, where today we are almost 300 members strong. Yay. I've never been one to shrink from controversy, as is reflected in my work, which is largely centered around criminal justice reform. Most days you'll find me providing jail support, court support, and crowdsourcing bail. I'm out in the streets fighting. A couple of years ago, I became involved in a fledgling event called Atheists Helping the Homeless. You mentioned that, which often takes place alongside religious groups. I'm also very active in the political scene. But none of those passions, interests, or activities are questioned or challenged as often as my non-belief. As an active Black atheist, I'm often seen as a curiosity by others in the Black community, the very community that I serve. And while it's challenging for me at times, it's my hope that my experiences will provide a model to encourage younger Black atheists and newly minted Black non-believers. I want them to know that we can be open and we can be out and proud in our non-belief as we work towards the liberation of our people. That said, my lovely white humanists, I've come a long way and you've come a long way too in these last 5 years. But there's still a lot of work to be done. Gather yourselves, be brave, and check each other every time you see someone out of line. And you know, it's tough to be an atheist in this theist world that we live in, but it's really tough to be Black and atheist in this world. We need good allies and we need good co-conspirators. Buy our books, watch our videos, listen to our podcasts and invite us to speak. Support Black atheists by not only backing the work that we do, but especially by donating to Black non-believers. So please stand by us, raise your fists and say, Black lives matter, Black atheist lives matter, Black humanist lives matter. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina, very much. I appreciate everything you had to say. And as a white humanist, I will start by saying, you know, Black lives matter, Black atheist lives matter. And I encourage everyone to take that call, all of us white humanists. Thank you, everybody who is doing this work. Thank you to all of our outstanding teams and leaders and volunteers and activists, particularly the ones we are recognizing today, but everybody who is doing this work. You truly are the heart of humanism, and by living our humanist values together, we can make the world a better place. So keep it up, and thank you.
Hi, Wendy. This is Nicole back. I'm trying to start my video here. I will get it. There we go. We brought you on just a couple of minutes early. I don't know if there are any programs from Foundation Beyond Belief that you didn't get to cover that you'd like to mention for our audience, since we do have a couple of minutes. You're on mute right now, so sorry. You just need to hit unmute.
I can't. Oh, okay. I am unmuted now.
There you go. Yes.
Okay. I will just say that we are currently raising money for Pure Justice right now as part of Black Lives Matter Solidarity Campaign. This is a justice reform organization in Houston, Texas that's Black led. We also have our disaster recovery program where we raise money when there is a event that requires outside support to recover from, hurricanes, earthquakes, that kind of thing. And we have our Beyond Belief Network, which I've mentioned, our Humanist Grants program, where we unify the humanist giving world, humanist giving to give to organizations that are doing the work and that we can support with our funds. And we also have our Ghana program where we're supporting women's rights and human rights in Ghana, particularly with vocational support and trainings at the moment.
Terrific. And do you want to, I always say this at our conferences when you give your awards, but as the Director of Development, that means I'm in charge of fundraising. I rarely invite another organization to ask for money at our events, but Foundation Beyond Belief is the exception, since we are so closely connected, and your organization is really the service organization for the entire humanist community. So do you want to mention where people can go to your website to donate?
Well, we do have, I will say that American Humanist Association is our partner for our disaster program. And so we're very, very happy about that.
Thank you.
If you go to www.foundationbeyondbelief.org, there is a donation button on that page. And there's some different ways to give there.
Terrific. I also want to say that I hope Tina stayed on the call and is monitoring the chat, because there were lots of congratulatory messages there for her, and I hope she doesn't miss them. I do want to say congratulations to all the deserving winners, and thank you very much for presenting. Since we do have a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask Emily, who is behind the scenes operating everything, to play our Here for Climate video, which just gives you a little flavor of our Here for Climate program.
We all know it's real. We all know it's here. The climate crisis affects us all. But you can make a difference. Don't know how? We are here to help. HERE connects concerned humanists and non-theists with local and national ways to effectively fight the climate crisis. Your voice can make a difference. Let it be heard.
Okay, great. Thank you, Emily. Next up, we're going to have David Breeden and Jay Hooper. They come to us from the First Unitarian Society of Minneapolis, and their faces may be familiar to some of you since they have both done previous work with and presentations with our Center for Education. They are going to speak to us about separating American humanism from its colonial beginnings. We're so happy to have you here, David and Jay. I think you both have to unmute.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Here we go. I
can. All right.
I can hear both of you, so I will disappear.
We've just got a tad of an echo, David. If I think one of your, if you don't mind turning down one of your sisters, I think that's the proper, yeah.
All right, let's see if that works. Okay. Yeah. Hey, take off there, Jay.
All right. Just want to welcome everybody. Thank you so much for having David and I. We have been working extremely hard and getting ready for this wonderful conversation. I don't know if you are familiar with kind of the importance or the information regarding decolonizing humanism, but it is truly a work that we can begin to embark on as we think about where this movement is going and what are the aspects of this movement as it relates to social justice. And the more that we keep constantly seeking solidarity, inclusion, and also practicing this radical love work, as I call it. I think one of the most important things is going beyond humanism. And that would be us looking at this work from a post-colonial, decolonial view. And so I'm very excited to be working with Reverend Dr. David Breeding, who has been my mentor and friend, and who has, of course, in many ways informed much of my growth as clergy, in addition to just my work within humanism. So I am so glad to have him with me as we begin to explore and pivot off of this wonderful conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm David, and he, him. I live, by the way, on land ceded in 1851 by a treaty with the Dakota people that was never honored. So a non-honored treaty is the reason that I sit here today. Very important for us to remember that when we talk about decolonizing humanism. First thing I wanted to mention is the extreme whiteness of terra nullius. You may know that's where we get the term null and void. When the Europeans showed up here, they declared this land empty. So guess what? That is about as bad as it can get in terms of valuing Black and brown lives. It is extremely white to declare an entire hemisphere terra nullius. So, Jay.
It's real. I mean, it's real. I mean, let's just be real. This is what we're even currently dealing with right now with ideas of developers and gentrification, right? That developers look at, and I mean, this is nothing new. This is a normal practice for current developers who come in and look at underserved neighborhoods and deem it as a wasteland. And in many ways, place us in what we would consider in many ways a neo-colonialism called gentrification. So just adding that little tidbit with you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you aren't aware of Dr. Sylvia Wynter, she is a Jamaican liberation philosopher, also a poet, and a generally brilliant woman. She said that when the Europeans showed up here, they had a couple of objects in mind. Number one, in their attack on this new world, was that they considered everyone here alive had a lack. And they were able to absolutely define the people by the lacks that they had. Biggest lack? Christianity. They lacked Christianity, and therefore they weren't quite human. They also lacked a concept of private property. So we get to take their property because they don't own it. And lack is how Europeans saw the people in this hemisphere. The other thing that she argues, which I think is extremely brilliant, is that Europeans didn't know they were Europeans until they got here and began to define the other. They became white, they became reasoned people, they became the great Christians, etc., because they were projecting what they were by seeing the other.
I think in many ways too, what we're seeing not only with the other, and to echo a lot of this work, you know, I'm glad that you brought a poet, because I think that this is one of the things about the first thing that is often seen with by a Kenyan writer by the name of Ngugi, who talks about the decolonizing of the mind and unpacks this politicizing of language. Poetry is a root. Poetic language is a root. Storytelling is a root to getting to people's truth and their essence and their identity, their history, is what Ngugi talks about specifically. And so when we think about this approach of language and decolonizing, it is in the storying, and it is in the poetic nature of our humanity to communicate things worth meaning. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Sunita Sarkar is a brilliant theorist in terms of subaltern studies and decolonization. She teaches near me in St. Paul at Macalester University. And one of the things she says about humanism, and she considers herself a humanist, is stop talking about one humanism. There are a lot of humanisms out there, and we don't have a humanist pope, we have humanisms, and we can make humanism our own. So let's begin to redefine humanism according to the needs that the various groups. And hello, Mandisa, I'm so glad you're here and all the wonderful work you've been doing with Black Lives Matter. That is the work we need to be doing out there, is finding all the humanisms that we are, because there are a lot of them out there. Another thing to remember, I think, when we talk about reason, because Eurocentric humanists talk about it a little too much, maybe, is all reasoning is motivated reasoning. And that's one of the ways into understanding a post-colonial or a decolonizing idea of Eurocentric humanism. One of the people I would definitely suggest that you read immediately is Sikivu Hutchinson, a partner in the work with Mandisa, certainly. Sikivu's latest book, Humanists in the Hood, Unapologetically Black, Feminist, and Heretical. That is an absolutely brilliant book, and it talks about humanism from the standpoint of liberation. Right, Jay? Liberation.
You know, I mean, we were talking about this recently, and I want to be very cognizant and bring this to our community's attention, that the framing of being post-colonial or decolonial and moving beyond humanism has a lot to do with liberation. And much of this work, in many ways, if we really want to see deep transformation, a real sense of reconciliation and truth, we have to look at the works of Black women, and those particularly Black queer women as well, Audre Lorde, and so on and so forth. These current, individuals like Mandisa, and of course, moving on. So I think we just have so much here of wealth. So thank you, David, for honoring Black women in this space and their knowledge and their worth of knowing, as they bring forth so many ways to think about how we should be freeing ourselves and approaching this work, and also engaging us in a new form of interconnectedness. I think a lot of times when we think about our humanist approach, we want to be in right relationship. And when we want to be in right relationship, it requires a deeper kind of knowing, a deeper kind of listening, and a deeper kind of understanding, which is deeply rooted in the liberations of oneself. So yes, Black women do contribute a lot to this work, and much of my work in approaching humanism has come from Black women, and my thinking and my arrangement, even as I said to you before, David, that coming into a free thinking mindset came from the work of Audre Lorde, where she makes it very clear, pivoting off of Descartes, saying, I think, therefore I am, right, in this poet. But then she goes on, she says, but the Black, our founding fathers gave us, I think, therefore I am, but the mother, the Black mother, the poet says, I feel, therefore I am free, right? How do we achieve this freedom, and how do we arrive to it if we're going to constantly perpetuate these same ideas, only rooted in reason and logic? Black women come along and remind us of the nurturing of logic, giving us a love in logic, right? Where love meets wisdom, in the words of the Buddha, and in many ways, helping us exercise our capacity for intellectual, not just intellectual emotions, right? And being able to show up and be present. So, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Another thing I think a lot of humanists haven't really thought about is that, humanism as an idea is as kind of like the American Humanist Association way. Often we fall into a Eurocentric humanism, but you know what? There are all kinds of humanisms out there. So begin to educate yourself to decolonize your own mind about what humanism is. One of the oldest atheist movements in the world is the Kirpaka movement, which occurred within Hinduism. As you see from this slide, there is all kinds of scholarship going on around that. And these are people 6,000 years ago, Hindus, who said, wait a minute, if God is the observable universe, why do I have to talk about God? I'm just going to talk about the observable universe from now on. And so a lot of people have gotten to this place of humanism before us. And I think, you know, the main thing we have to do is erase the erasure. A lot of times what whiteness does and white scholarship does is say, oh, it's all about escaping European Christianity. It's all about escaping US Christianity.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a much larger free-thinking world out there that we can really love onto, right?
Yeah, I think where we are too is like when we think about the American context, the first thing that we say is like we're not, many people very seldom even use the word colonize here in America. I cannot tell you how many Americans feel like they've never participated in, you know, or that our history is not linked in some way to colonization. We leave it as almost like a foreign concept. And that is, you know, and that is an unfortunate, tragic story and a lie that we have told ourselves. And I think in many ways, if, you know, we've gotten to a place where if we look carefully, you know, where Ngugi, like I said, the Kenyan post-colonial philosopher continues, you know, to unpack. He's like, look, you've got to decolonize your thought. I mean, if I go on a personal moment, I mean, much of the work, as much as I love to be, you know, educated, or if you will, I could really do without all of the Western ideologies that come with that in order to validate my experience, right? I think that's been huge. And when we take a lot of these scholars in, I myself had to sit back and begin to also realize how much I was also having my mind colonized and moving into the space that I mentioned in our recent interview of basically having a mentality of colonizing, right? That in many ways I was dealing with, you know, coloniality. I was, you know, I'm sitting in PhD programs, I'm sitting in master's programs, I'm learning the language, I know my Greek and Latin. But I guarantee you, you know, get me to speak, you know, Setswana, you know, I can't go there. Get me to speak, you know, other forms that have not been co-opted, or you know, in many ways, or taken as this idea of a lesser language. I would not be fully seen. Language is a way of seeing people, you know, and that is, and this is the question about what decolonizing can do. It gets the scales off their eyes. It makes things a little bit clearer so you can see each other.
Right. Oh, well, and absolutely. And it's, again, you know, all of these great ideas are hiding in plain sight. We just have to stop, you know, kind of looking just around, immediately around us. The Ghanaian philosopher Kwame Gaiki, I hope that's right, has this to say: African morality. Now he's talking about a Pan-African tribal morality. African morality is founded on humanism. How much clearer can you get? The doctrine that considers human interests and welfare as basic to the thought and action of the people. Is that AHA or what? It is this doctrine, he says, as understood in African moral thought, that has given rise to the communitarian ethos of African society. For ensuring the welfare and interests of each member of society can hardly be accomplished outside of a communitarian society. So let's get over that individualism, let's get over that Eurocentrism and think, wait a minute, there's a whole continent there that has traditionally lived according to humanist, communitarian, let's work together values. So right there he is in plain sight.
You know, and I mean, right, Victor Turner even talks about this even, you know, as a shared thought for those who are familiar with anthropological work around ritual, using the word community, explaining that, the way that we get into healthy community is experiencing, and healthy community is considered through his research of those indigenous communities that he was very unfamiliar with. And he immediately started saying, like, the way that ritual works, it works because community comes in with its full wholeness, right? And as a result of ritual, and this is something we don't think about. Ritual, we don't, for many of us who are humanists, we don't think about ritual because it is not something that we do. We think of routine. I will push on you a bit to think about ritual as an act of memory, as an act of creating areas of commemoration, a moment in which you take charge of your time, in the words of Maxine Waters, reclaiming your time, right? Being able to know how to lock yourself into ritual is important, because what it does is it gives you a chance to find out yourself. You have to first do some me search to do some we search, right?
Absolutely. Well, Mandisa, so I hope you're still on the Zoom call here. I thought these billboards were absolutely brilliant. I just, I fell in love with them just absolutely immediately. Free yourself from religion and find true liberation. And not only is this a brilliant way of saying, let's get rid of the Christian, stuff just weighing us down, but also all the chains of colonialism that are going on here. Christianity is one aspect of colonialism. There are a lot of others that have also just weighed down so many communities in this hemisphere. And look at her breaking those chains, and she is a joyous human being, and just absolutely amazing. Look at this guy, right? Absolutely. And again, yeah, Christianity off my back, but also all of that colonial overlay that's just been heaped on and heaped on and heaped on since 1619 and 1519 and before, right? I mean, it's always been here. It's been weighing on human beings. Guess what? We humanists are past that. We can be past that by saying, no, the European way is not the only way. We accept some other stuff here and ways of being, and then we can look like that guy right there, right? The shadows are broken.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a real thing. I mean, when you get to this place, I think, I mean, and I'm so grateful to see this, see these billboards and advertising, because these are real signifiers for what we have seen throughout the kind of what I say. I mean, there are four ways in which you are, colonized. It is through Christianization, though some would say, kind of bookend and say Christianity. I will say it's Christianization. That's a word that was around the 1800s, in which many early settlers and so on and so forth would use also. And then as they started bringing over, of course, slaves, we started seeing this push to drive in a trained thought. If you were not Christianized, which was the word used by Cotton Mather, he would say that you were to be killed. And so we also see that these practices cause huge issues. In addition, I mean, let's just be real. The slave industry of America is also rooted in corporatization, and we still continue that practice today, which is really rooted in capitalism and so on and so forth. We go as far as and then right to even be validated. In many ways, to be considered to have some type of worth, if you will, or human worth, especially regarding people of color and First Nation people, queer folk, and you listed, if you are on the margins or on the trenches, one of the things that we have to consider is that you have to then go to school, right, and go through the trenches of being in the academy. which I call collegianization, right? Where you have to be indoctrinated.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The last slide I've got is seriously, don't be that guy. I mean, think for a moment, if this were, a Polaroid of that moment, how many millions of people are about to die? And the question is, why? Why? And we're not going to stop that. That's for sure. We're not going to stop the fact of the heavy heel of Christianity, of heteronormativity, of whiteness in general. Our caste system that keeps most people poor for most of their lives and hopeless. We can't stop that. That's the past, but we do have a future here. And these guys can get back on the boat and say, wow, those were cool people. Yeah, I'm glad I met up with them. I learned something instead of what actually did happen. And you can't see in the background here on the upper left on my screen, but the guys behind the guys are erecting a cross. Again, Sylvia Wynter saying, what did the Europeans have? They had an idea of themselves as other. They were, capitalists. They were white. They were Christian. They're reasonable. We have all these things going on. These people don't. So we get to take their stuff and kill them, right? Wrong. Seriously, let's stop being that guy, white humanists. That's right. Let's fight that urge.
And I think the other thing is like, when we think about humanism, what are the things like, I mean, and gratefully, I mean, it is amazing to engage with people with various thoughts around philosophy, science, social sciences, histories, right? And though I appreciate all those things, I think in many ways to ask people to engage in an act of decolonizing humanism, it is making sure that we are mindful of the influence of Western categorical positions. And that not all things that are used, I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater, hear me when I say this, I'm really not. I'm a firm believer in math and all those things. And I think some of the things that we need to consider is that there are other forms of knowing that are not immediately, right, seen within their actual human ingenuity. And this is what brings this up. It is being able to have the imagination and the intuition, right? It is being able to understand your instinct, and it is being able to and understand your embodiment as in the words of Marcel Foucault, right? This idea of body knowledge. Right, having information, the body gives us information. To cry is not an emotion only, right? It is a form of intelligence that the body is telling you. To be engaged with that, to know those things, we can apply psychology, but in many ways too, we need to respect the fact that there is information that is being stored. You don't get to the moon because you decide to create a math problem. You get to the moon because you have a great idea. Exactly. And you have an imagination and say, hey, I want to go there. And what do? You take your imagination, you become very, you have this creative process that you have to go through, and then you arrange it. A lot of people don't, I think we have failed in many ways as humanists. I will say that. We have failed to engage our imagination and our creative intelligence to find sometimes our better, or if not additional, human self that we can contribute to the world. We don't just apply sciences all day.
Yeah. Well, now, and Jay, what you have one of my favorite criticisms of humanism and Unitarian Universalism and kind of liberal religions too, which is they're white flight religions or white flight philosophies. A lot of, unfortunately, that is true in too many ways, and we don't have to be those people anymore. We can look at ourselves and see, yes, most of the history of humanism. My congregation that I serve, First Unitarian Society of Minneapolis, John Dietrich was the first humanist minister. He said, "Hey, we're humanists now," and so but guess what? They were all upper middle class white professionals and of Scandinavian background. Those were the people who were saying we are humanists. They were escaping state churches in Europe. They were getting outside the norms, but they were only getting themselves outside the norms. And that's good, but that's been 3 generations ago. Now let's join together and get into the liberation business for everybody, all of us now. Right.
Well, and one of the things I've been pushing on lately is, and the word that has been coming to mind as I've been unpacking this work, I'm like, as humanists, we have the ability to take our form of reason as reverence and really appreciate it. And while we do that, one of the most empowering things is being able to honor others in their knowing.
Right.
And to have that space, to honor people in their knowing allows for them to be seen. And I think that is so valuable, because the more that we engage all across the world within this movement, one of the things that people want to do, they want to be seen, and they want to be heard, and they want people to be present for them. How we do that changes everything, and that is why it's important to start thinking about a post-colonial approach or decolonial approach to humanism.
Yeah, we have a message of freedom, and why would we want to sit on that franchise? We have a message of freedom. We, those of you who do keep up with worldwide humanism, there's some ugly blasphemy laws out there. There is absolute subjugation of women and free thought. Hey, we got a lot of liberating to do. And it's not about dropping bombs on people. We don't have to be European about it. We can go out there and listen to people and offer a way of being free and of liberating your own mind and those of others. We can do that. We just have to think outside of the boxes we have self-imposed, unfortunately. Right?
Yeah. I want to close out with this, David. It's a poem by a poet, by Keith Putep, who is a humanist, who is from Botswana. And I'll read the first stanza, which just says this: they call my poetry bullshit. They don't know out of what cow dung my ancestral wisdom built these patterns or huts. So I don't understand what they meant when they say bullshit, bullshit, bullshit 3 times. Only because I refuse corruption of thought and the enslavement of the mind. They say it is primitive, illogical, and monotonously repetitious. I laugh and weep at the same time. They say my poetry is incomplete unless it preaches allegiance to the Western ego. They say it louder and subtler, but they say it, and they say that I listen, and as I listen properly, and then make sure it gets louder and louder, making me prouder as they wonder how deafening its effects can be.
Right. Yes. Thanks all you humanists for being loud, huh? Thanks a lot.
Get loud.
And get louder. All right. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Jay and David, for that incredibly informative and interesting discussion. I have to say the chat was lively during your presentation, and we did have some questions. We don't have time to take them, so but we will be, and I want to assure the attendees as well that all of the questions are being recorded, as is the chat, and the questions will be given to Jay and to David so that they can explore them. And if there's demand, we can certainly talk about having them back for an event that can be more sort of interactive and discussion oriented. So thank you so much for sparking that kind of curiosity and discussion. Our next presenter is well known to many of you, I'm sure, as the editor of The Friendly Atheist. Today, Hemant is here to talk about whether atheism is still a political taboo. Hemant is going to do his best to save some time at the end of his presentation for questions. So do type the questions in the question and answer, and we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. I will just say that with this many people on the call, we have, over 2,200 registrants for this event. It is hard to get to all of your questions, but we will do our best. Hemant, thank you for being here.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear this okay. So just to introduce myself to those who don't know, my name is Hemant Mehta. I use he, him pronouns, and I live on the land of the Kickapoo, Potawatomi, Sioux, Peoria, and Miami tribes, lots of them. So many thanks to the American Humanist Association staff for putting together this really incredible event. I'm going to share my screen in just a minute, but basically, I know my topic. They asked me for this a while back, and I know my topic is about whether atheism is a taboo in politics. But as I was working on this presentation, especially because there's only 20 minutes, as I was getting ready for it, I realized I probably need to stray from that topic a little bit. Sorry, AHA. It's going to sound like I'm talking about something else entirely, but I promise I will circle back eventually. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I don't think you could talk about why atheism is or might be or is no longer a taboo in politics without talking about the reputation of non-religious people in the United States, especially atheists. So I feel like first I have to talk about role models. And so I've been writing at friendlyatheist.com for more than a decade. And one of the big changes that I've seen over, especially in recent years, but a big shift since I personally became an atheist, is that it seems like there's very little discussion these days, relative to 10 years ago or so, about religion itself. Is it right or wrong? Why is the Bible or Quran untrustworthy? What logical fallacies are religious Christian apologists, using? We used to have best-selling books about all these topics, and now it seems like it's much less of a big deal, partly because that information is out there. Anyone looking for it can find it. And I would think because there's like so many other big things happening in the world. And arguably, if I want to know about your values and your motivations and what you are most passionate about in your life, I would probably learn more by asking you who you're voting for than what you believe. So those conversations about faith, like the hardcore nitty-gritty about who's right, who's wrong, they seem relegated more to internet forums or YouTube channels and not so much a lot of mainstream places, which means we're not in the spotlight as much as atheists. And I think one of the reasons all this shift is happening is because people are recognizing that what you do with your beliefs matters a lot more than what label you have. As humanists, I think all of us understand that very well. Like who cares if you're an atheist if that leads you to hurt other people or challenge the civil rights of LGBTQ people or question, the dignity and worth of everyone else. But again, here's the problem that happens because that conversation is no longer happening like it used to. It's really hard these days, I think, to find an open humanist, an open atheist, who the American public knows and can look up to. Someone whose reputation is extremely positive, who commands respect from a lot of the country, and who is known outside of just our circles and our bubbles. And I would add, someone who isn't afraid to talk about religion when they're given the opportunity to do so. Because there are plenty of atheists who are out in the public square, but they try to avoid that conversation, maybe because it might be alienating. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying if you're not one of us, the sort of people who would spend our Saturdays at a conference like this, I think it's harder to find those people. And part of why I think it's hard is because the most famous atheists that most people know, and by most people, I mean most people outside of our humanist bubble here, the atheists they know are the ones who have a stated goal of tearing down religion. It's what they've been doing for their careers for the past several years. They're well known for it. So just to give you an example, and let's see if this works over here. Let's see. I can't tell if the screen is sharing. I hope it is. But just to give you an example here, like Bill Maher, for example, he's not winning the hearts and minds of devout Christians because that's not the goal of his comedy. Why would it be? So that's not what I'm talking about. Or take Richard Dawkins, for example. When he wrote The God Delusion, he wrote in the book's introduction that his goal was to convince religious readers that they're wrong about religion. And I'm not saying any of that stuff is like good or bad. I'm just saying that was their goal. That's what they do. But forget anecdotes for a second. Let's put some actual numbers to this. And this is really interesting to me because I never saw numbers until recently. The Pew Research Center a few months ago published the results of a survey they did in which they asked people, who's the first person who comes to your mind when you hear the word atheist, when you think of atheism? Who comes to mind? I mean, seriously, if you're watching this, think about that for a second. Who would you say? Who's the first person that comes to mind when you think of atheist? And this is where I think it would be really wonderful for the broader American public to be able to say someone just unimpeachable. You know, if only Tom Hanks was an atheist, you know? And so here's what they found. 51% of people couldn't name anybody. More than half couldn't name anybody. 26% named some random people, but in very small numbers. So, you know, a handful of people said Bill Maher. A handful of people said Stephen Hawking. A handful of people said Barack Obama, who I need to remind you is not an atheist. And a handful of people said Jesus for some reason. I don't know why. Another 10% said it was someone they knew personally, a friend or a family member. But again, those people are not famous. They're not known beyond those immediate circles. Most people could not settle on a single name. And that is the point that I want to bring up here. Most people couldn't think of a single name. There was a top three, though. And before I tell you those top three, I just want to give you this for the sake of comparison. When they asked the same question about Catholicism, you know, who comes to mind when you think of Catholicism? 47% of the people said the Pope, which makes sense. 47%. And I think another like quarter said Jesus. But that's the numbers we were talking about. So let me give you this top three here. Number three, coming in at 4%, really tiny population here, was Madalyn Murray O'Hair, who is pictured there. She's the founder of American Atheists, of course. She is someone who helped take forced prayer out of public school. She's forever been like a boogeyman for the religious right. She was also subsequently murdered. There was a Netflix movie about her a few years ago. At one point, she was the self-described most hated woman in America. But okay, so I get that name. I get why she would show up on a survey like this, even though she's been gone for like 25 years now. Number two on the list, also at 4%, was Richard Dawkins. And again, I think that one is self-explanatory. He's probably the most visible atheist in the world still. Has been for a long time, in the sense that he's always talking about it in interviews. He's always asked about it. It's what he is known for. All right, so if you haven't figured this out, who is number one on the list? I'm sure half of you thought like it was Dawkins. It wasn't Dawkins. Who's number one on the list? Number one at 6%, just a smidge above Satan. Not a joke. That's who people thought of when they heard the word atheist. That was the one answer a handful of people coalesced around. So what's the point of this? My point, I'm going to scooch back to, let's see if I can get outside of screen share here. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here for a second. My point is, we don't have this great image. We don't have people who are universally well-liked and who define our movement. Like, at least until Taylor Swift decides to come out as an atheist, that isn't happening, at least not at a huge scale. So here's the deal. That's the deal with role models. That's kind of, I feel, where we're at right now. But now let me shift and talk about politics for a second. I would submit to all of you that if there were more humanists in elected office at any level, not only would our country be a better place, but I think our movement would be as well. And there's a simple reason for this. When you are in government, in theory, you are fighting for everyone you represent. That's your job. Like, that's your one job. Do what's best for everyone here. It's maybe the highest profile place where you could find an atheist who can be open about being an atheist, but whose job is not advocating atheism. What I'm saying, I guess, is humanists need to follow the advice of Scientologists and find ourselves a Tom Cruise. And that's the only thing we should take from Scientology. Which brings us to this guy who you may be familiar with. And let's see if I can get back to this screen share here. There we go. Boom. Come on. There we go. Jared Huffman. Jared Huffman, of course, is the American Humanist Association's Humanist of the Year. He is openly non-religious, has been for a couple years now. He is like officially listed in the congressional record as a humanist, but his job has absolutely nothing to do with getting people to be humanists, to lose their faith, to become atheists. We know him, if we know him at all, we know him through his works. And I mean, if you agree with his politics, that's a win-win. Imagine what would happen to the reputation of atheists and humanists if the most well-known ones were people in public office. Not just in Congress, like Representative Huffman, but state lawmakers and mayors and city council members and school board members. Elected office may be the best opportunity we have to show people respectable atheists in public life in a place where their job is not to denigrate religion, who have the opportunity, because they do so many interviews and public statements, they have the opportunity to talk about this stuff, at least if they're asked about it, not to advocate for humanism or atheism, but to talk about it. And I think that would go such a long way to changing the perception that we can't be good people. Now, maybe you're thinking, okay, that might be true, but atheism itself is a political deal breaker. I mean, you can't get elected if you're an open atheist, or at least it's really, really hard. I mean, Jared Huffman came out after he got elected, not before. And by the way, while we're at it, I was going through the list of past humanists of the year. Barney Frank was one, I think in 2014. He came out as openly non-religious after he retired. And another humanist of the year from 2008, Pete Stark, the late Representative Pete Stark, came out as non-theistic after he was elected. And he did get beaten in a primary a few years later, but honestly, that had nothing to do with his non-theism. So back to, I guess, what the original subject of my talk was. Is atheism still a taboo in politics? The short answer is, it depends. It depends on where you live. It depends on what office you are running for and how you bring it up, if you bring it up at all. I will say, overall, it's not as much of a taboo as it used to be. And if I had a lot more time, I would give you a lot more evidence of this, but let me show you one. This is like the granddaddy of polling when people say atheism is, like an open atheist is unelectable. This is what they point to. This is the one that gets cited everywhere. It's a Gallup poll that takes place every 4 years. And basically it asks people, would you consider voting for a well-qualified candidate for president in your political party if that person were a blank? So, you know, all other things considered, would you consider voting for a black person? And you could see from this survey here, pretty much everyone is like, yeah, I don't care. If I agree with their politics, that wouldn't bother me. What if they were Catholic or gay or a woman? And again, if you look at this trend over the past several years, you could see pretty much every category has jumped up. More and more people are less bothered by these categories compared to where they were in the past. I mean, most people today, regardless of party, they don't care if you're Jewish or Hispanic. They care about your values. They care about what you're going to do for them, what political party you are a part of. I mean, it is getting to the point they don't even care if you're like gay. And that is true even among Republicans. It's less true among Republicans, but that's changing too. And by the way, so you could see at the last column here, this recent poll, they did it in January of this year. And the results, honestly, they were shocking. And you could see this toward the bottom. 60% of Americans said they would have no problem voting for an atheist, all other things considered. And by the way, I don't have this on the screen here, but when they broke it down by age, 77% of people, this is everybody, this is Republicans too, like 77% of all people ages 18 to 34 said atheism wouldn't be an issue for them. 77%. And all of that is happening without there even being an open atheist running for president. There was no atheist version of, like Pete Buttigieg out there dismantling whatever stereotypes or fears some people may have had about a label. And I know 60% seems low. It is obviously low on this list, but in 1958, that number was 18%. Even in 2007, it was below half, and now it's 60%. And it's super high when you look at younger demographics. It's even higher when you look at just Democrats. I mean, that growth there in such a short amount of time is astonishing. And I think if there were more open atheists in public life, I suspect it would be easier for a lot of people to imagine what that would look like and realize, oh, the sky isn't falling, and that would make the numbers go up even more. We are at the point where we've gone from virtually unelectable to not even that special. And I think if there were a candidate who happened to be openly atheist, that would go up even more. And that is amazing. It means it is less of a deal breaker than we thought. And I think this has to be said. What you are looking at here, this chart, this survey, this is only about voting for president, which is an office where we tend to know the candidate's entire life story. Everyone writes about every aspect of it. You think anyone cares about your religion that much when you're running for state representative? Hardly. You think they care about your theology if you're running for city council? Not a chance. No one even knows who's on city council, And let me give you a perfect example of what I'm looking at when I'm looking at this data. It's my favorite example from a couple of years ago. This is Megan Hunt. She's from Nebraska, which if you remember from like your government classes from way back when, it's the one state that only has state senators. Everyone's a senator. There's no house. It's unicameral, not bicameral. So a couple of years ago, she was a first-time candidate running against another first-time candidate. They both kind of took the top two slots in the primary. They were up against each other for the seats. And so a local newspaper ran profiles of both women. And they did a little section on Megan Hunt, and it included a little sidebar that included some basic biographical data. And it included a spot for her to tell everybody her religion. And I read this, and I saw that it said atheist. And I thought to myself, I remember looking at that and thinking, oh no, she's going to lose now. And then you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing. It never came up in the campaign. And maybe more importantly, she never talked about it while campaigning. I have talked to her since. I asked her, like, were you ready if they asked you about it? And she said she was prepared. Like, if people asked, she would do the thing where she would answer it honestly. Yes, I am an atheist, but then pivot to issues that actually mattered to the voters she was representing in her district. But the truth is, no one really asked about it. And then she won her race. Like, she is now State Senator Megan Hunt. She's not up for election this year. She'll be on the ballot in 2 more years, but she is in office right now. And I will tell you, I think she's been one hell of an amazing force in that Senate where she's, even though it's a nonpartisan, technically a nonpartisan Senate, she's a progressive voice, which is in the minority in that Senate. And I'm a very cynical person, especially when it comes to politics, but it's really amazing watching her fight for issues that matter to her. I swear it's inspirational, and I don't say that That's not a thing I really attribute to people. I've never seen someone in politics whose positions I feel like I personally identify with so closely. And I asked her at one point, how was atheism not a factor in your race? It's Nebraska. It's rural in a lot of parts of the state. It's very conservative. And she told me she just took the air out of the balloon. She brought it up before any opponent could bring it up. And that allowed her to talk about what actually mattered to voters and kind of put the whole issue on her terms. She knew how to talk about it in a way that wasn't alienating, but it didn't matter because no one asked about it. But more importantly, she was genuine. She didn't hide who she was. And she talked to people about what she hoped to do for them if she got elected, which, hey, surprise, it turned out to be what they actually cared about. Because her atheist values, her humanist values, even if she didn't spell them out that way, aligned with their religious values. Imagine what it would do for the reputation of atheist humanists if we had more elected officials like her in office. Imagine that sea change. And just to put a finer point on this, this is the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, which you may be familiar with. I stole the picture from the FFRF over here. This is a picture of 10 people. They actually have 2 more now. They have 12 members in the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, which Jared Huffman helped begin. 11 of these people are not openly non-religious. But again, imagine if this group here were large enough and powerful enough, and maybe including some more openly non-religious members, that they were the first people you thought of, that most people thought of when you heard the word atheist or humanist. And what if that caucus had so many members that they could be out front and center when it came to fighting for religious freedom for everybody, not just, religious preferential treatment to one group? What if they were fighting for reason-based policies and church-state separation and fighting against blasphemy laws? And this is what people thought of when they heard the word atheist. What would that do for our reputation? What would that do for the spread of the values so many of us share? How much easier would it make Roy Speckhart's job? Right after I'm done talking here in like 10 minutes, you're going to hear from Rachel Deitch and Ron Millar on increasing our political clout. I would argue that may be the most important kind of activism any of us are doing right now. Excuse me. And that's not limited, by the way, to party. I know AHA is a nonprofit. I'm not telling you anything about that, but I'm saying getting people involved in politics is important activism, especially if you care about spreading humanism or humanist values, or honestly, more selfishly, just getting people to stop believing in God. I think getting non-religious people in elected office may be a more powerful tool to do that than any atheist book anyone could be writing right now. And I would also leave you with this. After the 2018 elections, there were about 50 elected state or federal lawmakers who were openly non-religious. They all had a variety of labels, but they were non-theistic. And I've been following the primaries this year as well, largely using the work of Ron Millar and the Center for Free Thought Quality. And the number seems on pace to be even higher this year when all the primaries are over. And here's what's amazing about it. With all the candidates who are running right now, very rarely have I seen atheism come up in any campaign ad against any of these people. They are openly non-religious, and even their opponents, their conservative opponents in many cases, aren't talking about that. They're debating other issues. And again, in the past, as recently as like 10, 15 years ago, if you were running for that high of an office, even being associated with an atheist could have been a gold mine for your opponent. I am not seeing that as much these days. It seems like even conservatives, which it's generally their opponents, even they know that criticizing someone else's personal ideas about God wouldn't really fly with the electorate. And that's amazing. And I would also add, and again, this is a nonpartisan statement, there are more than 500,000 elected offices in America. Almost all of them are local, and almost all of them no one's paying any attention to. Many of them are races in which a candidate runs unopposed. If you are able, and if you care about this stuff, and if you're bothered by the sort of people who may be representing you in those roles in your community, you should consider running for something yourself. So I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm going to head back here. I hope you could see me here. But yeah, so that is my pitch to you. I genuinely think if we are interested in changing the face of humanism and getting more positive role models when people think of atheists, that may be the way to do it. And I love that Jared Huffman has talked about it. And I think I've heard him even say, maybe it was with the AHA in an interview he did, he really hasn't gotten backlash for coming out as a humanist. I remember Pete Stark years ago said the same thing. He was bracing himself for like people to be really mad about him coming out as a non-theist. And he was surprised that overwhelmingly the response he received from constituents and from outside his district was that they appreciated that he was willing to come out and say that. I hope what Jared Huffman is doing will lead other members of Congress to do the same thing. But yeah, let me leave it at that. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, well, we do have questions. We have lots of questions. One of them is from Kathy. Is there any difference in attitude or has any study been done of this toward those identifying as atheist as compared to those identifying as humanist?
I assume that means running for office or something like that.
That is what I assume as well.
I don't know of any study specifically about that. What I can tell you is, and this is from 2018, when I looked at those primaries and the people running and who got elected, I mentioned there were about 50 people who got elected to office using some variety of non-religious label. I think there were 6 of them who literally used the word atheist to describe themselves. Everyone else used humanist, agnostic, a lot of spiritual but not religious. A lot of people just said, I'm unaffiliated with religion or some version of that. I think 4 or 5 of them were state senators, if that matters at all, as opposed to representatives. But again, that's changed. There are a lot of people running for office right now. And I'm putting together that list. Ron has been helping me out a great deal. There are more people, I think, running using the word atheist. So if you're looking to run for office, especially if people don't know you already, it seems like a lot of candidates are backing away from using that word, maybe because it has negative connotations with it. But for the people using it, it doesn't seem to be affecting their races that much. I've only really seen one example of the word atheist even being associated in a negative campaign ad, and it isn't even someone who is an atheist. It's someone getting like tarred with that word in a different race. So I don't know. That's not a survey. I'm just telling you anecdotally, that's what I've seen. I think it's getting higher this year, though.
We did have a question that a little bit relates to that. What do you think, this is from Christina, what do you think of how politicians sometimes accuse their opponent of being an atheist as a way to hurt them? For example, just this week, Trump tried to attack Biden by saying he has no religion and is against God, or when members of the DNC tried to out Bernie Sanders as an atheist.
Right. Let me speak to that first one. The Trump said if Biden got elected, he would hurt God. I think that hurts Trump to say more than it hurts Biden. And I'm only saying that because the one thing Biden really has going for him is that people know him. He's been in office forever. And like, he is Catholic. He's a devout Catholic. He talks about his faith all the time. And I think people recognize, like, I didn't see that so much as trying to tarnish him with atheism as Trump trying to tell his religious base, like, he's not one of you. And I don't think that sticks, because you can't really attack Biden for not being religious. And if anything, if you're trying to make a head-to-head comparison, that's not going to work out well for Trump. So there's that. But honestly, I've been surprised by how relatively little I have seen religion used in a bad way to attack people. Because there's a difference between saying this person wants to live in a theocracy, which you could see from their platform, from their mission, and saying, well, this person belongs to this group, therefore you shouldn't vote for them. I think that's so blatantly dishonest and unethical that a lot of campaigns seem to be shying away from that, unless they're doing it with like dog whistles in some other form.
Right. So we have time for just one more question, and I'm going to make it this one because I'm not sure if it was the same person, but somebody asked this same question to Roy Speckhart earlier, and we didn't have time to get to it. When do you think America will have an atheist president?
Oh, tricky question, because we may well have had an atheist president. I think the question is, when will we have an openly atheist president?
Right.
And that's a tough sell. I don't know the answer for that. I think the fact that we are seeing more diversity in presidential candidates overall, and it looks like we're shifting in that direction where even for the GOP, it's going to be a hard sell in 2024 to run just two conservative Christian guys. You know what I mean? I don't think it's out of the question. But I also think if you were to have an openly atheist president anytime in the near future, the only way that would happen is if that person doesn't talk about it. Because obviously in a race that big, you don't want to give people any reason to vote against you, to be afraid of you or something. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I think if someone says, I'm running for president, and by the way, I don't believe in God, I think that would turn off a huge slice of the electorate. The stuff I'm talking about is more localized races where that thinking doesn't really come into play. But if it's one of many things people know about you, or I'll give you an example, only because this is totally hypothetical and I'm making it up. If Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez decided in the near future she wanted to run for office, and I know she's religious, but if at some point it comes out she's not, I think a lot of people would say, I know about her. I already have opinions about her, good or bad, and that's how I know this candidate. So the fact that, oh, she's also this other thing, that probably wouldn't bother them. It wouldn't affect them because they already have an opinion. I think if that's the case, that's why the Biden thing, it's not an attack that would work on him because everyone knows him. And when it comes to a candidate who you already know, if that person comes out as an atheist, I think this is why maybe Jared Huffman came out, because his constituents know him. Anyone who knows about him knows what he stands for. They know what his values are. They know his politics. So coming out as an atheist is like, oh, I didn't know that about you. Now I do. It doesn't change anything. Right. And I haven't seen anything that suggests anyone in any survey or anything thinks less of him now that they know that one more piece of information about him. So I think, could you see an openly atheist candidate, president in the future? Maybe, but probably only if it's like the last thing you know about them.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that, for your presentation and for your answering the questions. It was all very enlightening.
Thank you all.
And as you mentioned, we're going to hear more about electoral and policy concerns in a few minutes. But first, social justice issues constitute a large part of the work we do at the AHA. In fact, these issues permeate everything we do. This video looks at that important work and the social justice alliances that are an influential part of it. I'd like to welcome Ron Millar and Rachel Deitch now. Ron is the Political and PAC Coordinator for the Center for Free Thought Equality, an affiliate of the AHA, and Rachel is the Director of Policy and Social Justice at the AHA and the CFE. They're going to talk to you about the how the CFE is helping to increase the political clout of humanists and atheists. Welcome, Ron and Rachel.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm going to try to share my screen here and put up some slides. But maybe not.
Are you're having trouble sharing your screen, Ron?
Yeah, but I'm an old man with limited computer skills. Here we go.
There you go. It looks
excellent, excellent. Except, of course, I start at the bottom of my slides. So again, I'm Ron Millar, the Political and PAC Coordinator for the Center for Free Thought Equality, which is the advocacy and political arm of the American Humanist Association. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm calling from the lands of the Anacostan and Piscataway nations. So what does it mean to be the advocacy and political arm of the American Humanist Association? As a nonprofit, AHA is limited in what it can do in the political and electoral arenas. To remedy this, the Center for Free Thought Equality was formed in 2004. The Center for Free Thought Equality is a different type of nonprofit, which is allowed to lobby elected officials as its primary mission. Rachel Deitch will be talking with you about those activities shortly. The Center for Free Thought Equality, unlike other nonprofits, can also have a membership political action committee. This PAC, or our PAC, is the Free Thought Equality Fund, and we can endorse and provide financial support to candidates. As a membership PAC, only our members, those who sign up for the Center for Free Thought Equality, can be informed about the activities of the PAC. This federal PAC was formed in 2013. So I urge you to become a member of the Center for Free Thought Equality, and our huge selling point, in addition to getting to know about the work that we do, is that membership is absolutely free, because we want to really encourage folks to get involved in the political process. So please join. So the three organizations give us all the tools necessary to increase our community's political clout: education, advocacy, and elections. And we do this work to advance evidence-based public policy, preserve the secular nature of our government, promote social justice, and to get a seat at the table for our community. We really, you're just asking before, when will we have an atheist president? It's when the atheist and humanist community organize and become a powerful constituency, and that's how we get an atheist president. So now you might not be very familiar with the Center for Free Thought Equality, but you might know about our accomplishments. We were instrumental in having Congressman Jared Huffman announce that he is a humanist and agnostic. He's the only public non-theist member of Congress. This came about because in 2017, he returned a candidate questionnaire to our PAC with an intriguing response about how he identified with regard to religion. This followed with an email exchange to introduce ourselves and explore the topic. And the email messages finally culminated in a dinner invitation with the Congressman, Roy Speckhart, and myself. So at dinner, we discussed the goals of our movement and the need for elected officials to publicly identify with our community. After his announcement, as discussed before, Huffman received a great deal of positive feedback from his constituents and colleagues. And in fact, he received such positive feedback from his colleagues up on Capitol Hill that he decided to form a caucus. This was one of the ideas we had discussed with him at dinner. Huffman arranged an organizing meeting at his townhouse, and Roy and I, we were the only civilians there. The others were members of Congress. We met and discussed the idea of a caucus, and everyone was excited to move forward. After the meeting, we held another meeting at the American Humanist Association headquarters, and we got the necessary paperwork together, and the Congressional Free Thought Caucus was born. And Rachel will be discussing the caucus in more detail a little later, but it's a membership group of Congress. And its goals are to foster science and evidence-based public policy, and it also provides a forum for members of Congress to learn about the atheist and humanist movement. Our last major accomplishment is that we've identified over 50 state legislators who are members of the atheist and humanist community and are willing to be public about it. This is up from just 5 prior to the 2016 elections. So we often like the hype that was over a 900% increase, and that sounds great. But the sad fact is we need another 1,500 or so state legislators to reach parity with our population. So we still have a lot of work to do. And just to demonstrate the magnitude of what's necessary, I have a little illustration here. You know, when our community, when you include you know, the nuns from the Pew Research, it's about 1/4 of the American population. However, in the bottom circle, you can see the thin blue line that represents our percentage of elected officials. This is about 2/3 of 1% of the total federal and state elected officials. So we've got a lot of work to do to reach parity with our population. And we're only going to do that if you guys get involved. We need you to be part of that work. We have resources on our website to help make your voice heard, engage your group, and to run for office. So please delve into these websites and determine how you can become more involved in the political process. You know, we often hear the message that this is the most important election in modern history and how crucial it is for everyone to vote. This is particularly true for the atheist and humanist community. In 2018, the religiously unaffiliated comprised 17% of all voters. Even though this was up from 15% in 2016 and 12% in 2014, we are voting far below our proportion of the population. We should be in the mid-20s. So please vote and make sure all your like-minded family, friends, and colleagues vote too. This is the year our community must turn out and vote. If this election does not motivate our community to participate, then I fear nothing will, and we can be deservedly blamed for an unfavorable outcome. With the pandemic, it's more important than ever that you make a plan to vote. This is not going to be your regular election. You know, take advantage of absentee and early voting. In fact, take advantage of absentee voting early, because with the attacks on the post office, it might get messy towards election day. So get your absentees as soon as you can and get them turned in as soon as you can. And it's, you know, it's going to vary by state and localities too. So if you decide to vote in person, make sure that you know where to vote. Recruiting poll workers for the general election may be difficult in the pandemic and force some localities to consolidate polling sites. So please don't miss your opportunity to make your voice heard in the general election. It's going to be complicated. Also, there's so much more you can do than just vote. You know, visit our website again to learn the ways you and your local organization can become more engaged in the electoral and political process. When you visit our website, I'll hype it again, please become a member of the Center for Free Thought Equality. I've heard that the membership is free, so join up. I really appreciate your participation and listening to me. As members of our community become more politically engaged and organized, we will empower our movement and increase our political clout. Our active political engagement will help promote science, evidence-based public policy to effectively address issues that confront us, like climate change and the pandemic. Our active engagement will also increase the visibility of the atheist and humanist community and help diminish the lingering bias against our community. And just to talk about that for a second, we did a poll with voters in 2018, because I had a conversation that year with a guy in West Texas, and he said, oh, I can't possibly come out as an atheist. He said, I lose 2/3 of my constituents just by putting the D next to my name, and then more by being pro-choice and more by being LGBTQ friendly. And I was thinking, well, who else if you have to lose if you're going to call yourself an atheist? I mean, I think you've lost everybody. So we commissioned a poll to figure that out, and it does indeed. Most people are more concerned about your policy stances than your religion. And the bias is still there. You could lose 10 to 14% of the population based on, you know, whether you identify as an atheist, an agnostic, or some other term. But then we also found that 10 to 14% are going to be more excited about your campaign by using those identifiers. So again, please be engaged. We've got to increase our visibility. So if that's not enough of a reason to become more politically engaged, just consider that your active participation in the political process will help counter the white Christian nationalists and bring their bigoted, anti-science, racist, misogynistic, and homophobic crusade to an end. Now, personally, this is my motivation that gets me to work every day, so I hope it might encourage a few of you. With that, I'll urge you again to become a member of the Center for Free Thought Equality. It's free. And turn the program over to my colleague, Rachel Deitch, who is the Director for Policy and Social Justice. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, Ron. Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna do what Ron did right now and make sure I can share my screen properly. Oh, Ron, can you stop sharing your screen?
I can try. Have I stopped?
Not quite.
What do I do?
There you go.
Someone helped us.
Great. Can everyone see? Okay. So hi, everyone. As Ron mentioned, my name is Rachel Deitch. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm in the occupied territory, just like Ron, the Piscataway, and the Nacotchtank people. I'm also the Director of Policy and Social Justice at the Center for Free Thought Equality and the American Humanist Association. I'm essentially our organization's lobbyist. I became our lobbyist a year ago, and I'm going to stick to what I know and focus on how we've been building influence on the Hill in the last year. So Hemant Doherty actually talked about the caucus and stole one of my slides, which I love. I want to see their faces everywhere. So I switched around my presentation last minute to show you some of the actions that the caucus has taken in the last year or two. And along with what's written here, I was really trying to get this together quickly. More recently, they've called on the State Department and the Nigerian government to protect the rights of Mubarak Bala, the president of the Nigerian Humanist Association, who was arrested more than 100 days ago for insulting religion. And they also sent a letter to Pompeo, or rather, I'm sorry, put out a statement about Pompeo's newest Commission on Unalienable Rights report, affirming that, you know, we really need to be protecting the rights of all abroad and not just looking at the Bible and the Constitution for understanding where our human rights come from. So the caucus has 4 objectives, the last of which I'm going to skip through in the interest of time, is to provide a forum for members of Congress to discuss their moral frameworks, ethical values, and personal religious journeys. In terms of building influence, that last priority is key. Christian members of Congress have weekly Bible studies where they get together and talk about how their faith guides their policymaking. This builds influence. Well, the CFC is doing that for our community. The caucus has an agnostic, humanist Jew, a Buddhist, a Hindu, and they're coming together and talking about their moral frameworks. And the more formalized spaces there are for these conversations, the more we can chip away at stigma, some of what Hemant was talking about. Additionally, we're building influence by being in meetings with these folks and their staff, and we're being seen as resources here. So often I walk into a congressional office, hi, my name's Rachel, I'm with the CFE and the AHA, and I really want you to sponsor this bill. But the caucus and our relationship with all the members of the caucus is a lot more balanced. Sorry, everyone. Got stuff in the way. They're looking for support from each other and from the free thought community on tackling issues. Got to figure out how to move this. So moving away from some of the folks who are clearly already champions, who we already have relationships with, I want to present a snapshot of how we're building influence. And to do that clearly, I'm going to use a more extreme example. How might we build influence with those in power who normally fight against us? What would that look like? So Senator Lankford of Oklahoma would probably be the last person many of us think of when it comes to voicing support for the rights of the non-religious. This quote on the screen is from a widely distributed press release about international religious freedom, wherein he also specifically calls out the rights of secularists. And this slide could actually be replaced with something even more recent. On Thursday, Lankford was on the floor of the Senate talking about international religious freedom and explicitly mentioned our community again. But this didn't just happen, right? Atheists don't just get included, humanists don't just get included in the talking points of very conservative senators. And I want to just flag before I move on that this quote isn't the end game. I'm not giving myself a gold star for a press release, but in terms of chipping away at stigma and building relationships, it's important to flag that quotes like these are becoming more common. And I want to talk about how we got here and what comes next. My background is in social justice aligned advocacy and coalition building. And there are some social justice tactics that we need to be applying across our work. First, follow the lead of impacted communities. Seems like a no-brainer. When we're trying to problem solve, taking our cues from those experiencing the brunt of the problem is not only good sense, but also how we enter right relationship with marginalized groups. And ultimately, this approach builds our network. It puts me as our lobbyist in relationship with other organizations that we might not have worked with in the past, who might not know what humanists are or why non-theists have a particular stake in what's going on. And then on the other end of that, we have to leverage our resources to show that we're serious. We can talk the talk, but until we follow our words with actions, we're not getting anything done. And I think sometimes we underestimate the importance of coalition building when it comes to building influence. These are ridiculously helpful in not only getting stuff done and responding to the barrage of attacks coming out of this administration, but also in building strong relationships that translate into influence. A quick example is our participation in Small Lobby for Reproductive Justice that Planned Parenthood's national office leads. By being in the room for every meeting, offering up resources, offering up my time, folks started to get to know us and get a better understanding of humanism. And I started getting asked, hey, can you come to a meeting on the Hill with me to talk about why this is a separation of religion and government issue? Oh, I know you're planning a panel on this. I think I have someone who'd be really good and would bring a new audience to your work. This is all increasing our visibility and helping people connect the dots on why we care about the issues we care about. We have broad coalitions like the Coalition Against Religious Discrimination that we're a part of, but we also have hyper-specific or issue-specific coalitions like the Anti-Blasphemy Coalition that we lead. Now, for folks who aren't familiar, and I guess I'll just say we're gonna be on the slide for a while in case you really wanna read all these, but it's not important. Don't get bogged down. For folks who aren't familiar, blasphemy laws around the world are laws that criminalize blasphemous speech or actions. They most often target religious minorities, the non-religious, women, LGBTQ people, and political dissidents. There are more than 80 countries that we know of that still have blasphemy laws on their books. And a week after I started as our lobbyist, I got a call from Representative Raskin's office. Hey, Rachel, I know AHA has been pushing for us to reintroduce the blasphemy resolution. We're ready. And the blasphemy resolution essentially calls for the end of global blasphemy, apostasy, and heresy laws. So I took a deep breath, and then I hit the ground running. I set up more than 30 meetings on the Hill in my first month. And for this resolution, I knew that if we wanted to get it moving, we really needed Republican support. It was important for Raskin's office that we do what we call Noah's Arking resolution, which is one Republican to one Democrat. And if we really wanted to get it moving, we had to do that. But when I started with these meetings, I had so much trouble getting Republican support. I'd get in front of a Republican staffer at a meeting and it just wouldn't go anywhere. It was basically laughably slow. So after 2 weeks, I stopped spinning my wheels and I asked, who are the other impacted communities? How can I build a stronger coalition? And I noticed that we had around 30 organizations peripherally supporting our blasphemy work. And I had a hunch that we could grow that and rely on them more than we had been previously. I started being more engaged in the International Religious Freedom Roundtable, where I was showing up every week to these meetings, providing AHA resources to issues that perhaps weren't my #1 priority. People started to know that they could count on AHA, and frankly, a lot of conservative members of this coalition started to think differently about humanists and myself personally as a non-theist. And because of that, our blasphemy coalition number is approaching 70, and that's the list you see on the left-hand side. And numbers matter here. It speaks to our ability to organize effectively and to the mission. And after I redirected my efforts away from the Hill towards civil society organizations like the ones listed here, it was like a flip switched. Within this list of supportive organizations are a handful of groups that have joined me in the more than 100 advocacy meetings we've taken on this issue, and these groups have been really helpful and instrumental in opening doors. We've been having productive meetings with people who could really give the resolution a bump, where I was talking about how blasphemy laws impact humanists and non-theists, I was walking into meetings not being coy about who I represent, which would be highly unethical. I was being unapologetically humanist and personally a non-theist and talking about how non-religious people are impacted by these laws. And I'm able to do that and be taken seriously because I'm also in the room with Christians and Muslims and Jews who are facing the same issues around the world. And that's the value of a broad coalition, which gets us a seat at the table. And if you want to groan about that pun, you can blame Ron. So because of our hard work leading this diverse coalition, we built a bipartisan sponsorship list, which ultimately led to a hearing on international religious persecution in the House. And AHA was one of 4 witnesses to testify in front of Congress about the harm of blasphemy laws. That's huge for our community. It was the first time AHA has ever testified before Congress. It was also my first time and a learning experience, to be sure. And the hearing was actually the hard part, I kind of say. I don't want to jinx it. After that, our resolution was passed out of committee in March with full bipartisan support, and we're looking forward to seeing it pass the House this year. And it's because of all of this, our coalition building, the hundreds of meetings, and delivering on our work, that humanists and non-theists are taken seriously in international religious freedom spaces. And if there's time, I have a great anecdote about that. So this quote from Langford is meaningful. A staunchly conservative Christian Republican is on the record saying he supports the rights of non-religious people because we've been meeting with Langford staff regularly in our coalition work, and we got him to introduce the resolution in the Senate back in December. And on Thursday, Langford actually took the blasphemy resolution to the floor of the Senate and tried to pass it, which demonstrates his commitment to this issue. It didn't work this time, but I am undeterred. I like to say I'm pleasantly persistent. I have more meetings scheduled for Monday with Senate offices to talk about how we can get this done. However much, though, we can work with Senator Langford on this particular issue, I didn't want to end on that because most of our work is actually focused on domestic progressive issues that we firmly disagree with Mr. Langford on. This talk was about how we could build influence, which is why I thought that was a prime example, but I want to take a quick second to talk about our other work. And I'm happy to answer questions on this and our social justice work, which you saw a quick video of right before we started. In the time of COVID, we're doing a lot to uplift human dignity and good governance that adheres to separation of religion and government. I'm going to flag briefly that we and the Latinx Humanist Alliance are working with the ACLU to ensure that the next COVID relief package from Congress provides testing and treatment for all people in the United States, regardless of immigration status. And when we think of evidence-based policy, I actually was talking to a Senate chief the other day, who compared the gaps in our public health response to having a peeing section in a swimming pool. And that's totally accurate, except for the fact that people are not dying these days because of urine in pools. So if you want to help us with this work, I encourage you to visit our Humanist Action headquarters and reach out to your senators. With that, I am going to stop sharing. I think that worked. And turn to some questions. So I think the first question, I'm going to give myself a quick break and ask about who's in the Free Thought Caucus. So that is a great question. I could throw up that slide. Perhaps that's better answered in the chat, however. So right now there's 12 or 13 members of the caucus, everyone from Pocan and Huffman and Raskin, Kasten, I feel like I could do this off the top of my head, Holmes, Norton, Johnson, folks from all over the place. Jayapal, Wild, Ron, who am I missing off the top of my head? Oh, Ron, you're muted. Can someone help us unmute Ron?
Ron, just click the little microphone at the bottom of your, there you go.
I'm unmuted now. It told me earlier that I wasn't allowed. I am horrible with listing everyone there.
Zoe Lofgren, yes, absolutely. Let me think on that and I'll put a list in the chat. So I'll go to another question from Lori Littman Brown. I may have missed this, but how many members does CFE currently have?
We have about 2,000 active members. To be an active member with CFE, according to the regs by the FEC, you have to renew every year. So we have fun little things where we send out emails just to get people to respond back and stay an active member. So we have a larger list, but still it's a small, larger list. I think we only have like 6,000, 7,000 names, but a little over 2,000 are active. Like I said before, we've got to grow this if we want to have the political clout to enable having a presidential candidate in the future. We need to grow it even to get more congressional candidates. And we are having a meeting tomorrow, just so you know, for members of the Center for Free Thought Equality, which will go into things more detailed because we can actually talk about candidates and fun things there. So if you join today, I'll get a message out to you tonight on how you can join that meeting.
Great. Next question comes from Jeffrey Blue. Isn't it difficult to build coalitions with people who say they support freedom of religion, even for those with no religion? And then, like Senator Lankford, they write a letter to the Secretary of the Navy forcing the Navy to reject the appointment of a humanist chaplain. And there's a growing tendency of religious fundamentalists to claim they want freedom of religion, but they also now claim the free exercise clause does not apply to those with no religion, such as atheists and humanists. Do you have at some point to confront them about this hypocrisy? And I will say, absolutely. While I'm not talking with Senator Lankford directly about the hypocrisy of that, I have developed relationships with his staff, right? And I am able to say, hey, I saw this. This is terrible for our community, and we're going to fight against this. I think a lot of the work that we do in coalitions, I think actually coalition work in general, right? We're part of coalitions with 400, 500 different organizations, and not every organization agrees on every issue. We really work from an opt-in perspective where we come to the table agreeing about one thing, and then we have a whole bunch of discussions often about where we disagree and why we disagree. And I, at least, have been very vocal on the part of AHA. I think I would really be concerned about why we're involved in this work if we're not also trying to push folks and speak out against folks that we disagree with. Being the progressive organization or a progressive organization in a room so often with very conservative Christian organizations can be a challenge, but I'd much rather be in that room pushing back and calling out that hypocrisy when I see it than not be participating. Ron, any thoughts on your end?
I have a very timely question for you. What John Holmes asked, is there an entity that scores politicians based on their voting relative to humanist issues?
That is such a good question. I am so glad that has been asked. I was going to announce this tomorrow at the CFE membership meeting. And again, if you want to be a member of CFE, we encourage you to sign up ahead of that meeting. The CFE tomorrow is going to launch its congressional scorecard. We've been working on it all summer. And every Congress, CFE scores the House of Representatives on the votes they've taken, the way they've sponsored issues, and frankly, some of their caucus memberships. And we will be releasing that report tomorrow. And you will be able to see that on CFE's website.
And we have past Congresses already scored there too.
Yes. And technically, if you really wanted to, you could go to CFE's website and see it now. I wasn't going to announce it till tomorrow, but technically it's available by visiting our website.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to bring this session to a close. And I'm going to suggest that maybe if Rachel or Ron, you see any other questions that you want to ask, you could maybe either take them to the chat or even to CFE's Twitter. Just a quick suggestion. I would like to announce that one of our staff members has been monitoring the video and monitoring the website, Ron, and during your session, we've had at least 50 new members to join CFE, which tells me two things. Either a lot of the people on this call are already members of CFE, which is wonderful, or there are still a lot of people who should go join, because 50 is a wonderful increase, but there's plenty of room for more. So please go to the website now, and you will have time to do that because we are about to take a break. We're going to take a little bit less than a half. We're going to take a 25-minute break. We'll be back at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Please keep in mind that that's Eastern time. So you have plenty of time to go to cfeequality.org and become a member for free. You also have plenty of time to go to AmericanHumanist.org and become a member there. And during the break, we are going to, for those of you who don't want to take a break, we'll sort of intersperse a few slides of previous programs and webinars that we've done. So if you want to keep watching, you can certainly do that. But we'll be back here with more exciting sessions, including the presentation of the Humanist a Year Award, which will be at 5 p.m. But we'll be back from break at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Monica Miller here, and Senior Counsel for the American Humanist Association. This is Legal Tuesdays, where I answer your questions about separation of church and state. We will get started with a question from Andrew Norris on Facebook, who says, what is the constitutionality of a church hosting a presidential candidate to conduct a political rally? Specifically, the Dream City Church in Phoenix is hosting a Trump rally today, which was, this was submitted in June. Beside the utter absurdity of Trump presenting himself in a religious context, aren't there laws that would prevent this, or better yet, remove the church's nonprofit status? Yes, that is correct. That is true. The IRS code and the 501c3 rules and the Johnson Amendment that was added to the IRS code in the 50s specifies that the churches and other nonprofit entities cannot use their tax-exempt status to oppose or promote political candidates. Makes perfect sense. What we have seen with some of these churches, and I think this Phoenix church is a good example, is they are trying to evade that sensible requirement vis-a-vis claiming that they are leasing or renting their facilities to President Trump's campaign rather than being the church itself hosting it. They're saying, no, it's just our building. We have leased our property for other causes too. We are completely very vigilant on this issue. We are looking closely at what those churches are claiming versus what they're saying they're doing. The absence of evidence, say a church has ever opened its doors, to lease it to for any sort of outside non-church event, certainly would be relevant, I think, to the IRS in assessing whether to revoke tax-exempt status. But unfortunately, there is a difference between what is illegal and what gets enforced and what gets implemented. It's not just enforced, but who gets punished or has their tax-exempt status removed. And unfortunately, we've seen over the last decade, really, a lot of churches abuse their C3 status and get away with it. So, it is good to keep an eye on these, report them to us. we can send a letter to the IRS informing them of the situation and hope that they, inquire and do an investigation, but that's about all we can do in certain instances. Like I said, it is something that the churches are claiming, that they are leasing their facilities out. And insofar as that's the case, and it's not the church entity endorsing or opposing a political candidate, that actually is permissible, but it needs to be certain that it's not a sham. In this case, I suspect it is. And then the other question is from Craig Schaefer, who emailed us using our Legal Tuesday form. How can we stop government officials from referring to God and religion while representing the government and all of the people? It's a good question. It's a little bit broad, but I imagine that the question is contemplating situations where public officials, say, are giving a press conference or are doing something else in the context of their official duties, and in doing so endorse prayer or make some sort of religious statement like we should all be thanking God for X, Y, and Z. In fact, this morning I sent a letter to the Louisiana governor who called for prayer and fasting as some sort of religious exercise that will cure coronavirus. And he said this in the context of a COVID-19 press release or update for citizens. So it was in the context of his official duties, and therefore I felt a letter was warranted. Public officials certainly, as citizens as well, have their own rights and are able to go to church and practice the faith that they subscribe to. But at the same time, they cannot, because of the First Amendment, they cannot use their public office to promote and endorse religion. Yet again, we have sort of an enforcement problem in that a lot of these statements can go unchallenged because no one would have standing. A court would say no one has standing to challenge certain statements because they weren't harmed by them. So there are hurdles to the statement type of issues that we sometimes see. Some of them, like the one that I responded to this morning, do warrant a letter or even litigation. Others are things that kind of go so far into the gray territory of permissible and impermissible that it's not worth getting involved, especially if it's sort of a one-off comment that doesn't seem like that particular politician is doing frequently. I would say, vote responsibly, vote accordingly. If you find that you're in a district or an area that, your politician is using, his or her power as a soapbox for religion, I think that, certainly voting them out is one strategy. Of course, that's an ideal strategy and one that's not always feasible. Sending letters, petitions, reminding them that there's a growing population of nuns that they represent, a base of constituents that even if the comments fall short of something that's unconstitutional, still marginalize and alienate a large portion of their base. And so even just reminding them that their base includes atheists and agnostics and humanists, and that can maybe go a little way in having them reframe certain things. So that is all I have time for today, but I look forward to talking to you on the next segment of Legal Tuesday. Good.
Evers College for this opportunity to speak with all of you today about the Humanist Society and what we as humanist celebrants do. I find that not many people even know we exist. So hopefully this will be a little eye-opening and informational, as well as maybe some levity and fun at the end of our morning here today. I am Donna Forsyth, a humanist celebrant. But I have only been doing this for about 5 years. So I was a career educator teaching for 30 some odd years, mostly urban education. And 5 years ago, I was on sabbatical, or preparing for sabbatical, to get my administrative degree to become a school principal. That was the year in my home state of Pennsylvania when marriage equality came into play, and the laws were passed that we could now have same-sex marriage. And I was approached by two men in their 70s who asked if I would officiate their little elopement for them. So I went through the Humanist Society. I found them and found that they aligned with my belief system of equality, as well as humanism versus theism. So I officiated this wedding, and you know, not to blow things out of proportion, but it was life-changing. I was, as on my sabbatical, spent that time also pursuing more information about becoming a celebrant and reading more about and training myself, etc. So I officiated a number of weddings over that year. And when I went back to school to teach and seek a position as a principal, I changed my mind. So I soon retired early and officiated weddings full time. I now have a group that work with me of humanist celebrants. I have 4 other people in my Lehigh Valley Celebrants group, and I've officiated about 300 different types of ceremonies over these past 5 years. The picture on the right are Adam and Scott, the 2 men that I originally married almost 5 years ago to the day, and they exchanged bracelets that they had made instead of wedding bands. And then the other 2 guys are Noah and Josh, who I married the other year. And it's just, I always like looking at these 2 photos as a reminder of how far we've come, but still how far we have to go. So today, I will talk to you a little bit about the Humanist Society and how it started, the need for secular ceremonies, the role of humanist celebrants, types of secular celebrations, the process for endorsement through the Humanist Society, and hopefully we'll have time for a little bit of Q&A. This slide and several of the others I've chosen just to give you a feel for the kind of work we do. Many couples are looking to break out of that church, those walls, and have something that really speaks to who they are. They want an experience for themselves or for their friends and family. So they will perhaps have a beautiful nature. This is at John James Audubon Center. Some have museums that they want to have their weddings, where they want their weddings to take place. So, the Humanist Society. It endorses and prepares humanist professionals to lead life celebrations and to support people who are in difficult times. We have celebrants, but we also have chaplains and lay people and invocators. And these all are able to provide a meaningful alternative to that religious ceremony or service. We are supposed to be legally recognized in all 50 states, and we have found, though, that there are a few southern states that challenge our humanist ordination, or endorsement, I should say. But for the most part, most of the 50 states are accepting of our humanist celebrant status. A little bit of history. Humanist celebrants were, the Humanist Society rather, began in 1939. There were a band of Quakers who were seeing in the tenets of humanism what they agreed with as far as this merging of science and ethics and morality. And so they looked to become incorporated in California as an educational, a religious, and a where's my, oh, I have it on my other notes. A charitable nonprofit. So they're now authorized to issue charters anywhere in the world. So they were recognized back in 1939 in this capacity, and they trained and certified people who would, upon endorsement, then be able and be granted the same authority as clergy. So since 1991, they've been under the umbrella of the AHA as an adjunct. And we do have a 7-member board. I'm one of the board members and 3 paid staff. In 2003, though, they changed the name. So they became the Humanist Society of Friends. If you're familiar with Quakers, they are the Religious Society of Friends. And this group, of course, wanted to take that religious word out and became the Humanist Society of Friends. In 2003, they took the of Friends off. And in 2013, there has been a push to try and get some outreach to spread the word that, again, we exist, and people should try and find us if they're looking to have a life celebration of some sort, or if they would like to become endorsed through the Humanist Society. And then, and as of to date, we are again trying to get that word out as well. I think we have about 500 humanist celebrants and chaplains in the country, so. Not too many. I think in Texas we just had an application for a reapplication for one of our Texas celebrants. He said, "I'm the only one in Central Texas, so we need people." One of the
Utah is the worldwide headquarters of the Mormon Church. Oh, I mean the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as they like to be called now. This is where my story begins. This is me on my first day of 3rd grade. Look how excited I was. What I didn't know is that the kids behind me were all trying to figure out how to turn me into a good little Mormon. And it looks like they were staring at my dress because it was showing my shoulders. Heathen child. One thing that started happening this year is my classmates wanted me to read a book that was very special to them. Yes, everyone wanted me to read the Book of Mormon. They told me it would make them happy. But then these same kids started asking me if I believed in Jesus. I told them that I didn't believe in Jesus. They thought I was totally crazy. After this, a girl in my class started following me around at recess and lunch and always wanted to talk about religion. One time, I told her I didn't believe in Jesus. She told me that I wouldn't go to the pretty princess castle in the sky. She told me I was going to a place called hell. This girl continued following me around and telling me that I was going to hell. I ran away and hid from her. The next day, she did the same thing and I ran away again. Then she told the yard duty I was refusing to play with her and hurting her feelings. The yard duty took me to the assistant principal. The assistant principal told me I couldn't refuse to play with someone like that. I told her that the girl wouldn't stop talking about religion and telling me that I was going to hell. The assistant principal told me I was being a bully because I wasn't playing with this girl. The assistant principal kept me in at recess and made me read anti-bullying books for weeks. My mom came in and saw me crying at lunch one day and asked my teacher why I wasn't out playing with the other kids. The teacher told my mom that I couldn't go out with the other children because I was being a bully by refusing to play with this one girl. My mom went and spoke to the assistant principal. The assistant principal told my mom, "What do you expect? You moved here from California to Utah." This year ended up being very hard for me. The innocent, excited little girl that I was in this picture had some dark times later in this year. There were times I even wondered if I wanted to be alive. I don't tell you this part because I want you to feel sorry for me. I tell you because it will help you understand why I wrote my Stardust books. And now, on to the happiest part of the story. My family loves science, and we watch Cosmos together every Sunday night. In one of the episodes, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "The planets, the stars, the galaxies, we ourselves, and all life, the same star stuff." This was amazing to me. I couldn't believe that our bodies were made out of stardust. I wanted all the kids in the world to know about this. So, I ran upstairs to the computer and started typing a book. This is an actual document from that day. My original title was The Book of Truth. I knew that the Book of Mormon was special to my friends at school, so I made my title very similar to their book title. This is a picture of me when I was 8 years old, showing how I wanted one of the pages in the book to look. I was so excited to share this with the whole world. This is what the book ended up looking like. I will be doing a full book reading of this book later.
Hi. Welcome back to Distant But Together, the AHA's 79th annual conference. As everyone is getting settled again, I want to remind you to go to our website, americanhumanist.org, and become a member or donate to support our work. For those of you who aren't quite ready to commit to a full membership, there is a $1 online-only membership. You won't get our magazine or in print, and you won't get to vote for board members, but you will see all our publications online, including our beautiful flip book of the magazine. So look for that on the donation page of our website as well, and the direct link to the online-only membership has just been put in the chat. Also, I wanted to say that we have had more members for CFE. We are all the way up to 140 members today during this conference. So thanks so much for joining CFE, and I'm sure you'll all enjoy the annual meeting tomorrow. Now, please welcome to your screens Anjan Chakravarty. Anjan is a professor of philosophy and the Appignani Foundation Chair for the Study of Atheism, Humanism, and Secular Ethics at the University of Miami. Anjan will have just a few minutes for questions at the end of his presentation. So again, type whatever you would like to see to ask him in the Q&A box, and we'll do our best to get to all of them. Welcome, Anjan.
Thanks so much, Nicole. Am I coming through?
You are. Thanks for being here.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure. So thank you very much, Nicole, and hello, everyone. As Nicole mentioned, I'm Anjan. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I live in a part of Coral Gables, Florida that was built on land belonging to the Seminole and Tequesta peoples, or as we say in Canada, the Seminole and Tequesta First Nations. I'm genuinely honored to be part of this excellent conference with a lovely name, Distant But Together. And I'd really like to thank Nicole, Meredith, Emily, and the rest of the gang at the AHA for the very hard work of organizing such a stimulating event, and of course, including me in it. Today, I'm going to be talking a little about the nature of scientific consensus and disagreement. Let me start with an easy question. Why should humanists care about science? That's so easy as to be rhetorical because we all know that you do, and why. But if you ever need a refresher, have a look at the AHA's 10 commitments, their guiding principles for teaching values in schools, which we'll hear about later from Kristen and Jennifer. Among the things that humanists value that are nicely described there, we find commitments to gaining knowledge in reliable ways and descriptions of techniques for doing this that are integral to the sciences. We also find a commitment to a sensible caution when it comes to believing things in the absence of the sorts of evidence that these techniques reveal and collect. So let me just add one thing of my own here. When you look through the list at the various other things that humanists care deeply about, like taking care of each other and the planet, bringing about various goals of social justice and so on, it's immediately obvious that in order to do these things, we need to act. And in order to act, we need reliable information. So humanists care about science not merely because they value its techniques of investigation as sources of genuine knowledge, but because this information can function as a tool, as an instrument for bringing about the many other things that humanists value. I'm going to come back to this idea of science as an instrument for bringing about the common good again toward the end. So keep that in the back of your mind, and I'll come back to it shortly. Okay, so we all understand why humanists care about science. That was the easy question. Let me turn to a harder question. Why should humanists care about scientific agreement and disagreement? Well, you might think that that's an easy question too, right? I mean, after all, the sciences comprise a huge number of highly specialist disciplines. The education and training and infrastructure that's required to perform all of these investigations is, of course, extremely involved and complex. In other words, these disciplines are inhabited by people with highly developed forms of expertise. Most people, as lay people, when they require information that only those with expertise can give, have no other option but to consult the experts. If you could just work it out for yourself, right? How much more likely, say, certain minority populations are to suffer from inequities in education or healthcare. Or if you could just work out for yourself how best to, say, harness the power of the sun or the wind to generate electricity, or say to treat a novel coronavirus, well, then you could just do it. But we can't. Answers to these questions require expertise in the very techniques of investigation that I alluded to a moment ago. So to obtain at least some forms of reliable information or knowledge, we rely on experts. So why should we care about scientific disagreement? The easy answer is that since, as lay people, we're in the position of having to rely on experts, and if experts disagree, that may seem to leave us in a bit of a bind, right? It's one thing if they all agree, but if they don't, well, then what? So in the rest of the time that I have today, I want to say a few things about how often in scientific contexts, disagreement is actually more complicated than you might think it is. In some cases, it's actually a very good thing, even if it may require a bit of patience on our part to allow for it to evolve ultimately into a reliable consensus. In other cases, disagreement can actually be very long-lasting, right? And sometimes perhaps even incapable of being resolved. But in those cases, it turns out that disagreement about some things typically coexists with a consensus about the very parts of science that we actually need to act in the world. In other words, long-standing disagreement about some things is actually compatible with agreement about the reliable information we need to actually do things to bring about positive change in the world. So let me dig in here. And as just a reminder of what Nicole said, I'm going to try to leave a bit of time for questions. So if you have any, put them in the chat and we'll get to a few of them later. Okay. Before engaging with genuine scientific disagreement, I want to set aside something that sadly we encounter all the time in our less than perfect world, namely misleading appearances of scientific disagreement. In an ideal world, there wouldn't be anyone trying to mislead us into thinking that there's disagreement when in fact there really isn't. So for example, there's what I call pretend disagreement. So consider, for example, recent attempts to undermine a general consensus regarding anthropogenic contributions to climate change via disinformation. For instance, by, say, giving disproportionate emphasis to outlier opinions at the expense of what's generally held to be the case among experts. Sometimes scientific practice itself is subverted at the source. For example, in the well-documented case of how tobacco companies funded research this past century in order to bolster their claims, right, their false claims, that smoking or secondhand smoke really isn't harmful to human health. These kinds of efforts by nefarious actors, right, whether in the form of communicating skewed descriptions of scientific work or by skewing the work itself, by tainting the process via funding effects, can create misleading impressions of what should, in fact, be recognized as genuine consensus. So in addition to pretend disagreement, there's also what we in the business call pseudoscience, right? Claims that are, and theories that give the superficial impression of being scientific when in fact they're not scientific at all. They don't really subscribe to the techniques of investigation that we associate with the modern sciences. You've all encountered pseudoscience, right? Astrology, homeopathy, right, etc. Pseudoscience may give the mistaken impression that there's scientific disagreement, because if you compare what your homeopathist says to what your doctor says, you may get different advice. But of course, that isn't genuine scientific disagreement because pseudoscience isn't science. Now, I don't want to suggest for even a moment that pretend disagreement and impressions of disagreement created by pseudoscience aren't serious problems that we need to combat, right? They certainly are. But let me leave these misleading impressions of scientific disagreement to one side and now focus in on the genuine article. The American astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's come up, said, this was on Twitter 3 years ago, he said, anyone who thinks scientists like agreeing with one another has never attended a scientific conference. What's interesting about this from my perspective is that disagreement here takes different forms. And depending on what sort of disagreement we're talking about, it makes sense to think about it differently. So for today, let me make a fairly coarse-grained distinction, right? I'm going to contrast what I call transient disagreement, which is typical of more unsettled science, with stable disagreement, which is typical of more settled science. Right? So I'll say more about what it means to be settled and unsettled in a minute. So transient disagreement on the one hand versus stable disagreement on the other. So let's consider transient disagreement first. This is common, as I just mentioned, when the relevant science hasn't really settled down yet. Maybe it's at an early stage of development, or it's very cutting edge, or for whatever reason, it's still pretty speculative. In that sort of context, the science is unsettled because there are still a lot of basic disagreements between scientists to be sorted out. Right? So for example, what direction should the research go in? What methods should we use to investigate? I call this transient disagreement because we generally expect it to be resolved. And far from being a bad thing, disagreement here is extremely important because it functions like an engine that drives us ultimately towards consensus. It forces us to explore a range of possibilities that helps us to make progress. A lot of my own work is about physics and biology. Right now in physics, researchers are trying hard to come up with a theory that unifies the four currently known fundamental forces of nature. Right? So we have quantum theory, which describes things like electromagnetic forces. And we want to combine that somehow with relativity theory, which describes gravity. This theorizing in physics is cutting edge, it's highly speculative. Physicists themselves regard it as far from settled. There's heated debate, disagreement between them about conflicting approaches to it and what promise there is for success using one model or another. That's one example. Take an example that's much closer to home for most people today. It's very early days in our study of the novel coronavirus that causes the associated disease, COVID-19. Both the virus and the disease are literally and figuratively under a microscope right now. We began with no empirical evidence about these things. And over the past month, scientists have been massively scaling up their efforts to investigate them by acquiring more evidence, forming hypotheses, testing them, performing experiments, performing trials, and so on. This is a paradigm case of what I mean by unsettled science. We're trying our best, but we have a ways to go. So it's natural in these sorts of contexts that there will be disagreement about the sorts of things I mentioned a moment ago, right? Which directions the research should go, what methods we should use, which hypotheses are most promising, etc. But there's every expectation that these disagreements are transient, that they will lead to greater and greater consensus as the science settles. Okay, what about stable disagreement, which is typical of more settled science? Well, let me give you an example of that too. So earlier I mentioned quantum theory. That's our current best theory of how matter behaves and interacts at the level of the very small, right? So for example, atoms and subatomic particles. It was developed in a fascinating series of developments last century. And that, together with what's called the standard model of particle physics, which really coalesced in the 1970s, gives us an amazingly successful unified set of descriptions of the properties of various kinds of particles and how they interact with one another. It's truly a wonderful thing. It's also, in the way I described earlier, properly described as more settled science. It's not that it won't be further developed. It's not that it won't be incorporated in some form into an even better and more successful theory in due course. But the basic insights of the relevant physics are largely agreed upon, and scientists expect most or all of them to be preserved in some form going forward. In that sense, the science here is more settled. It isn't at an early stage of development or very speculative. Massive amounts of data support it. But all of that said, it's not as though there isn't room for disagreement here too. And that's what I call stable disagreement, because the science is more settled and relatively stable. Some of you will know all about this from popular accounts of the weirdness of quantum physics, right? It's really difficult to understand what the theory is telling us about some pretty fundamental questions regarding what these tiny constituents of matter are like. Are they really like particles in anything like the everyday sense of the word? Well, they behave that way in some contexts, but not always. So maybe it would be better to think of them not that way, but in terms of, say, fields, quantum fields, which are arguably very different sorts of things. There's room for disagreement about these sorts of foundational interpretational issues, even in contexts of more settled science. Okay, all of that was just to get across the idea that at different stages of inquiry, science can be more unsettled or it can be more settled. When it's more unsettled, there's usually a lot of disagreement, but we can expect a lot of it to be transient, to lead ultimately to consensus. When it's more settled, there's a lot of consensus, but that's compatible with some stable disagreement about parts of it. So let me return now, finally, to the question that I started out with. We rely on the experts, we rely on scientists for reliable information, for knowledge. Most of us don't have that expertise ourselves. So what do we do when they disagree? I think the answer to that question really depends on whether we're talking about transient disagreement or stable disagreement. So let me take those two types of disagreement in turn. First, transient disagreement. The first thing we have to do is recognize that most of the things that are important to us, right, that are most pressing, that are most impactful on our lives, are complicated, right? It takes time to investigate them carefully and systematically so that the results of these investigations are well supported and reliable. In the meantime, if it's especially pressing or life-threatening, like COVID-19, we may have to rely on the interim best judgment of scientific experts, knowing that this may be revised, probably will be revised, as we acquire more and more evidence and their best judgments become better and better supported. We have to understand that just like the rest of us, experts can only do the best with what they've got. But their best is always going to be a better bet than non-expert judgment. So even if we can expect scientific judgment to change as it improves, as we undergo the transition from unsettled to more settled science, it's always our best bet. Now, you'd think this would be obvious. Of course, it's obvious to all of you. But we see in the news every day, right, how the fact that scientists have been updating their best judgments about how best to avoid novel coronavirus infection and treat COVID-19 has been used, right, for obvious and repellent political reasons to attempt to discredit scientific work. To fall for this is just to misunderstand the nature of unsettled science. Sure, there's going to be plenty of disagreement. In this domain, that's a necessary precursor to consensus. But even in unsettled science, if there's a preponderance of consensus at any given time, that's your best bet, right? So if the preponderance of consensus is to wear a mask, but an outlier who thinks that certain gynecological conditions are caused by having sex with witches and demons and dreams, so there's no reason to wear a mask, well, you probably know what to do. What about the case of more settled science? Well, here, owing to the fact that the science itself is more stable, disagreements about how to interpret certain foundational issues also tend to be quite stable. And this may feel understandably worrying to non-experts because it suggests that on these issues, perhaps we shouldn't expect that disagreements will ultimately lead to consensus. But here again, it's important not to let disagreement distract us from a preponderance of consensus. It turns out that the reason more settled science is viewed as relatively settled is that there's a huge amount of consensus about a lot of it. In other words, stable disagreement tends to coexist with a great deal of consensus. And here's the amazing thing, the most important thing. In more settled science, that consensus always includes the parts of scientific theories and models that provide the reliable information we need to act in the world, to make predictions about how things will behave, or to intervene on something to bring about certain effects. Basically, all the parts of science that are relevant to concrete problem solving. Earlier, I cited quantum theory and the Standard Model as examples of more settled science. It's astonishing, mind-boggling, the success we've had in applying that science to do things in the world, right? From computing to telecommunications to medical imaging, right? The list is enormous. And all of that's because when it comes to more settled science, what's most settled about it tends to be the reliable information it gives about how to intervene in and manipulate aspects of the world. And that's exactly the sort of knowledge that's most important if you actually want to make changes in the world. That is, to make changes that serve the common good. The fact that there are stable disagreements in more settled science goes along with the fact that more settled science it's like a machine, a highly reliable, extraordinarily successful machine for generating knowledge that allows us to solve problems. And if we're motivated enough, to make the world a better place. Okay. As I said, I'd like to leave a little bit of time for questions. So let me wrap up here with just a nod to what I regard as some helpful philosophy. I'm a philosopher of science. I'm interested in a lot of things, but most of them are in some way, shape, or form connected to understanding the nature of scientific knowledge. This is a tradition in philosophy that goes back to antiquity, although it wasn't always called the same name. What amounted to the founding movement in the philosophy of science as a self-aware discipline in the early 20th century in Europe was associated with a group of philosophers and scientists called the logical empiricists. Empiricism is the view that if we want to have genuine knowledge of the world, it isn't enough to sit back in our armchairs, right, and think about it. We need to get out into the world to make observations, to interact with it. That's the basis of knowledge. You can see how well this fits with what I noted earlier about science, right? Acquiring empirical information, performing tests and experiments, and so on. Now, empiricism is a long-standing tradition. There are lots of aspects of different versions of it that, I don't subscribe to myself. But one of the core motivations of the logical empiricists was something that I think is especially resonant for us and for humanists generally. Their mission was to establish the sciences as the exemplary vehicle for producing knowledge of the world, not just for its own sake, but because they took properly scientific knowledge to be a basis for engaging in and bringing about social and moral progress. At the same time, in fact, starting in the late 19th century, another philosophical movement, American pragmatism, also came to the fore. Again, there are aspects of different versions of pragmatism that I'd be happy to take issue with, but there's something at the heart of it that is, again, I think, especially resonant and important for us. The pragmatists thought that concepts like truth and knowledge have to be understood as having a significant pragmatic dimension. What it is for a claim to be meaningful at all has to be understood in part on the basis of what we can do with it, with its practical consequences in human experience. If there's one thing you can take away from this session, I hope it's this. We rely on scientific expertise. That's as it should be. And when we rely on a group of people for something, it's lovely when they agree, but that shouldn't make us afraid of scientific disagreement. I've talked about how disagreement in situations of more unsettled science is actually crucial. It's a good thing because it represents a working through the gears of empirical investigation toward consensus. And even disagreement in more settled science usually sits on top of a vast consensus about the parts of science that we need to act, right, practically and pragmatically to make meaningful change in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjan. We have a few questions in the Q&A. The first is that Mark Reimers has two questions. Mark has been doing some work with our Center for Education, making some presentations and classes with us on human brain development, and is a professor and neuroscientist, so has a special interest here. His first question is, please comment on Philip Tetlock's prediction project. He finds that specialists, and most experts are specialists, often do poorly at integrating diverse sources of knowledge and make poor predictions.
Right. Well, I think that the one thing that I wouldn't like people to take away from what I said today is that by relying upon experts, relying on scientists in particular, that we should treat the sciences as though it's a kind of magic bullet, right? That it's a kind of gateway to the truth, and it's perfect in its methodologies. There are all kinds of ways in which our methodologies need to be scrutinized because they can be improved. And I think, you know, this particular example of TETLOC might be a very good one, right? Where we need to be able to bring diverse perspectives outside of specialities to bear on thinking about certain kinds of projects. And, you know, this is an issue that's taken up by a lot of people in my area, philosophers and sociologists and historians of science, who are really interested in, among other things, how certain kinds of biases sneak into scientific methodologies and how we might illuminate them so as to correct for them. Feminist philosophers of science, for example, have done a lot of excellent work on this. So it's not as though it's perfect or a magic bullet, but it is a system that I think through a process of reflection we can improve so as to deliver the kinds of knowledge that we want.
Great. Another question comes from Barbara. She says, lack of information about the scientific process leads the people who don't trust scientific information. They can't understand that as we know more information about COVID, the recommendations may change. This change is confusing those who don't trust science. How do you think that problem can be repaired or addressed?
Right. Well, that's a great question. It's a big question. And I think there are a lot of things that could be done, but none of it's easy, right? So some of this really turns on the fact that we have extraordinarily disappointingly low levels of scientific literacy in society generally, so that the kinds of scientific processes that you're alluding to, right? The idea that science is a process, right? It isn't something where you feed in a quarter and you get out a truth, and that it can take time and that it can be complicated. You know, a lot of misunderstanding of this really stems from people really not having been educated well to understand how science works. And, you know, in part, that's a failure of our educational system. So there's a very big change, right? We're thinking about now curricular change. We teach science in a very narrow way, right? Here are a bunch of equations, here are a bunch of facts. We often don't contextualize it in the way that humanists and others might think about it so as to understand its complexity. That's a big project because it involves educating ourselves, really starting from very early stages in ways that we're not doing right now. On the other hand, you know, there are things that we can do after the fact. So we're stuck with a largely scientifically illiterate society. What do we do? You know, there's really good, I think, empirical research going on now to think about how do we reach people, right, who are inclined to judge things the way that you've suggested, right? Some recent research I was looking at said, you know, just telling people that there's a consensus doesn't really help very much. But if you show them an infographic, right, that might actually help a lot, right? They tend to be swayed more by that kind of evidence. My colleague, Matthew Slater at Bucknell University is doing some research on this. So I think there are things that we have to do both at the foundational stages of education, but also after the fact in society as we have it to try to combat that kind of, well, what I would call, frankly, you know, ignorance about how science works.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, I think that's all the questions we have time for. That was certainly fascinating and really important to understand what we can and cannot expect in terms of scientific consensus and what that means. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Krista Cox. Krista is an activist and chair of the Leadership Council of the Feminist Humanist Alliance. If there's time, which we're not sure if there will be after her presentation, Krista is going to try to take your questions. So once again, please type in the Q&A and we'll get to as many as we can. Krista has already offered to join us on social media sometime in the next few days to have a sort of question and answer period where she can address things that questions that we might not have been able to get to. So please watch our Facebook page to learn more about exactly when that will happen. Welcome, Krista.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I do think it's very unlikely that I will have time left for questions, but I do want to take them. This is probably going to be really dense, lots of information, and so I do want to give some space for talking after. So I hope you'll look on Facebook for the social media event later. Thanks to AHA for inviting me. Thanks for putting together this conference so that we can connect while staying safe. I'm presenting today from the unceded land of the Miami, Potawatomi, and Peoria peoples. Again, my name is Krista Cox, and my pronouns are she, hers. I also would like to take a moment to thank all of the theorists, activists, and educators whose work has built the foundation for the things that I'm going to talk about today. And I'd like to specifically acknowledge all of the labor of women of color on projects like these, which is often exploited and rendered invisible. I do want to mention also, because I've been watching today and I've noticed it mentioned a couple times in the chat, for my visually impaired attendees, I am using a PowerPoint presentation, but it does not contain any information that I will not be talking about out loud, so you're not missing anything there. For anyone who's hearing impaired, I do apologize for the lack of captioning at this time. You can request a transcript of the full talk by reaching out to Nicole, and I understand that the archived video will be captioned. Now, I am going to start with a story that I am not very proud of. Many years ago, I dipped my toes into the online dating pool after my divorce. It is a very tepid and algae-covered pool in many ways. And so, as a result, I got lots of dehumanizing and offensive and sometimes incoherent messages. To blow off steam, I would sometimes post them on my social media so that my friends and I could have a laugh or commiserate, offer mutual support. One time I posted this particularly incoherent message, and I said something along the lines of, wow, this guy's not even trying to impress me. And the comments that my friends made were along the lines of what you'd expect. Haha, what? Or wow, that's some serious word salad. Until my friend Amy commented. Amy said, actually, my husband is deaf, and his first language was American Sign Language. The syntax of this message looks a lot like someone who learned ASL first and written English second. It is offensive and ableist that you're making fun of him. My immediate response was anger. I frantically typed a private message to another friend who had been on the thread and said, oh, did you see what Amy said to me? As if I'm an ableist. Am I not even allowed to vent my frustrations on my own private Facebook account? My friend, who is very calm and measured, said, it sounds like you feel really attacked. And I did, because how dare she? I'm an activist, and even though I'm not primarily a disability activist, I do think about things like accessibility in my work, and I do care about issues affecting disabled people. I don't say the R word anymore, or even lame as a pejorative, which is a lot more than most people. And I got more and more worked up and started drafting an angry response to Amy's comment. And then my friend did something really surprising and a little bit brave and deeply transformative. She asked, what would it mean about you if she were right? And the answer to that question is important, but not as important as the space that asking it created, space between my emotional reaction and the action that I took in response. That space facilitated and encouraged reflection. In other words, I got defensive. The word that my friend used, attacked, is important to explain why I responded the way that I did. What happens when we feel attacked? If we're face to face with the lion, I love this image, by the way, it triggers our stress response. Fight or flight. We all know about that, right? The amygdala interprets the image of the lion as a threat, which sends a distress signal to the hypothalamus, which activates the sympathetic nervous system, which pumps adrenaline through your body. All of this happens before your conscious mind even realizes that there's a lion in front of you. The problem is that to the amygdala, uncomfortable emotions often look exactly like hungry lions. So in this case, Amy was the lion, and I immediately and reflexively adopted a posture intended to protect what she seemed to be threatening. My self-esteem, my character, my beliefs about the kind of person that I am. Not to mention my social standing and the high opinion of my friends and my activist cred. In that moment, it felt like she was threatening my entire understanding of myself as a person, my goodness. And I desperately and instinctively needed to defend that understanding. Again, I got defensive. So what does this have to do with you? A couple of weeks ago, I attended the virtual Secular Student Alliance conference, and I saw a speech there by Callie Wright on having difficult conversations. Highly recommend that you look it up. So Callie was talking about how to persuade people to see your side of controversial social issues, like, for example, how to talk to your racist uncle over Thanksgiving dinner. His views, Callie said, did not form in a vacuum, and they're part of a complex tapestry of beliefs that he has, both conscious and unconscious, about the world and his place in it. Understanding those beliefs, and especially where they come from, Callie continued, is key to changing minds. So this talk is effectively the counterpart to Callie's. How do you have difficult conversations when you're the racist uncle? I will back up a minute in case I made you defensive there, and we'll talk about why learning to recognize and counteract defensiveness is a valuable and important skill, even if you're not the racist uncle, and how it can help uphold our humanist values. Number one, reason. So, as we all know, humanists, atheists, skeptics, we're guided by reason. We believe that knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experimentation, and rational analysis. Unfortunately, sometimes this intense focus on rationality can lead to a kind of de facto disregard for emotion. This seems to be especially true of uncomfortable or inconvenient emotions, the kind that we'd rather not deal with. So reason and rationality are absolutely vital to human progress. Anjan talked about that just a moment ago. But I think that we tend to underestimate the ways that emotion can impact our ability to reason. Psychological research shows that defensiveness has a negative impact on our ability to objectively consider information and ideas, especially if that information represents a threat to one's understanding of the world or the self. In other words, defensiveness prevents objectivity and rationality. Humanists who value rationality must learn to identify and address their own defensiveness. As Anjan said, we need reliable information. Number two, truth. The feminist social theorist, Dr. Kimberly B. George, studies and writes about topics like implicit bias and interrogating our position in systems of power and oppression. She says quite beautifully, quote, "The unconscious itself is akin to a historical archive, but it is a living, here and now, embodied archive with relational and structural implications." So put simply, our psyches are constructed in ways that aren't often fully apparent to us, no matter how intelligent or informed we may be. Our subconscious is just chock full of ideas about the world that we started internalizing from the moment of our birth. If defensiveness causes us to automatically defend our views instead of interrogating them, we continue to walk along with an incomplete, unconsidered version of the truth. As Jay Hooper said during his talk earlier, this is the work of, quote, decolonizing the mind. And we may not even be living our own truths. Dr. George also says that knowing ideas about gender or racial equality does not necessarily mean we live those ideas, as there's a difference between cognitive knowledge and how we integrate those ideas into how we live in relationship with one another, or self-reflect on our own privilege and power. I believed that I was not ableist, and yet there I was, making fun of somebody who may have had a disability. Diffusing my defensiveness allowed me to see my own failure to integrate my ideas about disability into the way that I lived, and that helped me bridge the gap between my idealized self and my actual self, which leads to growth. From the Humanist Manifesto, we aim for our fullest possible development. So in order for this to be true of humanity as a species, it must also be true for individual humans. In other words, personal growth is a humanist value. As humanists, we should each aim to reach for our potential. And since defensiveness can prevent us from hearing and internalizing even valid criticisms and from identifying our biases, it prevents us from growing as people. Number 4, relationship. This is the one that'll affect your daily life a lot more than any of the other categories. So sometimes the things that make us feel defensive feel like criticism, but they're actually not. For example, I have a really difficult time accepting help, even if I asked for it. The other day I was working on coding a website and I didn't know how to do something in CSS. So I asked my husband and he said, "Did you try X?" And my instant reaction was, "Of course I did. I'm not stupid." He was collecting information and I was hearing criticism and I felt defensive. Even sometimes hearing a person's feelings about something that we've done can feel like criticism. For example, "It hurts my feelings when you go to sleep without saying goodnight" can sound like, "Why aren't you caring for me properly?" Defensiveness can prevent us from collecting information that may help us learn about and better care for those around us. Working on our defensive responses makes all of our relationships better, which is directly related to allyship. This is where the title of this presentation, "The Necessary Discomfort of Progress," comes from. I deeply believe that this kind of personal activism is necessary for large-scale societal progress. In the earlier words of Jay Hooper, we need to do the me search to do the we search. I love that. Works out instantly. So I'm an intersectional feminist and an anti-racist activist. I am also a cisgender white woman. Every day I get to walk through the world without thinking about my race or my gender unless I want to. And that's what it means to be privileged. It also means two very important things to my activism. One, I will get it wrong. In fact, the more active I am in my activism, the more I risk getting it wrong. There are lots of different ways to get it wrong. Sometimes I might say an ableist thing without realizing it. Or maybe I'll do something with the best of intentions that I think is helpful to whatever movement I'm working for, but it's actually harmful and I just don't have the context to know that. Now, when I get it wrong and somebody lets me know, there's two things that I can do. I can throw the discomfort of that moment back on the person who told me, who's likely to be someone from a marginalized group, or I can sit in that discomfort until I'm ready to embrace the opportunity to make my mistake right and become a better ally and a better person. Two, this also means that I am part of a system that needs deconstructing, which means deconstructing its influence over me. We're all born into various structures: family, neighborhood, town, country. And as I mentioned before, we learn all sorts of things from those structures. Some are explicit and some are implicit. For example, in my family structure, I learned that God is real and shame is a virtue. The first one was explicit, so I could pretty easily identify the ways that it was affecting my behavior, right? Mom says God's real, so I go to church and I pray and I persecute gay people. But the shame thing, that was implicit. And it was a lot more difficult to suss out the ways that it was impacting my behavior, even though it absolutely was. I couldn't change that behavior that was certainly impacting other people, including myself, until I identified the subconscious belief that was perpetuating it. Similarly, I was born into a structure that privileges white folks over people of color, cis people over trans people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That system is both made up of and propped up by people enacting those privileges over and over, sometimes knowingly, but much more often without even realizing their complicity. If we aim to make a better, just society, we need to be able to see the ways that we as individuals unknowingly perpetuate the problems in our society. We need to decolonize the mind. And I can tell you, it is inherently deeply uncomfortable work. But as therapist Karen O'Connell writes, the costs of feeling the full impact of these systems of violence and oppression are high, but the costs of not feeling them are even higher. So how do you know if you're being defensive? According to psychologists David Nussbaum and Carol Dweck of Stanford University, people generally have 3 defensive responses to negative feedback. They reject it as biased or inaccurate. They use symbolic compensation to compensate for their shortcomings, or they compare their performance to others who are worse. You can see each of those in my response to Amy's criticism. Rejection, I couldn't be ableist. Symbolic compensation, I stopped saying lame as a pejorative. And comparison to others, that's more than most do. So all of these are All these responses are ways to diffuse the threat. They calm the discomfort, they resolve the cognitive dissonance, and they restore any lost self-esteem. But they do so without doing anything to address the underlying cause of that negative feedback. And they deny me the opportunity to learn from it. Okay, hopefully at this point we all agree defensiveness is bad and we need to care about it. So what do? I'm not going to lie, this is not an easy skill to master. It's something that I've been working on for a very long time. And like all skills, it takes practice. But I promise, as someone who's done a lot of this work and who's had the joy of being in relationship with people who can handle their defensiveness well, it is incredibly worth it. So I think that reprogramming your defensive responses is done in two main areas: in the moment and before the moment. Even though it's counterintuitive, we're going to start with in the moment training. So here's what to do when your nephew looks over the turkey at you and says, "That's racist." Step one, stop. This is absolutely the most important step and definitely the most difficult. Adrenaline creates so much forward momentum and it takes a lot of zen to interrupt it. So here are some suggestions for helping to create additional space in that split second between the thing that upsets you and your response to it. Care for the body. So defensiveness is a physical response, right? So you can respond to it physically. You can take a few sips of water, have a snack, take some deep breaths, or weirdly, this actually works, squat like a frog. All of these things signal to your body that there's not really danger, and it can help calm your automatic physical response. Use the buddy system. So in that moment, when you want to yell at the person who just accused you of something, reach out to someone else instead. You want to reach out to somebody who's not just going to hop on the anger train with you, but who knows that you're working on defensiveness. Research demonstrates that psychological safety is paramount to developing new emotional skills and incorporating new challenging information. So it should be someone that you trust and feel safe with. Now, maybe you feel safe with the person who called you out, but it's quite likely that they're not in a position right now to provide you the support that you need. So having somebody else at the ready for that role is great. Practice an automatic response. You have to practice this too, because otherwise it won't be automatic. But something like, "Thank you, I need some time to think about this before I respond." That thank you especially generates a bit of goodwill inside of you for the person who called you out, which can help to calm you down. It also will satiate your desire to say something, anything, and it might smooth things over with that person for a minute while you step away to process. My husband and I, when we're feeling defensive, we just say, "I'm feeling defensive," and both of us know that it's time to step away for a minute so we can calm down. If all else fails, embrace the do-over. The first several times that you try to interrupt your defensive response, you might not even realize that you're in a defensive response until your foot's halfway up the other person's butt. In my experience, it is never too late to take a step back in the process, do your introspection, and then return to the conversation. You know, last week I responded defensively and I only just realized it. Can I have a do-over? And over time, as you practice these skills, you'll find that you will interrupt that cycle sooner and sooner. So you've stopped, now what? Step two is question. Now, some of us are more naturally predisposed or perhaps just more practiced at interrogating our emotions. It's also true that a rich emotional life is stigmatized among some groups, perhaps also including skeptics who value a detached rationality above all else. But what this practice actually is an intellectual inquiry into a physical chemical response. To again refer back to Jay Hooper's presentation, to cry is a form of intelligence, a message from the body. When you're sick, you inquire into the state of your body. "Oh, my stomach hurts. Is it appendicitis or gas? What did I eat that might have caused this? Oh yeah, 3 helpings of Aunt Norma's baked beans." The practice of emotional interrogation is no different at all. My chest is tight, my face feels hot. Is this anger? Is it shame? Why did my body respond this way? So some things that you can ask yourself are, what am I feeling? What am I defending against or resisting? What assumptions or beliefs of mine have been challenged? Am I the best person to determine whether this criticism is legitimate? And my friend's favorite, what do I believe it means about me if this criticism is accurate? So what these questions do is they help turn your focus from the other person, how dare Amy say that, to you. Why am I responding this way? It helps you calm down, it helps you collect information, and it helps you evaluate the situation more objectively. Now, the fantastic thing about this process is that it's beneficial in and of itself, completely regardless of the quality of the feedback received. After you take a moment and you process, you might come to the conclusion that the criticism was unwarranted or untrue. But the process itself is valuable in that it's skill building and perspective shifting. Finally, the last step is to respond. I'm not going to say too much about that because it's highly dependent on the individual situation that you're in. I will say 2 recommendations. Be respectful to the best of your ability and use I statements, not you statements. So for example, you wouldn't want to say I was, or you would want to say I was defensive, not you made me defensive. So before the moment, because we tend to be a giant rush of emotions when in the midst of a conflict, being prepared for them can have a measurable impact on how we ultimately respond. So here's some things you can do starting right now or immediately after the conference to be ready for your next fight or flight moment. Mindfulness meditation. It might seem silly and unrelated, but mindfulness training can actually have a giant impact on creating a little bit of distance between the turbulence of your emotions and your external response to them. It creates just enough space sometimes so that you can bite your tongue before it wags out of control. Cultivate a growth mindset. If you haven't heard of this before, there's 2 mindsets, fixed and growth. Very simply, fixed means that you have a set and unchangeable amount of intelligence, whereas growth mindset believes that you can grow. So research shows that people who have a growth mindset are much more likely to employ productive rather than defensive responses to criticism. Growth mindset is also a humanist mindset. And there's no potential to strive for if you're born as good as you'll ever get. Consider criticism to be a compliment. All right, sounds crazy, hear me out. I know that there's a lot of talk about call-out culture out there, and I know that some people believe that it brings people great glee to call someone a racist. And that's probably true in certain situations, like on Twitter. But if it's somebody that you know, the chances are really good that it took a tremendous amount of bravery for them to confront you. They summoned the courage and took that emotional risk because they believe that you are something better than your called out behavior suggests. They trusted you to hear them, to be contemplative about what they said, and to respond respectfully. They believe that you can grow. And they'd rather have a really difficult conversation with you than just write you off. And that means something. Self-affirmations, like Stuart Smalley, right? So one of the jobs of defensive responses is to restore any lost self-esteem. But psychologists have demonstrated that self-affirmations self-affirmations and defensiveness are interchangeable ways of alleviating threat. The trick is that the affirmations have to be in place before the threat occurs. So part of the key here is what you affirm. You don't want to convince yourself that you're really good at never making mistakes, because then when you make one, you're just going to be more defensive. What you want to do is build your sense that you're capable of growth, that you're able to take constructive criticism, or that you're capable of overcoming your defensive responses to interact more genuinely and compassionately with people. Rethink discomfort. Often we see uncomfortable emotions as evidence that we've been harmed, somebody's done something wrong. But if there's anything that I've learned through lots of years of therapy, it's that progress itself is uncomfortable. Looking at ourselves honestly is uncomfortable, trying to change is uncomfortable. Start to see discomfort as an opportunity to learn about yourself. Approach it with gentleness and curiosity, and you'll less often go automatically into defense mode. Foster humility. Humility gets a bad rep, and it does have some religious undertones. It's also got lots of definitions, but it can be as simple as accepting your fallibility as a human being. Research suggests that humility can help you forgive your shortcomings and, as such, create less of a need for defensiveness. And finally, think deeply about what it means to be a good person. Often I see people defend themselves against accusations of racism, homophobia by saying, I can't be racist, I'm a good person. The problem is those two things are only opposites if we define good person as someone who never makes mistakes or someone who's immune to social conditioning. Wanting to feel like a good person seems to be like baked into the human psyche. So it makes sense to be thoughtful about what it means to be good. So far as I can tell, there's no humanist definition of goodness that includes being perfect. It includes things like being ethical, inspired by compassion, concern for the well-being of all, and striving toward a world of mutual care and concern. To me, a big part of being a good person is not in whether or how many mistakes I make, but how those mistakes are handled. Do I handle them with grace and humility? Do I treat them as an opportunity for growth? Do I make an attempt to inflict any wrongs inflicted on another? To right any wrongs that I might have inflicted, even if it wasn't intentional. I would recommend that you remind yourself of your deepest values. Those are your, quote, good person values. And being reminded of them can help you determine how you want to react in response to criticism. This is a ton of information, like I said at the beginning, and a lot of different suggestions. Even if you pick one that feels right to you and work on it, it can help you become less defensive. And the value of these efforts is widely applicable, not just in activist contexts. So I do hope that you'll give it a try. And look for that question and answer session on Facebook. Thank you so much for being here with me today.
Thank you, Krista. That was very enlightening and helpful, and there was some active discussion in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. I did something weird with my own video. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. We will, I believe Krista is also going to give us some material that we can email to participants if you'd like additional information. So look for that, and also look for information about a social media event on Facebook where she will be glad to answer more of your questions. An important part of the mission of the AHA is to promote humanism to the non-theist community and to the wider audience. We do that through our flagship publications and also through traditional and social media. The next video gives you an idea of the scope of our reach. After the video, we're going to move right into a discussion of the 10 commitments with Kristen Wintermude, the AHA's Director of Education, and Jennifer Barty, our Deputy Director and Editor-in-Chief. Hi, Jennifer and Kristen. Are you on?
Oh, hi, Nicole. Sorry. Yes, we are on.
We're here.
We were waiting.
Please go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm Jennifer Barty. As Nicole said, I'm the editor-in-chief of the Humanist magazine and thehumanist.com and deputy director. Can everybody hear me okay? My family says I'm a loud talker, so I guess that's a good thing. I wanted to acknowledge that my location is on the traditional territory of the Piscataway people.
And I'm Kristen Wintermute. As Nicole said, I'm the Director of Education, and I want to acknowledge my location is on the traditional land of the Wapakut Band of the Dakota Tribe.
And I want to, I think both Kristen and I feel it's daunting going this late in the game, Kristen, because everyone is so impressive and the presentations have been so good. And we're going to do a little bit of a casual conversation. Kristen and I are longtime friends and colleagues, and we're going to have a conversation about the 10 Commitments, which was a project developed by the Center for Education. It has some history and really came to fruition in the last year. We're going to talk about how it came to be and the reception it's gotten from the humanist community. And so I thought we'd start, Kristen, or Emily, actually, if you could put the graphic up on the screen for people. And Kristen, if you want to just kind of read through the simple titles of each commitment.
Yeah, with each commitment, we do have an I statement, which is kind of hard to read on this graphic. You can see it on our website, AHA-centerforeducation.org, more details on it. But the 10 Commitments in no particular order: critical thinking, ethical development, peace and social justice, service and participation, altruism, humility, environmentalism, global awareness, responsibility, and empathy.
Great, and yeah, we'll get back to that in no particular order.
Yeah.
Item. So first question, and I'm going to make it, and actually, Emily, maybe you could take, if you could take that down for now, we'll go back to that graphic. First question is going to be a hard one because you're my friend and I'm going to do that. And I know that you've been asked this question in various forms a lot. And in answering it, of course, feel free to talk about whatever you want about how it came about. But really the question is this: so does naming this the 10 Commitments elevate Christian doctrine, you know, as the original value set? And simply put, why riff on Christianity's 10 Commandments?
Yeah, this is a topic that has come up. It's a topic of criticism. Why don't we make it 9 commitments or 7 commitments, not to play off of the 10 Commandments? I think it's not so much co-opting or positioning us with Christian doctrine as the original and then basing this or going off of that, but more about establishing our own humanist identity, noting what particularly we value and what we stand for. Much in the case like you use have their 7 principles, the Jewish faith has their 13 fundamental principles, and Islam has its 5 pillars, which all indicate a core belief and practices. The 10 Commitments, I think, stand on their own as humanist values to maintain and strive in a daily practice.
Mm-hmm. And I think too, it's worth pointing out that, you know, there's a certain marketing appeal to everything, and it's certainly gotten attention, right? And from there, then we can really grapple and delve into what these commitments are. I know earlier in the day during another presentation, there was a comment that respect is not the top humanist value. I think the commenter said empiricism and veritas is. So, but wouldn't you say that these values, the way they're laid out, especially visually, but the way that we think of them as well, they're not hierarchical?
No, not at all. In fact, on the website, we put them in alphabetical order for intentionally, because we don't want to put one value up against like respect or responsibility or peace and social justice. So we thought, well, let's go with alphabetical order so that we're not indicating one is better than the other, but they're all inclusive and they all intersect in some ways.
being empathic may lead to being altruistic or having a sense of humility. So they all, they all intersect.
Mm-hmm. And whose brainchild is this? How did this all come about?
Good question. This brainchild is that of Prapal Kochar. He was the founder of the Kochar Education Center, and he worked with Bob Behrman to bring about these 10 commitments. And for him, it came about, he grew up in India, and in growing up in India, he was surrounded by some of the largest, now I'm trying to find my notes, largest religions in the world: Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, and his own Sikhism. So that is an inspiration. He said, they all have their rules. They all have good points and bad points. And it got him started to think that as a young person, how do I explain what is being human and what is being humanist? And seriously, he really did say, I could start with 7, maybe 9. Oh, 10's good. And he set forth to think about what are the essential 10 humanist values. And when I came on to the AHA, bringing the Humanist Institute and forming the Center for Education, what was I going to do with these 10 commitments? And so we sat down and really looked at them and spent like 6 months writing them and thinking about what's important and what's not important. And they're really very broad-based and inclusive, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, yeah, and I think we've talked about how, I mean, and we don't really have the time to do this exercise in full, but if you were to, want to take an issue such as race and racism and sort of look at the ways that various commitments can inform your approach to anti-racism would be what we would be approaching.
Yeah.
I think it's there's a lot there, and it's really seems to be resonating with people a lot. I don't know if you know this, but we in the well, that we published a version of a list of these with the graphic, and then you had written kind of a précis on it, and that was the #1 read article of the entire year. And then also just in terms of the response, talk a little bit about that. Like, I know people are asking right here today for posters and T-shirts and.
Yeah, I want to speak a little bit to the piece when we did the article and we reintroduced them. People got very excited, and some of them were like, "Why didn't you put race up there as like a critical value?" And I think it is really true that encompassed in these, like peace and social justice, we're talking about equality for all, and then we're talking about race. And when we're talking about being altruistic or empathic or a sense of humility or, thinking about our own ethical development and how we can move around beyond our own white privilege, as Krista was sort of talking about, challenges of looking at yourself. And I think that the specifics are within, but we didn't focus on the specifics. We focused on a more broad-based, so that the specifics are covered, and how you carry out the 10 commitments is really an individualistic type thing. Mm-hmm. I think I didn't answer your particular question. I went off on a bunny trail.
That is okay. We'll have a dance party later. So actually, Emily, if you wouldn't mind putting the graphic back up for a sec, I wanted to, I want to give, and I know you want to give a shout out to our art director, Sharon McGill. And just for those of you who are wondering who made all those fantastic videos you've been seeing all day, that was Sharon's work.
Yeah.
In terms of the visual, I mean, how large of a role did the visual aspect play, do you think, in sort of really getting people excited about this?
I think it's huge. Sharon's design as an art director was absolutely brilliant because it isn't hierarchical. It's a circle. It's much like the earth and the planet that we cherish. Not one stands out as, important versus the other, but it's a circle of life. I think her thing was brilliant, and it really brought people in. I will, and we were going to leave this to the end, but I want to put forth that when we were thinking about being in Miami, Jennifer and I were talking about the wheel of humanism, and that we would have it available for everyone. When you come down for your coffee, you could spin the wheel of humanism, and whatever you land on, that's what you aspire to on that particular day. And we still may do it, but it was kind of a fun thought.
Of course, we're still going to do it.
We're going to do it.
In that analogy, wheel of humanism, Kristen, which one of us is Pat Sajak and who's Vanna?
Oh, you're Vanna.
Oh, okay. Now, talk a little bit about, because this has also been adapted for children, for younger humanists. And can you fill people in a little bit about that whole aspect?
Yeah, part of when I was thinking early on about, what do I do with these 10 commitments? The original thought was that we would get this in every public school. We would have posters, and I was thinking, how do we do this? Are people going to reject it because it's kind of a play on the 10 commandments? And the first thought I had was, if we don't get our own community to get behind this, then how are we going to get the general public to get behind this? And just at that particular time, Jeff Cook, a scout leader in Florida, came forward and said, I have kids in my troop that are atheists and humanists, and they really want to earn their religious emblems badge. What do you think about creating a workbook? And immediately I thought, the 10 Commitments is the perfect foundation for this. Kids working, so we built this workbook based on the 10 Commitments with various activities, how to be more empathic, how to be altruistic acts. And we did run it up the flagpole with the Boy Scouts, and this was before the big scandal, and they rejected it. Wouldn't tell us why they rejected it. We all know why they rejected it. But then once the news broke about where the organization had been and is going, we stopped really pursuing that avenue and legitimizing the Humanist Workbook and badge and the 10 Commitments as something with the Boy Scouts. But we continue to provide workbooks. We get requests all the time from Campfire Girls, from Boy Scout leaders who want their kids to. We have badges available, so once they go through the activities. Also, Camp Quest has this summer, with all the COVID, has taken on the 10 Commitments, and they're doing a lot of programming around that, so we're very thankful. Thanks, Kim Newton and all the facilitators of Camp Quest for seeing the value in the 10 Commitments. Mm-hmm. The other really exciting thing that came out of this was a British man associated with the Uganda Humanist Schools Trust. He's a trustee, Steve Hurd, came forward and he said, I really like this. And he was again attracted to the beautiful design and the article I wrote. And we started up a relationship and a conversation. He works with the Uganda Humanist Schools Trust. They have a number of schools in Uganda. And he is a teacher, a professional teacher, and he's been putting together specifically curriculum for that community. And it's been really exciting to see everything he's developing, and that his teachers are involved and using the 10 Commitments as a foundation. So I'm thrilled.
And also along that, kind of international scope, the 10 Commitments people may have seen in the video earlier, the Education Department video, that it's now been translated into a bunch of languages, and that's an ongoing project.
Mm-hmm. Bulgarian, Urdu, Japanese, Korean. How that came about is the editor of the Swedish humanist group said, this is great. Can we put this into Swedish? And I was really excited. I was like, yeah, go ahead, go for it. So she took it on, and we had a little bit of a back and forth about just words, and meaning, which was kind of fun. And then now it's just exploded. So we have all these different languages, and we've sold over 200 posters, and we're actually thinking about t-shirts. So I'm excited about that.
Are the various translations available for people to see?
Yep, they're online. They're on the HA Center for Education.org site. Our wonderful art director Sharon has made those available. You can download them and see all the different. Also, the artwork is available for download. If you just want to purchase the posters, which they're printed very nicely, you can contact us and we'll help you make that happen.
Very cool. So thinking about, you know, the times we find ourselves in, and the reason you and I are doing this in this virtual realm, of course, is because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And, you know, I know that obviously it thwarted the World Humanist Congress, and it's upended life all over the globe, and it's, you know, claiming so many lives and livelihoods. I know this is a hard question, but how can we think about applying the 10 commitments to the way we're sort of dealing with this? I mean, how do you think that there's a really practical way we can adapt these to sort of deal with the crisis?
Yeah, I think it's individual and it's very personal. But when I think about, you had sort of posed this question to me, and I thought, how would I answer this question? And I started with thinking critically. And one of the things that I have done, I actually live in Minneapolis, so not only did COVID hit, but the city was burning around me. I actually live in a very privileged neighborhood, so I was far away from the George Floyd riots, but they also impacted me because I have friends that live in the area. And one of the things I'm thinking about was thinking about the 10 commitments kind of frame for me, critical thinking and learning and reflecting, and as Krista brought up, sort of meditating and really thinking about, what are my biases? What are my stereotypes? Where am I not being socially just? Where can I create peace in my own life and be more forward thinking and confront. One of the books that I'm reading is Waking Up White and Finding Myself in the Story of Race. And part of that book is thinking critically about the narratives that we grow up in and really challenging those. And I feel like the 10 commitments have grounded me in a way in my humanism that I haven't found before. You know, I've spent 20 years as an educator reading John Dewey, The Common Faith, and all the quintessential philosophical books. But this 10 commitments is sort of bringing my values home and making me grounded and think about, what kind of person do I want to be in the COVID crisis? Do I want to be that person walking through the grocery store and not wearing a mask because I'm worried about my vanity? No, I have a sense of humility. I don't care. What I care about is our community, my own health. Yes, of course, my own health. But so I think, did I answer your question?
Yeah, sure. Well, we could talk about it a lot longer. No, I mean, I think this kind of brings us around just full circle, get it, to what this is and what it isn't. I mean, this is to me, it's a very open-ended guide. It's a reminder that even as humanists, who we feel very empowered in our humanism, we feel very confident in our ability to be good, right? And our potential, but sometimes I think we need to be reminded a little bit the best ways to go about that, or just to be reminded to practice some of these things. The critical thinking, I think, comes pretty easily to most of us, but I think all of us, not just humanists, but everybody could be a little more humble for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that if people, and we'll say it again, these are not written in stone. If somebody wants to add their own or, you know, tweak it for their own use, that's fine. This is what we're putting out. We're really proud of it. People seem to really, really like it. And congratulations to you guys for seeing it through. I know it was, you know, it took a lot of tweaking. Imagine writing this and then you have to at some point decide on the words.
Yeah, no, that was the hardest part. And I just want to be really clear to the critics. This isn't about dogma and doctrine. This isn't about commanding you how to be a humanist. This isn't about telling what you should or shouldn't do, but maybe getting you to think about committing to your humanism in your daily life. And I think one of the reasons why it really appeals to people is it's a way to practice humanism. And for years, I've been asked from people, how do you be a humanist? You know, okay, we've got 1,000 definitions, but how do you actually be a humanist? I mean, what does that look like? And some of our local groups have been using the posters and the 10 commitments as a way for when new people walk in and they say, what is this whole humanist thing? I don't get this sort of intellectual, what's the heart of the matter? You know, what is this all about? And they've been able to use the 10 commitments to say, okay, this is what it's about. To get out of our intellectual heads and, you know, and into the heart of what it is to be human. And for Paul, that's hugely important, is not just the humanist aspect, but, you know, how can we be better humans? And he was the mastermind behind this. So,
all right. So shout out to Pritpal.
Yay.
Well, I guess we're kind of wrapping up, but I also wanted to say during this coronavirus pandemic, well, I want to give a shout out to all my colleagues at the AHA. I wanted to acknowledge Nicole Carr, who's really done the heavy lifting with this conference as our coordinator and MC, our executive director, Roy Speckhard, of course, all the staff, and then, you know, those who are actually working right now, you know, Emily and Peter and Meredith and Anana Shea. If I've forgotten anybody, let me know. But we have managed to do a pretty good job of keeping the ship going during the virus. And I think it's a testament to everybody, but the education department, I will say, has been particularly active. And what else is in store? What's around the pike?
For the education department?
Yeah, for programming. I know you had it last night.
We said, Nicole said a little bit earlier, but we've been doing this Speaking of Humanism, which is sort of highlighting humanist leaders and authors. We've started Critical Minds, which is a focus on contemporary topics. We had one last night on the evolution of the brain, which was really fascinating. We're going to, Jay Hooper, who had spoken earlier, did a Critical Minds on art, imagination, and humanitas, which was really great. He's going to do instructor-led course furthering what he talked about today and what he did in Critical Minds, which I'm really looking forward to. And Mark Reimers, who did last night's Critical Mind, is also going to do a further reflection instructor-led course. And we've got a lot of stuff in the works, more stuff for Here for Climate, putting together a panel on climate injustice, which we had started in an open lecture series talking about how climate heavily impacts marginalized communities. So we've got a lot of stuff coming down the pike. And to the one person in the chat who I referred to the George Floyd as riots, I apologize for that terminology. I should not have used that. I should have said the murder of George Floyd and the uprising and what happened in my community was really life-changing for many of us. And I hope that we continue that trajectory. So I apologize for my misuse of that term. And so.
Well, hey, good for you for reading the chats while you're talking.
It just popped up and I felt really bad. So I wanted to you know, really change my wording. And when people call me out, I need to, you know, acknowledge that that was racist framing and to say, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, it's interesting to consider how these formats change our ability to kind of respond in the moment. I mean, in a physical conference, I suppose that wouldn't have happened, but we are actually at 4:59, so I think we should say goodbye because the award for Humanist of the Year is coming up. But this has been a pleasure, Kristen, as always.
Yeah, and thanks everybody for listening. We appreciate you so much. You generate.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Kristen. That was a very enlightening and interesting conversation. Thank you for telling us all more about the 10 commitments. Programs like the 10 commitments, the other important projects you've heard about today, and this virtual conference itself are only possible through the generosity of our members and supporters. So this is the portion of the event that I sometimes think about as our public radio moment. This conference is not free to attend. It is free to attend, but it is not free to produce. So please go to our website at americanhumanist.org and click on join to become a member or donate to give generously. We're putting the link in the chat. That's happening right now. So you can easily click on it and make a donation right now. Click on the link right now. I'm going to be talking for a couple of minutes so you can go donate and not be distracted or miss anything important. If you appreciate programs like this conference, our legal work, our policy and social justice advocacy, and the many educational programs that the AHA offers, including our publications, then we need your support. Please get out your credit card, click on the link, or go to the website and show us that you support our programs and all the important work you've heard about today. If you're new to us, we hope that you will become a member or make a donation that is significant to you. For some of you who have been with us for a while, we hope that you will consider a contribution of $500 or even $1,000 or more. Please consider making a donation that is truly significant to you. We know that there are many charitable causes that you can support, and that during this pandemic and our unstable economy, there are many demands on your finances. But as humanists, we know that we are responsible for helping each other. I hope that all of you who are enjoying this free conference will help support the AHA. And I'd also like to say that there are many ways to give, and one of the ways we'd like to encourage you to think about is our Vonnegut Sustainers. That's what we call our monthly recurring donors. If making a lump sum donation is more of a commitment than you can make, think about making a smaller donation on a monthly basis. That way we can depend on that money to support our general operating on an ongoing basis, and we know that you are contributing. Please know that all levels of contribution are important to us, and we greatly appreciate donations, large and small. We can't do our important work without your help, and you are what make all of this happen. And now, without further ado, please enjoy the final session of our conference. Roy Speckhart presents our Humanist of the Year Award to Congressman Jared Huffman of California.
I'm Roy Speckhart, Executive Director of the American Humanist Association. In my many years of service to the humanist movement, this is the first time I've had the honor to personally introduce the Humanist of the Year, and I couldn't be more pleased to do so. Since meeting Representative Jared Huffman back in September of 2017, I was immediately struck by his open approach, his genuine commitment to humanity and the environment, and his deep respect for people from every kind of background and belief. His subsequent going public as a humanist and an agnostic made news across the nation because he was only the second member of Congress in history to take such a bold step. In the months that followed, Center for Free Thought Equality's Ron Millar and I met with him and several members of Congress as the Congressional Free Thought Caucus was birthed. The CFC continues to grow, promoting sound public policy based on reason, science, and moral values, while promoting the secular character of government and demonstrating the value of freedom of thought worldwide. Representing California's 2nd District, which follows the coast north of San Francisco, he was first elected back in November of 2012 and currently serves on the Committee on Natural Resources, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, the Select Committee on Climate Crisis, and in the 116th Congress chairs the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife, with jurisdiction over federal water projects, fisheries management, coastal and oceans policy, as well as wildlife and endangered species. Congressional Huffman is a true champion for humanist principles. During his 4 terms in Congress, he built a reputation as a progressive leader and environmental expert who focuses on making a difference. As founder and current co-chair of the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, Representative Huffman forged a coalition of more than a dozen members of Congress working together to defend the rights of humanists, freethinkers, and other non-theists. Under his leadership, the caucus has been an important voice for a wide range of issues, including opposing the nomination of Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, speaking out against the creation of the poorly named Religious Liberty Task Force, and supporting legislation such as the No Ban Act, which recently passed the House. Representative Huffman continues to be an instrumental person in defending Americans' coastlines from offshore oil and gas drilling, introducing legislation to protect the Pacific and Arctic Oceans as part of a coordinated nationwide effort to protect ecosystems and coastal economies while reducing our unhealthy dependency on fossil fuels. Before serving in Congress, Representative Huffman served in the California Assembly, and before that, worked as an attorney for the Natural Resources Defense Council with legal victories, including positive verdicts in gender and in race discrimination trials. So, with such a stellar record, I'm sure you can see why it is my distinct pleasure to present to Jared Huffman the 2020 Humanist of the Year Award for his powerful progressive advancements for our country and for our planet, and for his outstanding humanistic leadership. The floor is yours, Congressman.
Well, Roy, thank you so much. I am humbled and not worthy, especially when I think about the amazing people that have received this award in years past. I mean, incredible scientists and, writers like one of my favorite writers, Kurt Vonnegut. This is rarefied air. And I clearly don't belong in that strata, but tell you what I'll do. I will try to live up to the incredible honor that you have just bestowed upon me. And I will accept it on behalf of all the good non-theists everywhere. And of course, a lot of closeted non-theists in the United States Congress, probably a lot of non-theists around the country that are thinking about whether they can step into the arena of public service. I guess if I add anything to this conversation, it's that you really can. And so it's in that spirit and with an awful lot of gratitude and humility that I'll accept this award and thank you and the Humanist Association for being such great partners and for really helping set me on this interesting path of being the only openly non-theist member of the United States Congress.
Wonderful. For many atheists and agnostics, we find it empowering to hear others' stories about how they moved away from their belief systems of their early years to embrace a more humanistic way of thinking. Like myself, I understand that you began to move away from organized religion in your early 20s. Can you tell us a little bit about your thought process during that time?
Yeah, it was obviously a time when I was figuring out who I was as an adult. And there was some pain involved. I lost my father, and for a variety of reasons, as I started to get a university education, a liberal education, think a little more critically, the answers that I had come to accept from my religious upbringing just didn't work for me anymore. So I'd like to think that some of the good aspects of the moral framework that I got from my religious upbringing are still with me. But the dogma is not. And over the course of a few years, I just broke. And the thing I suspect many humanists and other non-theists have had this experience if they grew up in religion. You do feel a sense of loss when that happens. And I really want to thank you and the Humanist Association. Roy, you gave me a book on humanism. And for many years, I didn't really know what label I could embrace. And, if there was a community of fellow travelers that might see things the way I did, and you helped me realize that the humanism really is that for me. So that's why I felt comfortable coming out and embracing humanism. And I wouldn't have done that if it hadn't been for you.
Oh, well, I'm very humbled by that. Thank you for saying so. how have things changed for you, if at all, in the 3 years since you first identified publicly as a humanist and an agnostic?
Well, a lot has changed, but the thing that everybody thought would change, and I should rewind a little bit, when I began to think about publicly doing this, everyone that I talked to, all the advisors I trust, my close family members and friends, to a person thought it was a terrible idea. So nobody could really see any upside to it. And a lot of my friends and advisors, for really good reasons, benevolent reasons, they had my interest at heart, warned me not to do it. They thought it would hurt my political future. And I went against all of that advice because it just felt like the right thing to do. And sometimes you need to do that. I'm so glad I did, because I personally feel like a weight has lifted. I'm just being honest about who I am. But you know what? The surprise is there's a little bit of a political upside to it, especially in a district like mine. There are just an awful lot of people who see the world the same way, and they appreciate the honesty. And even people of faith who are kind of tired of this drag to theocracy and the other challenges we're grappling with appreciated what I did and how I did it. So it's been a net positive.
Great. Well, as a humanist, can you share a few guiding moral principles that are meaningful to you?
Well, I think the moral framework of humanism just really works right down the line for me. I love the focus on facts and science and reality. I love the focus on goodness as just a human quality that we owe to each other and future generations, rather than as some sort of a thing we need to do to gain entry to the afterlife. So humanism is just a beautiful expression of the best of humanity as I see it. And if everybody followed those principles, I think we'd be a lot better off. I think we'd have far less conflict. I think we'd solve problems better. We probably wouldn't be in a number of these overlapping crises that we're dealing with today, because we would listen to facts and to science, and we would make decisions based on that rather than wishful notions, including religion.
Yeah. To follow up a little on that, maybe to get a little further into it, does your humanism help you make informed choices about public policy matters?
I'm sure that it does, but probably not as such. I don't, step back and think now, how does this fit in my humanist filter? The humanist filter was already there because as I read your book, as I came to appreciate the way humanism is articulated, it was all the stuff I already believed and I already thought. You just did a real beautiful job of articulating it and expressing it. And I'm so glad that so many other people, other humanists, identify with that articulation of principles and values, because I do think it's the best of humanity.
Wonderful, wonderful. You're a champion of environmental justice and addressing climate crisis. What drivers in your life brought you to make these issues such a priority?
I've always cared a lot about, so let's start with the environmental justice. I've always cared a lot about civil rights. Growing up as a young kid in the Midwest, and this was not something that my parents instilled in me. Maybe my older sister, my 14-year older sister, who was marching and protesting in the heyday of civil rights and anti-war movements, helped. But for some reason, as a kid, and really of my own inspiration, I had a picture of JFK, RFK, and Martin Luther King on my wall. Growing up in the late 60s and early 70s. And, those were my icons. And I think I've always felt a great deal of shame and guilt and confusion about racism and its central role in the founding and the history of this country. And I have felt that for as long as I can remember, even though I got one of those airbrushed versions of history growing up. I didn't even have the full story of just how deeply embedded racism and all of this systemic bad stuff was in our country's founding and continuing for a long, long time. So I think, thankfully, there's just something in my personal code that says that's the right thing. And then the environmentalism, I think I've always just had a connection to nature. I love fishing and the outdoors, and I've always been fascinated by rivers and natural systems. So it's just always resonated with me very personally to do that kind of work.
Terrific, terrific. The courts and the administration together are making changes right now that make religious identity the most paramount concern in addressing the rights of individuals and organizations, resulting, in fact, in religion being a valid legal excuse to engage in other types of discrimination. What can we do to reverse this course?
It's really disturbing to see religion used as a sword in a very political and craven way, rather than religious liberty as a shield, which is how I think all of us see it. So what can we do about it? I think we've got to call it out. We've got to shame them. We've got to make sure they know that we know what they're up to. This Pompeo Commission on Unalienable Rights is just a sham. And even as loaded as it was from the start, and as much as we know what he's trying to do with it, the report was virtually useless. So I don't think they're going to get what they want. I think they're trying to drag us down the slippery slope of theocracy. But they're certainly trying, and they're going to make us be vigilant and challenge them on every front, obviously in the courts, where the American Humanist Association is lawyered up and always ready to be the tip of the spear. Thank you for that. And now in the Congress, a growing number of us are organized. The Congressional Free Thought Caucus has really helped with that. And so I have colleagues like Jamie Raskin and Jerry McNerney and Pramila Jayapal and others who will join me in efforts to push back from our side of the Capitol.
I'm so glad to hear that very much. I mean, the latter part. You've mentioned before that you believe even some conservative religious Americans are beginning to tire of the chaos and cruelty of the Trump administration. How could we as humanists better make space for disaffected groups in our fight against Trump's theocratic policies?
Yeah, it's really a great question. And I think the humanist community is doing a great job. I think the secular coalition continues to grow. I'm always impressed when I see it working broadly, often as an interfaith coalition. I think that's very important. I think it's less provocative. I think it's more effective. And when you can find that common cause with thoughtful people of faith, I think your work and your voice is more powerful. So I think that's a great strategy.
Good to know. Good to know. In response to Pompeo's Commission on Unalienable Rights report that was released, you and Representative Raskin, as co-chairs of the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, put out a statement in which you assert, "This report may lend credence to a foreign policy that disregards our international human rights framework in favor of a narrower interpretation of fundamental property and majority religious rights, one that allows for increased discrimination against political dissidents, women, and minority groups." The statement concludes that the Congressional Free Thought Caucus will monitor the impact of Secretary Pompeo's commission and hold the administration accountable. What actions is the CFC hoping to take to hold Pompeo to account?
Well, we're going to keep challenging specific policy initiatives he undertakes. This is just a report, so we wanted to make sure that he knew we were watching and we knew what he's up to. But obviously, we're going to see efforts to prioritize some religions over others. I was so pleased that yesterday the House of Representatives passed the No Ban Act. So trying to take religion out of our immigration policy, as well as revoking and repealing and repudiating the terrible Muslim ban. It's things like that that we see over and over from this administration, as well as the attack, abroad on LGBT and reproductive choice and other rights that they maybe have a harder time advancing here at home. So all of that.
Right. Often the erosion of separation of church and state starts with small incremental decisions and slow cultural shifts. But recently we've seen more overt attempts, such as the administration trying to expand school vouchers during the pandemic. Are there other areas humanists need to pay close attention to in the coming months?
Well, certainly anything and everything that Betsy DeVos is doing would be a good place to start. Sadly, it doesn't end there. You have Bill Barr, bringing a real dark and heavy religious dogma to a lot of his speeches, and sadly, I think his actions at the Department of Justice. And we've talked about Pompeo and what he's up to. I hope humanists will continue to be ready to challenge these things in court. Sometimes the Humanist Association and the Secular Coalition can go further than what I can do as a member of Congress. So, for example, in the CARES Act, which was obviously a very important multi-trillion-dollar response to this terrible pandemic that has slammed our country and set us into an economic tailspin, we needed to get a lot of money out the door very quickly in order to prevent an awful lot of hardship. And unfortunately, we did that in some ways that has allowed taxpayer dollars to go to religious organizations. I didn't write it that way. I'm not thrilled about the way that came together, but my ability to sort of stand in the way of a multi-trillion-dollar response to a crisis is pretty limited in a moment like that. But this is where the secular community, can step in and, as necessary, even bring legal challenges if those dollars are being misspent on religious activity as opposed to saving jobs and doing the other things that we intended.
That's helpful. What would you say to a member of Congress, or aspiring candidate even, who is contemplating making their humanist identity more known?
Well, every district, every community is a little bit different, but my sense is that a growing number of Americans are totally fine with a thoughtful, non-theistic moral framework. In fact, that's how they see the world. And so I think, the water's fine. Come on in for most folks. I do have some colleagues, though, who would very much agree with you and me about religion, and they are in districts where it truly may not be a bad idea. The conventional wisdom may still apply in some of their districts, and I respect that. I think it's these are deeply personal choices that every individual will have to make. But whoever the hypothetical person you mentioned, Roy, who's thinking about it, I would say if you're in that situation and you're thinking about it, struggling with it, go for it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your work and for your time today. Is there anything more you'd like to add before we sign off?
No, just a lot of appreciation for the American Humanist Association and all of the great secular groups that are part of the coalition that you work with. There's no way that I could have founded the Free Thought Caucus without you. And there's no way that we would be growing and engaging much more effectively with a lot of excitement about possibilities for the future if we didn't have that great inside-outside strategic relationship. So can't do it without you. Thanks for all your great advocacy and your leadership, and of course for bringing me out of the closet as a humanist. That's awesome. I feel just better about everything. It works.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Representative Huffman, for your work and for everything you do to make humanistic change a reality.
And thanks for this great award.
In just a moment, Roy Speckhart will be back with a few final thoughts. I just want to say thank you for joining us, to all of you, and for all the generous donations that you made. We are so very grateful for your support, your attendance at this conference and at all our programs, as well as your donations to the organization. It truly makes our work possible. If you haven't become a member or donated yet, you can still contribute through our website anytime or mail a check to our office. And now, please welcome back AHA Executive Director Roy Speckhard.
There we go. Well, this almost takes us to the end of the American Humanist Association's Distant But Together conference. To me, it's been a whirlwind of diverse and stimulating topics. But before we do that, some very necessary thanks are in order. I'd like to thank our MC and conference planner, Nicole Carr, without which this would not have been possible at all. Our technical support, Zoom guru, Emily Newman, our speaker coordination from Meredith Thompson, our team managing the chat room, Isabel Oldfield and Peter Bjork, our directors who participated in the sessions, our social media coordinator, Inanoshe Akusin, our art director, Sharon McGill, for the videos and promotion, the rest of the AHA staff who pitched in and helped run the organization as we put this together, our fantastic speakers and moderators, our Humanist of the Year, Representative Jared Huffman, Humanists International, with whom we regret not being able to meet in person in the previously planned World Humanist Congress, our chapters and affiliates who bring humanism to communities across the country, our AHA Board of Directors, and other leadership teams representing the Center for Free Thought Equality, the Humanist Society, the Latinx Humanist Alliance, the Feminist Humanist Alliance, the Black Humanist Alliance, as well as the Humanist Foundation, the Institute for Humanist Studies, and the Humanist Legal Society, and our colleagues at friendly organizations that help spread the word about this event. To those who made a contribution, thank you for giving extra. It truly helps. Thanks especially to all of you who participated in this conference by tuning in, engaging yourselves with these topics, and checking in on the chat with your comments and questions. While this will conclude the official conference, since we have a little time before the 6 p.m. ending, we'll take a 2-minute break, and Nicole and I will come back with those interested to hear your questions and discuss humanism a bit further. For those of you who wish to participate, this is a good moment to take a bio break or get some coffee or whatever else you might prefer, and we'll be back in a couple minutes to chat. For those of you signing off, thank you again for all you do for humanism, and please stay safe. Hi, folks. Those of you who are sticking around for a little longer, appreciate that. It's nice to always have a little more time to chat. I see in the question here, wanting to know more about why the oath so help me God is still part of the process in congressional hearings and other proceedings. You know, I find that I've talked to judges about this because it, of course, comes up in courtrooms as well, and the swear on the Bible and swear to uphold the truth, nothing but the truth. And more judges are deciding to do away with that and simply ask folks to affirm. And I think it's sort of a matter of that momentum continuing to build across the country. People objecting to swearing on a Bible, saying, I wish to affirm, and then that working its way up to places like Congress where more public decisions like this are made, and so help me God perhaps will become a thing of the past.
We don't seem to have any questions in the Q&A, but the chat is still going strong. I'm trying to see if we still have about 400 and well over 400 people that are still online. So I don't know if okay, John Gluck is saying in the chat we have a question. Okay, wait a minute, I'll read. Would love to hear what AHA is doing in terms of humanist chaplaincy. Thanks for a great conference.
Yeah, the chaplaincy process is interesting. We do have humanist chaplains, quite a number of them, serving in hospitals, serving in different types of settings, in prisons and so forth. However, getting them in the military has been a challenge. We've had lawsuits around this, and we've had legislative pushes for this, and where it stands right now with the military, at least, is they say they would be willing to entertain a good candidate. And so if we have a good candidate to give them for a particular, that fit all the very specific criteria they want, they will entertain that. It's still a multi-year process to go through to see whether they'll actually do it on the military side. And when it comes to Congress, we'd like to be able to give invocations, have the humanist the chaplain in Congress give us that opportunity. And Representative Jared Huffman has made that a personal effort of his, and he's been talking with Democratic leadership about this and others, and as well as the chaplain of the House to see what can be done there. But there are little steps being made, but we obviously haven't broken through just yet on chaplains.
Aaron Bishop asks, is the AHA working on efforts to remove "In God We Trust" from US currency?
At the moment, no, only because this is a legal fight that we know we can't win. When one challenge with bringing legal fights that you lose is that it creates a bad precedent. And when there's a bad precedent, then it's difficult to bring that fight again later. So what we hope to do is build some ground support that this isn't something we want. I mean, e pluribus unum from many, one, that was a much better motto. We really hope that the United States can go back to something like that or come up with an even better one. But however, the idea that this "In God We Trust" is in place is not currently legally challengeable. So that's why it's sort of on our back burner, something we'd love to get to someday, but not quite. We're not quite ready for it yet. Let's just put it that way.
John Gluck asks in the chat, can I be a spiritual humanist?
A spiritual humanist? Yeah, I believe so. There are a number of humanists who use that term to define how they feel about things. I mean, and I talk about it myself from time to time, that I have experiences that are almost like spiritual. I don't use that word myself, but you know, I'm out in nature, and once I remember, I stumbled across this situation where a bunch of eagles flew out of their nest, and it was just such awe-inspiring. It was almost a spiritual experience. You know, some people use that word to describe something like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. When you're talking with others, when I think about using religious terminology, I just try to be clear. I don't want to mislead folks. So if I'm talking about my experience like that to someone who understands where I'm coming from as a humanist, as a non-theist, then I can use that word and I don't think I cause any challenges. But if I'm talking to a whole new group of religious folks and I use that language, they assume that I'm having a God-like experience. So that why I want to be clear about what I'm saying. And I think that's what we just need to be clear and honest about ourselves. And there's nothing wrong with using words in the ways that make sense for us. So if that helps answer your question.
Janet Broden, I'm sorry if I got the last name wrong, asks, how does the work of the Secular Coalition for America intersect with the lobbying of the CFE?
Right. So it's actually the lobbyists. There are 4 groups doing some lobbying on the Hill these days for atheist, secular type work. There's the American Humanist Association through the Center for Free Thought Equality. Of course, there's the Secular Coalition for America, which was formed to be a lobby organization for the non-theist movement. There's also Center for Inquiry has a lobbyist, and American Atheists also has a lobbyist. And they meet very regularly to coordinate their work, to have the greatest impact that they can possibly have, the individual lobbyists like Rachel Deitch, who was on earlier talking. And I think that has meant that we've been able to have a much more powerful impact than we ever could have before when just one group was out there trying to get all the lobbying done.
Roger Clark is with us, and he asks, can you speak to any specific efforts regarding all the millions of tax dollars that recently went to religious causes through the PPP disbursement? Any lawsuits being worked on?
It's a tremendously scary situation. I mean, for years and years, our movement has successfully fought against government directly funding religion. And if you remember back when, after Hurricane Katrina, there were efforts to fund the rebuilding of churches, and we and the Americans United for Separation of Church and State and others spoke up that that's not where federal dollars should be going, that churches need to rebuild themselves, find their own funding for such things. And then in one fall swoop, the government has now given billions of dollars to churches and to religion that can be spent directly on proselytizing and ministers and the like. It's a serious concern. And I think one of the big pieces that we want to make sure happens as time goes on with this is that this doesn't become the new status quo. It's bad enough that it happened as it is, and perhaps something can be done about it. But even worse than that would be that government now has as its way going forward that they can continue to do this on a regular basis. What I'd like to see is this be considered a one-time emergency situation that was probably a mistake in the first place. If we can get government to recognize that and not continue to do this kind of thing, I think that would be some success.
We have another question about Congress. What about the prayers that are said in to open all sessions of Congress? Why are they always Christian, and why have prayers at all?
Yeah, the current chaplain there has not been friendly to us on this question, to be direct about it. I hate to be so direct about it, but it's true. We've asked for that opportunity. We've provided them wonderful potential humanist chaplains who can go and say something. We've given them script that shows that we're not out there to try to say something that would be radical or insulting or anything like that. And they have still resisted. And even with Representative Huffman championing this cause, it hasn't broken just yet. I think some of this may have to do with the individuals involved. But I think I do think this is a matter of time. We will get there. We will get them not to do this. Now, of course, if you ask me, I don't think there should be a prayer before Congress at all, whether humanists get to lead invocations or not. I think that Congress should get to its business and leave this sort of issue to private matters. And I think that most humanists would agree that proper neutral government shouldn't be engaging in prayer. And that's even another step that we're going to have to hold out for into the future.
Here's another question that relates to government and also to the PPP question in a way. Is taxing, from somebody who says their name is Karl Marx, is taxing the churches a priority?
Taxing them, yeah, so not necessarily taxing them, I suppose, but should they be treated like all other nonprofits? Definitely. Right now, not only are they untaxed, just like other 501c3 organizations like the American Humanist Association, but they don't have to file 990s, which is the annual return to talk about how they've spent their money. That means that they can spend it in rather nefarious ways, and they do, on yachts and personal benefit and other things that are completely inappropriate and certainly not something that the taxpayers should be supporting. So I think that one of the big hurdles is getting them to be public about how they're spending their money, getting them to follow the same rules that all other nonprofits have to follow. That is the direction that I think the American Humanist Association aims to go when we have the opportunity, either in the courts or in the public opinion or in the legislature.
Can you talk about this is from Mary Ganapol. Can you talk a little bit about the AHA's position on death with dignity and what we would like to see happen with medical aid in dying, medical aid in dying? It's currently in 9 states and DC and available to 70 million people.
Right. Yeah, we're very supportive of that. In fact, we did a poll of our members, and let me just say, so I saw a poll of Catholics on whether they believe Jesus is the Messiah. Okay, that poll showed that something like 78 to 82% of Catholics believe Jesus is the Messiah, which you think is what you have to believe to be a Catholic. Well, 98% of our members support end-of-life choices. Okay, we have near unanimity on this question. It's something our members definitely care about, and we definitely will support other organizations like Compassion and Choices on these struggles in the different states, because it's mostly done at the state level at this point. Eventually, perhaps it will be so widespread throughout the states that we can make it a federal rule and be done with it. But yes, we definitely support this.
Howard asks, Roy, why not tell us what brought you to humanism?
Well, my path to humanism wasn't all that exciting, I think, but I was raised Catholic. Eventually, I decided that my Catholicism wasn't like other Catholicism, because I believed in freedom of choice for women. I believed in all sorts of these things that don't align with Catholic views. And so I was like, oh, well, I'm just a modified Catholic. And then one day I just looked at it and realized I've modified Catholicism so much, I'm not a Catholic anymore. And then I realized also that I looked into belief and of higher powers and how they came to be, and the question of the first mover and those philosophical type questions, and came to the conclusion that there just is no God. And for a long time, I was an angry atheist, and I definitely still identify as an atheist. Don't get me wrong, but the angry part has subsided a bit, and part of the subsiding of the angry is to realize the value of compassion, empathy for others, and the need to promote egalitarianism and make that our focus. And so that's how I came to humanism, and that's what brings me to humanism on a daily basis.
Kathy Bauer asks a question that will be a test for your humility. Is your book, Creating Change, the best first book to learn about humanism?
I'm sure there are other good books out there about humanism. For me, I read The Philosophy of Humanism by Corliss Lamont. And that was a longer And now it's a bit dated, but has a lot of great content in it, frankly. And if you want to dive a little deeper than the short Creating Change Through Humanism, that's one to definitely suggest. You know, Greg Epstein's Good Without a God. There's many books out there that can give you a good introduction into the area. And we also have classes online, by the way, through our education center on if you just want to take some coursework, online coursework on that, that's an option. And we even have more graduate level type studies through our education center too. So there's lots of options out there to deepen your knowledge about humanism. And my book is one of those, yeah.
We have a practical question from the chat. Do we provide information for starting a local group?
We do, we definitely do. There's information online and someone can perhaps put a link to that. And also our staff, Emily Newman, can work with folks who are interested in getting a group growing. In my experience, one of the things that really helps is if you can gather just a handful of people who are interested in having a local group in your area. And if you can do that, then you've got what it takes to grow it into a successful group. And whether you find those through friend networks or through a Unitarian Universalist church or some other ethical culture group or what have you, getting that little initial group together suggests you have what it takes to get a group going. Now, there are places that are so rural that it gets a little more challenging, but we do what we can to help.
David Coe would like the AHA to get more exposure on late night chat shows. So that's just that's less a question than an aspiration for us.
Sounds like a good idea to me. And to bounce off of that humility point, I do have another book coming out. And it won't be till the beginning of the year that it will get released, but it's called Justice-Centered Humanism. And that book, I think, and one of the things to getting on these shows, and that's why I bring it up, is you've got to have a new book. You know, Bill Maher, you know, a lot of times they bring people on who have a new book. And so maybe that'll be a chance for us to push that a little further.
CLY asks, should the AHA's focus be on science and reason instead of what we do not believe in?
Right. I mean, certainly we believe in the scientific process. I mean, that's how we come up with knowledge. I mean, there just hasn't been a better way to come up with knowledge than through the scientific process. And so I think that is a positive aspect of what we do, and not believing in religion is just a result of that process. You know, the religious answers haven't been derived at through a process that makes sense. It's more from divine revelation of people who are assumed to have some sort of divine connection, or from ancient texts, most of which are so out of date as to be irrelevant to modern times in a lot of ways. And so I think that that sort of says yes to both. You know, yes, we should embrace science and that process. No, we need not spend all our time critiquing religion, but we should be honest about religion's lack of ability to answer those questions in the best ways possible.
Richard Green, I'm going to give a variation of this question from Richard Green. What non-religious groups can and does the AHA work with, and what's the benefit of doing them?
The AHA works with so many groups. There's so many groups in this movement of non-theism, you might be surprised. And one of the things I actually helped get started, gosh, over a decade ago now, was a gathering, which we're going to have trouble doing this time around because of the pandemic, but usually held right in the beginning of the year, where we get folks from all the different leaders in the movement, whether it's Camp Quest, which brings kids together during the summer for week-long camps, or the Secular Student Alliance, which is a terrific organization bringing students together at the college level and even high school level. whether it's the Center for Inquiry and the great work that they're doing, or Freedom from Religion Foundation and the wonderful legal work they're doing, bringing these leaders together to talk, to come up with strategy, to just get to know each other better, so that when the issue comes up that there's a concern, we can address it head on and in a coordinated fashion. You know, I know that reporters have sometimes tried to pit us against each other. They would say, they would, you know, call up a representative from American Atheists and say, well, what do you think about this question? That, knowing that the American Humanist Association might have a different viewpoint. Well, because we get to know each other, we call each other up and say, hey, this reporter just called me. Don't fall for their bait, you know? And that's one way that I think our movement has been a bit stronger, because we've built those connections, and we've also are able to coordinate and collaborate better than we've ever been before because of that working together. I hope that answers your question.
So there are several questions that variously relate to education in schools. We've had a question about how can we stop public schools from insisting on saying the Pledge of Allegiance. There's another one about how the AHA views government education for secular private schools. Do you want to talk at all about our?
Sure, I'll talk about the pledge for starters. I mean, the Pledge of Allegiance, it's been long settled law since the 1940s that kids do not have to say the pledge. They can opt out of it in its entirety, or they can simply not say the under God part, or they can sit down for it as they so wish. I went to the principal's office myself for not saying it. But the students don't always know their rights. So we set up a website called Boycott the Pledge, or don'tsaythepledge.com. And there's some information on there, including a little card that students can print out and show their teacher, see, this is the law. I can do what I wish. And what happens, the fascinating thing about this is it helps grow the situation. So one student mentions this, and suddenly half the rest of the class who didn't want to say it in the first place, for whatever reason, whether they believe in God or not, start opting out, and it starts to become a issue where we can see it grow. We don't necessarily take a position for or against the Pledge of Allegiance itself, but we do obviously not want the under God part in there. And I think that momentum can build over time, and that the rising generation realize that this isn't appropriate to have. It's basically a prayer. It's a way of getting around the no prayers in schools option. And we don't agree with that one bit. And I think that as this rising generation are in positions of authority in school systems and in superintendents, that we're going to see this change.
So Aaron Bishop would like to know if the AHA has a viewpoint on government funding of secular private schools.
Government funding of secular private schools. So yeah, this is an issue that's come up in the past where organizations wanted to set up a specifically humanistic type private school or magnet school that attracts government funding. And I think if it's a absolutely religiously neutral secular school that does not take an opinion on whether or not there's a God, there's nothing wrong with them accepting government funding. However, if they are a specifically humanist school that where we do take a position on theism and on higher powers and supernatural questions, then I don't think we should be taking government money, for the same reason we don't want churches to take government money.
One questioner is asking how I came to humanism. So I'll give Roy a short break from talking and answer that one. I was brought up as in a religion. My family did go to church every Sunday. I was a Lutheran. It was a very liberal church, and I learned a lot of valuable things there. I just simply, there was no, important single incident. I just slowly drifted away and started over time as I became an adult, that I just didn't agree with the things that I had been taught in religion. And for a long time, I just considered myself a non-believer or an atheist. And it was actually not until I applied for the position as Director of Development here that I was introduced to humanism. And when I read the website, when I heard about the job, I said, oh, wait, that's me, I'm a humanist. So we find that that's a pretty common way to be introduced to humanism. So I am unusual in that way. In a slightly related question, Henry Ickes asks, Roy, have you ever taken the Belief-O-Matic questionnaire from BeliefNet.com? And if so, where did you end up?
I think I did. It's been a long time since I took it, but I think it said I was 100% humanist, not too shockingly.
One would hope.
It might have said secular humanist. I forget what terminology it used, but yeah.
Does the AHA approve or disapprove of capital punishment?
We do not approve of capital punishment. The American Humanist Association's Board of Directors has a statement on this that goes back, I think, into the early 1970s, if not the late 1960s, when we made that position known. It's interesting if you look, and we're working on a document, by the way, that we're planning to help make more public. I mean, you could see our issue statements online on our website, AmericanHumanist.org, but we're going to try to have something with a lot more detail about the history and the breadth of our position statements going online relatively soon. And it's going to mention issues like this and how we came to these decisions fairly early. It's a proud history of how the foresight that our previous leaders had to be ahead of the game on a lot of questions. You know, we were supportive of end-of-life choices before Jack Kevorkian was a popular person. We were supportive of same-sex marriage before Stonewall. We were supportive of abortion rights before Planned Parenthood became supportive of abortion rights, believe it or not. We have this proud history of thinking ahead of the curve, and I hope we can continue to do that.
One questioner is asking, where can I get information about working for the AHA, please?
Well, I don't believe there's a position open right now, though we do have interns from time to time, and they are posted on our website. So if you go to our website in the About section, there's a jobs notice there. So that's where you can find out about it. We also post things on our social media, on our Facebook page. Definitely check out and follow us on Facebook and Twitter, and me individually if you wish as well. You can follow me on those social media platforms.
Roy, I'm taking a little chance on this question because this is a developing situation and I don't know if you're read up on it. So feel free to say that you're not. Bill Creasy is asking, do you have any comments on the legal problems of the National Rifle Association? This group clearly has anti-humanist tendencies. I don't know if you've read what's going on in New York.
I just saw headlines about it. So yeah, unfortunately I can't speak to it with much with any kind of substance. I know that it looked like there was some substance behind the lawsuits against them, but I really can't say more than that. Yeah.
We have lots of questions about parochial schools, of course. Are we doing anything about the stipends to parochial schools? People who attend have to pay as opposed to our free public schools. Why should my tax dollars go to a supported institution?
That's right. You know, I think it gets back to something that I talked about with Representative Huffman, which is that there's this push toward revisioning how we look at First Amendment questions and where our taxpayer dollars are going to places like religious schools. And that what the right has somehow convinced a number of people in government and a number of people in the courts, partially through Trump packing the courts with judges, of course, is that somehow it's discrimination if we don't fund religious schools, if we're going to fund secular schools. It's absurd. It doesn't make sense with our understanding of the First Amendment. I feel like this is an anomaly that we can somehow push past when there's changes in government. But I think we are in a tough spot right now because of this new interpretation that they're trying to push through successfully. I think Rachel Laser spoke to it pretty effectively as well. But it is a challenge before us. I mean, we are definitely not in clear sailing here on that question, and have a lot of work before us to do, either in the legislature, in the courts, in the public, or all three, in order to get this point across in the way that it needs to. I noticed that it looks like we're about at 6 o'clock.
I was just going to say there's one question that it's hard for me to pass up because it's such a wonderful question to wrap things up with. Ron Russell asks, what is something that you are taking away from today's conference?
Right. Well, one thing I took away from it is how excited I was throughout the whole thing. I just was wrapped to the attention to it all day long. And I really enjoyed seeing the conversation that was going on in the chat and so forth. And I think that we need to have more events like this. I think that I imagine next year with the pandemic may still leave us in a similar situation. And so we might be doing an annual event very similar to this one, maybe pumped up and even better. And with, who knows, Zoom will have better tools to allow side chats and all kinds of interesting things like that. We'll figure that out between now and then. But I also think that even when we have in-person conferences, we need to find ways of having this online connection, because a lot of people either can't travel or they don't want to spend the flight fuel to do so. And you know, that we've got to be conscious of the environmental impact of those things. But we also have to find ways to bring us together and have us have the connection that is so important, because that personal connection, I think, is something that we all strive for. And so that's going to be a challenge for us as we think about future events like this. But those are the sorts of things that were running through my mind when I was thinking about how we do this again in the future. But thank you so much. I really enjoyed this conversation at the end of the day here. And so I'm glad that we were able to do that, and look forward to continuing the conversation online and in the future.